Hi guys, check out my new toy, the Chessman Elite chess computer, like they made him in the old days. And I did the video on the history of computer chess, so when I saw this I just had to buy it and see if I could beat it. I have not yet played a game against it because I wanted, I wanted it to be a surprise for me as well as you how strong it is. I don't know how strong it is. On the box, it just says 1800 ELO, but there's no reference to if that's meant to be FIDE or on what time control. And yeah, so I don't know. I mean, it's probably not playing like a grandmaster, then they would have said that on the box. So this is what it looks like. Let's see. Does it have nice sounds? Yeah, maybe. I think that it's okay. But it's not quite as impressive as like a real Staunton chess set, but it is kind of cool. So I'm going to rotate it like this, and that's actually because of the lighting that I figured out. It's tough to see the light pieces, the white pieces, unless we are like this, just about. So I will start a game in just a second when I have checked out that it all looks like it's supposed to. Okay, I will press new game. No, I will press on. And then I will press new game. And then I think I'm supposed to put this on B3 because that's supposed to give me, I press level, level. It's now on B1, but I want it on B3. I think that is the level, the highest level. And then I press level again, and we can start the game. I will play pawn to D4. And okay, so I read here, there's a light here, G and 8. So it's the knight on G8. Press that down, and it goes to F6. So that is a book move. So probably this chess computer has been programmed with some book moves. I will play C4. Also, I can see it responds immediately, so it's not thinking. So either it's very, very fast, or it's just looking in the book. It's this pawn to G6. This is all completely standard. I will just develop my knight in the standard fashion. And oh wow, it plays the Grünfeld defense. Wow. Okay, so that it for sure. It has a built-in book. That's actually a little bit scary because I don't know the Grünfeld that much, and I know there's a lot of theory on the Grünfeld. The move here is, I know from watching a lot of Peter Svidler videos, the move is to capture. Oh, and that is when my opponent starts thinking, okay, that is interesting. So it was programmed up to move 4 in the opening, and now it's thinking. And I think the Grünfeld programmed in. So it does play the right move here. Knight takes. That is the correct move. And then it's my turn. And now the point here is I play e4. And my opponent is thinking again. And the correct move is to capture the knight. So I capture with the c-pawn and then play c5. And that is that's basically the starting position from the Greenfield defense. And then, because then you undermine these pawns and you have a very strong bishop. It's all about making this bishop here on the fianchetto diagonal. It's all about making that very, very strong. Okay, it looks like it found the right idea. It did find the right idea. That is scary. I, of course, recapture. We are still following the theory. So here it can play bishop g7 or c5. If it plays c5, I'm getting more and more afraid. I will have to play bishop e3 or knight f3. And the thing is that I don't know too much theory. You know what I will do? I will put a graphic. You're probably already seeing that on the screen with a 2D representation of the board, so you can more easily follow what's going on. And I will put stockfish evaluation alongside, so you can see what the world's strongest chess computer thinks of how this chess computer, its sort of little brother, is playing and how I am playing. Okay, it plays bishop to g7. So it is preparing pawn to c5, undermining the center. I think I'll just play knight to f3, defending here. And then I guess we will see pawn to c5, undermining my center. And then it will be followed up by the queen to a5 here. And then pinning this pawn here. That's one of the major themes of the Greenfield defense, is the queen pinning this pawn here, working together with this bishop on the long diagonal. Maybe I should get some sort of pointing tool, because these pieces are quite small. I hope you can see what's going on. So opponent's still thinking while we are still in theory. So it is sort of reinventing the deep plate. Is that a saying outside of Denmark? Reinventing the deep plate? I don't know. You tell me. Okay, it plays. Okay, it wants to castle. Yes, it wants to castle. Like so. That is a very good sign, I think. Maybe I can play pawn to e5. Just making sure that this bishop is not that dangerous. Maybe because if pawn to e5 and when then we see c5, then that pawn will not be working together with the bishop in attacking here my center. So I'm very tempted to play this pawn one square forward. Very tempted to do that. Another possible move here is bishop to a3. Okay, because if we see pawn to c5, I can just capture that. And it also means that this pawn can move because it will be pinned to the rook. But something about bishop to a3 all my pawns will be on dark squares, and then my light squares could be weak, which is weird. That it would be the light squares in a green felt, but it's because my opponent hasn't played the crucial idea with the c5. I could also, I guess I could also just play bishop f3. And allow c5. Bishop d3, c5, and then the bishop, this bishop up here to e3, defending. But I mean, if I play e5, I will have, then maybe bishop here will be awkward for me, because then I can't develop my own bishop. So I think actually be interesting to know what the correct move here is. I will play bishop d3. I think if my opponent plays c5, we are getting back into mainline Greenfeld territory. If we see something like bishop g4, I don't think I have any problems there. I'll just kick it with h3 with this pawn. So bishop comes here, attacks the knight. I will attack it with my pawn. If it takes the knight, I can recapture with the queen. So I feel that if my opponent, my esteemed silicon opponent here, if my opponent is not going to undermine my center with c5, if you are not playing c5, okay, here it is, then the Greenfeld is not the opening you should be playing. And I think I need to play bishop e3 now. Bishop e3 takes. Was bishop to d3, was that a huge mistake? Because the queen is now longer. I will play bishop to e3 here, and yeah, I think my bishop here belongs on e2, and that's simply me not knowing my Greenfeld theory. I'm very afraid of queen coming to a5 now, pinning this pawn. Also just attacking this pawn, where I may have to play queen to d2. So yeah, maybe I should just have played e5 when I had the chance, and not allowed to sort of go back into. Yeah, I should totally have done that. But it's something weird about, playing a computer. There's this whole extra layer of the fact that it's not a real opponent. It's just a piece of plastic and silicon, and it's a little weird somehow. I don't envy, when Kasparov had to play Deep Blue or something like that. I don't envy that at all. That must have been like existentially such a weird thing to do. Okay, so my opponent is thinking a lot here. What other moves could it be? Okay, it is playing queen to a5, as we discussed, and I was thinking that maybe queen to d2 could be useful here to break the pin and defend the pawn. So let's say queen d2, pawn pawn takes. I think that's close to my only reasonable move here. So I will play that. And my opponent will go into deep thought again. And if you don't know, that's a little pun because Deep Blue's predecessor was called Deep Thought. And if you want to learn about the history of computer chess that actually started 250 years ago, believe it or not, I have a video on my channel called The History of Computer Chess Sleep Documentary that you can go and watch. It's some of the work that I'm most proud of. Some of the I put so much research time and editing time and into making that video, and I'm really pleased with how it turned out. Not a perfect video, of course, but yeah, if I were to recommend any one video on my channel, it would be that one. Okay, so what will my opponent do in this position? Will it, yeah, it's not he, it's not she, it's not they, it's it now. It's a thing. I'm playing against a thing, playing an intellectual game created by humans against a piece of plastic. Okay, yeah, we see knight to c6. That makes a lot of sense. So attacking, further attacking this pawn, and I am not sure how I can survive this. Let's say I play this pawn one square forward. Does that work? Pawn on takes. Maybe that works. I advance the pawn. I'm struggling to find any other moves even. So that is what I will do. I will play e5 here. Takes. And I will have this pawn center. Maybe we'll see a queen exchange. And yeah. Yeah, I don't think, I think I made an AI blunder when my opponent got out of book, when it stopped responding immediately and it played a move that was slightly out of book. I should have played e5, or I should have done something to avoid it finding this positional plan. That is the idea of I should not have allowed the idea of the Grunfeld. If I had somehow stopped the idea of the Grunfeld, I would have made basically its four opening moves sort of lose their bite in a way. Now I think I actually am in a bit of trouble particularly because of this bishop here. The bishop on d3 just seems misplaced. I think it should have been on e2. Now my opponent's bishop goes to e6. Bishop to e6. That is a little bit odd to me, I must say. It could, of course, be threatening to capture the a2 pawn, but that would go into a self-pin, because it wants to go to d5. To maybe threaten this knight. I guess that could be it. I will castle to because one easy way, if you're looking for an easy way to lose to a chess computer, it's just to have an unsafe king in an unsafe position where listen to the rain. I love the rain. How beautiful is that? Anyways, if you have hanging pieces and all of this dynamism, because if you are vulnerable to tactics, and you will be if you don't have castled your king and you have hanging pieces of all of that, if you're vulnerable to tactics, even a relatively underpowered chess computer like this one will find the tactics and they'll just take your pieces. Find some way to just, throw a check, sacrifice a thing, and then capture your queen or something. So I will just get castled and then see what my opponent will come up with here. It's thinking a long time, and it's playing. Okay, it's playing c5. It's playing pawn to c4. That must be a mistake in some way. Positionally, that is just not what the Greenfield is about. Now, this pawn is attacking my bishop, but I can move my bishop. I can maybe even improve my bishop. And I can no longer be undermined. My 3 pawns here are now much stronger than they were before. I think the e4 square looks pretty good for my bishop. If I'm being hit, maybe I can get hit by f5 though. Then I would have to move, and maybe that's just fine. Or I can capture en passant, but I don't want to unleash this bishop. There's also, I can also just put the bishop on c2, which is maybe more prudent. I don't know. But maybe bishop to e4 is also threatening d5. Not really though, no, because of the queen. I'm only afraid of f5, bishop e4, f5, bishop drops back to c2, f4, I can capture that. That should be fine. I will try this bishop to e4, and it's one of these cases, where my intuition kind of tells me that there's something wrong, and I should just listen to my intuition. I should just play bishop c2. But sometimes I just get myself convinced with my rational mind that I can't see anything wrong with bishop to e4, and that's why I should play it. In reality, always listen to your intuition, because your intuition knows so much more than you do. The intuition is all of you. It's all of your experience. That your rational mind, that your conscious mind can't be bothered thinking about all the time, because consciousness is kind of limited. It can only think of intuition is wrong, but you followed it. Your intuition self-corrects, and then the next time it will be more correct. So you're training your intuition, which is like training a neural network, like literally training a neural network, which is very topical for this chess computer that probably does not have a neural network. That's probably not how it was programmed. You know, we should do a video where we take it apart, see what it's made of. Okay, let's see. It says bishop on e6 to f5. That I am very happy to see that. That is probably just a terrible move. I can capture that bishop. It will have to recapture with the pawn. The king safety will be compromised. The awesome triangle that makes the bunker for the sniper bishop will be destroyed. And I can start an attack against the king. So I will make a quick decision here and capture this bishop. I feel so much more confident now in this game because unless, of course, there's just some crazy, but there's no tactics here. It's going to recapture. Then it means that my opponent is not superhumanly strong, because that was a mistake. That was just simply a mistake, a positional mistake that it played there. Okay, so it plays pawn takes f5. It's just a recapture, very simple. And let's just put these so you can see. That we are even on material, but the position is not even. I will bet my head that white has an advantage. Strong pawn center and compromised castle king. Remember that this is a bishop, it is not a tall pawn. I would love in this position to play bishop h6. The problem with that is bishop takes bishop, queen takes bishop, and then the queen is no longer protecting c3. Queen comes in and captures the c3. Now the queen and the knight have ganged up on the d4 pawn. That will follow next. The question though is, can I in that position play knight to g5 with a checkmate threat? Maybe I can. Okay, so bishop h6, bishop takes bishop, queen takes bishop, queen takes pawn, knight g5, threatening checkmate. How are you defending that checkmate? I am not sure that you are defending that checkmate. I'm just threatening to capture. Also intuitively it feels right. Feels like the move to play. Yeah, it just feels like what's called for in this position. And maybe my machine will prove me wrong, and we will then improve our intuition. Very curious. So the critical line, of course, is if bishop takes bishop, I will have to recapture with the queen, and if my checkmating my checkmate thread works, then I'm probably just winning, because I'm not even sure how you would defend against that threat. So the computer is calculating. My guess as to how this is programmed is that it has some simple chip, some ARM processor or something, and there's just a very, very small program written that just does a minimax search, and it has like a small database with openings, and it does a minimax search, and it has like a couple of very rudimentary positional ideas. It does play bishop takes bishop, so it is testing. It's not trusting me, so I will recapture, get in with the queen, and here we have to figure out what defense it has come up with. What is the defense? Is it something like f6? That feels not really possible that f6 could work, because I could play, if it plays f6 here, I could play e6. So he pushes this pawn, not he, it pushes this pawn, and then I would push that pawn, and still have a strong attack against the king. And if we see queen takes c3, then of course knight to g5, and then I'm really curious, like, how are you ever going to stop checkmate on h7? So either I am completely missing something in the position, or the computer just missed this idea. This could be an example of what is known as the horizon problem, which is that the computer does iterative deepening, so it looks ahead some moves, it evaluates the position, then it looks ahead some more moves. Okay, we see it does play f6. It plays f7 pawn to f6. Okay, so the horizon problem in chess computing is that let's say from this position, the computer looks some moves ahead, evaluates, find out which of the position it looked at, it has to explore deeper, and then it goes on like that. But because of exponential growth, there's just a limit to how deep it can get. And maybe the crucial aspect of a sequence of moves is one move beyond the horizon, is one move beyond how deep it calculated. So in this position here, and maybe I am just completely missing the mark, but I thought I could play either pawn to e6 or knight to h4, going for the f5 square, now threatening checkmate on g7 instead of h7. I could also just protect this pawn with like playing rook, maybe rook f to c1, or rook a to c1 to just give up this pawn, say that no problem. Wow, stormy weather. I choose to believe that it is the voice of Kaisa, the chess goddess, who is cheering for her human champion. ASMR Chess, the human champion of Kaisa. No, I guess that's slightly overestimating my skills and importance to chess. Anyways, I kind of like knight h4 because, so let's say queen takes c3, knight takes f5. Then if rook f7 to defend the checkmate, I can actually play e6 to sort of just capture that rook. So knight h4 could be really good here. How? Knight h4, but of course no, because then f takes e5, opening up defense from the rook on f5, of course. So that's the point of black's defense here. If I defend the c3 pawn, can it capture that? Let's say I play rook f to c1. F takes. No, it can't play f takes because then I just go with the knight. So I think actually I will, in this position, just defend the c3 pawn. Like this. Okay. Also, if f takes, maybe I have queen check. Maybe that does something. But I like this game here because I feel like I have an advantage, but it did play a defense that I just not able to just crack immediately, at least. So, and that's one thing actually also with computers. Let's say you're playing some chess computer and you have crushing advantage, and all of a sudden it gets hard. It's like super hard to oh, it does play f takes. That is concerning. Okay, let's see. F takes e5. All of a sudden you're just close to checkmate. It gets really hard to finish the game. And then what's that about? And it's about that if the computer is set to easy, let's say it can calculate 4 moves ahead. That's not that much, but if one of those moves is checkmate, it will do literally anything but allow checkmate in the next 4 moves. The computer will only allow checkmate in 4 moves if that's the only, if checkmate is inevitable. So even computer searching a low depth can be pretty tough to actually checkmate if you're not really strong. Now let's see if that's correct. So my idea here was to play knight to g5, a threatening checkmate. And how do you stop that? You could play you could make an exchange sacrifice, rook f7. I would then capture that. King takes, I would capture a pawn, I would like do all sorts of stuff. I could also play knight takes e5, then knight takes e5, then no, then the check doesn't work because the knight can go here. So I guess my only real shot here is to actually go for the checkmate. So okay, Chessman Elite. it going to be queen can't get back, king can't, it is rook. It's rook f7. So I was thinking that I can just capture that. Now I am up material. There is no question about what the computer will do. It will recapture my knight. I will then be up the exchange, and I can capture this pawn with a check. And I have a winning advantage now. So let me just quickly check if there's something else I need to do or take into consideration. I don't think so. So queen takes pawn, check. I am now up a bunch of material. The king goes to f6, wants to protect the pawn that was attacked by the queen. I am thinking of different things I can do. I could capture the pawn. Then we probably see knight takes, but we could also see maybe we could see queen takes. But I feel I can slightly improve my position by making this move, and you can see the computer responds immediately because there's only one legal move. And so I of course would very much love to be able to push this pawn forward. That would be amazing. To just harass this knight, but it's protected by the queen. How about rook to e1? If pawn takes pawn, then queen e6 check. Queen h5. King has to go back to f6, then queen check here. King goes somewhere. It's interestingly not completely trivial to win this. But you know what? I will try for some activity. I will give up material here. It doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right to play rook to e1. But is my opponent threatening to just capture this pawn? Maybe. So I think I will actually play pawn takes pawn. Pretty sure that's not the strongest move, but it does make my game a little bit easier. It's a little bit it's a sort of quality of life decision there. Not going for maximum advantage, but probably just getting an easier position to grind out. So what will we see? It's because of these two rooks, you see. So I'm up material, but these two rooks are kind of passive defending these pawns. So by opening up the center, I hope to be able to centralize them on D and E and get them active. And something like that. So the only two moves that I can imagine the computer would play is either queen takes pawn or knight takes pawn. this check. So I'm hoping for something like knight g6. I don't think the computer will play that. But I hope to be able to improve my queen so I can centralize her and maybe try and attack this c4 pawn. That's quite strong for my opponent because it's supporting a knight landing on d3, which would actually be very inconvenient for me. Okay, so he's playing king to e6. Okay, I think that is a mistake. I think that is definitely a mistake. Because I can now play rook to e1, pinning the knight, so the knight cannot move. I think, and I do give up this pawn. Rook e1, queen takes. I can't play f4 there because it has. Why do I keep calling it? Anyways, I can't play f4 because it has queen check and picking up the pawn. So maybe the time is not right for rook e1. Then how about queen e1, pinning the knight in that way? Pinning the knight like that. I kind of like that idea. So I pin the knight like this. Still, I could be threatening just f4, attacking the pinned piece. So probably we will see the king move. And then maybe I can make a battery with rook to e1. So what will you come up with, Chessman from Lexi book? What will you come up with? The position, it's, if I had this against a human and somebody told me, oh, the human is rated 1800, I would be very, very happy. But against the chess computer, there's just this eerie sort of feeling that I can miss some small thing, and it's just deadly when executing on tactics, like 3-move combinations like that, where it's more the positional long-term stuff, where it's not that strong. It's you saw like it probably thought it wasn't a problem capturing away from the fianchetto position. Oh, it plays rook. It plays a rook move here. Just to finish my thought, so I probably thought that since the position material was equal, then it was fine, and it didn't understand the positional long-term problem. But now it does play rook. It activates the rook. Is that how? Is that defending against f4, attacking the knight? I mean, I play f4. There is a check on b6 or c5. I move the king. And then what? Then what are you going to do? It's a little scary that it just played that move, just allowing me potentially just winning a piece. That is a little scary. don't see. Let's see if it can tell us. I don't see how. I don't see how it's surviving this. I just like there's these checks, but other than that, the queen is not doing anything. Check, king moves, and then what? How do you improve the queen? Like, what does that do? So I can't find anywhere to. I can't find a way to get a back rank made. I can't really find any way for the computer to stop this. So it plays something with the queen to c5, check. Okay, so that is not surprising, and we just wanted to play the king to h1. So we just do that. And now what? What is the big plan here? Rook d5. I take with the pawn. It recaptures with the rook. So rook d5, pawn takes, rook takes, threatening the queen, but the queen just moves somewhere. And then I'm just up a lot of material. I'm up an entire rook and a pawn. Okay, so it does play rook d5. We are doing a very good job, I must say, we are doing a very good job at figuring out what moves our silicon friend is going to. We are predicting. We are doing very well at predicting the moves. That's what it's called. And we now have a pretty comfortably winning game, I would say. I guess rook takes, yes. Our prediction was correct. And how about just something really simple like queen d2 and rook e1? Just getting the last pieces off the board. I think queen d2 is pretty good, because queen d2, if rook d5, then we have a check up here. So I think we'll just go for that. And then what we want to do is we want to activate these two rooks. They haven't been doing much, just defending these two pawns. Now we need to get them into the game. Exchange one of them off for that one, and exchange the queens off, and then just win with the rook. So we haven't won the game, and we shouldn't celebrate before we have won the game. But what we have done is we have shown that we can gain a winning advantage against this silicon mind, this thing. Put a comment if you want me to do a video where we take this thing apart and just see how it's made. Okay, Chessman. Do you know what? Something interesting I read on the researchers who I'll just move this here. Rook to e4. Okay, sensible move. On the researchers who built the Maniac computer that played the first the computer literally didn't have enough memory for the entire chessboard. But their research notes, I read their research notes, and they were hilarious. They were writing about how the opponents who played against the computer would speak to the computer, and they would be like, they were so surprised that because to them it was like they had built it. It was a physical thing of wires and nuts and bolts, you know. And why would you speak to that? Why would you say, "Oh, what do you think of this move and that?" And nowadays, because like they were just so curious and surprised by like the psychology of the human interacting with the artificial intelligence, which of course we are so used to today. That's kind of interesting. Okay, here I think I have an easy move. I'll play Rook E1 in order to force a trade of these two rooks, and then the game should be easier. I mean, I don't expect that the machine captures on E1, but I'm going to capture on E4. And the machine doesn't seem to have any real counterplay. After I have captured on E4, I can play Queen to D4. It plays pawn to B5. Yeah, I guess it has to do something, but let's just make our life easier and simplify the position here. And it really shouldn't be thinking that much over this move, because obviously if takes the rook is the correct move. And I will not play Queen D5 just because I don't want it to exchange queens and then have two passed pawns. I mean, it's not going to be tough to defend against it, but I will just play Rook E1 first to just attack this pawn. Because it can't really be defended very well, I think. Can't be defended by the king, because then I have a queen check and exchanging the queens, and that would be game. So. What can my opponent figure out in this position? Wow, we're getting a little sort of lecture in closing games here against stiff opposition, like against a human. You have this. What? You have this thing where, when your advantage is big enough, sometimes they just crumble. But the computer is. I was going to say that the computer has an even playing strength throughout the game. So it makes it hard for you to actually finish the game, but it's playing like a really weird move here. That is a very, very, very weird move. I can capture with the queen, which would exchange the queens, which would win the game on the spot. So, or I could capture with the rook, which is also winning. I'll just capture with the queen. That is just the easiest win. Machine has to play exchange like this, and I will then recapture like that. That is check, king d6. I will then now just very simply make a new queen. c5. That is fine. We will just advance the pawn. And here we will just take that. And the machine is not making it tough for us. It plays king d4, attacking the rook. I think we will just drop the rook back. And maybe okay, that's not a very good technique. The computer seems to be horrible at endgame technique. Okay, it captures this pawn. That is fine. I will make a queen. Let's see if I can win being up a rook and a queen. Okay, so and the computer is playing this pawn forward. Okay, what is the quickest checkmate? I am thinking we need to go queen b8, probably. That looks, I don't know if that's the fastest, but c5 and rook takes. So we just have to not stalemate. Don't stalemate. Don't do it. It's trotting on. But I think we can do at least the staircase now. Isn't that correct? Check. I'm sorry, it's been a long day. I already made one video and I've been working all day also, so I'm not finding a fast checkmate. I am finding an easy checkmate. Okay, king to c6, queen f5, and that is going to be game. Of course, it can threaten me, but that is check. So it's one move away from making a queen. We don't want it to make a queen. So we will make a lot of checks. This is also check. And king to b8 and rook e8, and that is the game. Thank you very much to Chessman Elite, and thank you very much to all of you guys who have watched and who are commenting and liking and subscribing. That is amazing. I mean, you guys are the best. You're giving me all this joy with this channel. I'm so happy. Thank you so much. Hello and welcome to ASMR. Yes, Today we are going to have a good time. You can just sit back and relax. I will do all the work trying to defeat this legendary chess computer that I was absolutely extremely fortunate to get for next to nothing at a yard sale. How lucky can you be? As you can see, it boasts here that the Mephisto technology has won the World Microprocessor Computer Chess Championship on numerous occasions. This is the consumer model, and I'm going to play it now. Let's take a look. Here it is. Isn't that a beauty? And let's see, in good unboxing fashion, what else we can find in here. We can see the pieces here. They are quite nice. And they come in some modern plastic bags. That could even be ASMR. I believe that these plastic bags has been provided by the seller. And then will you look at this? How cool is that? How cool is that? That is the computer rankings for 89. I think it's 89. And you can see there's a lot of Mephistos on it because a lot of people made versions of Mephisto. And we even see Fritz, an early version of Fritz on here. And you can see the highest rated computer is 2402. That is well above my level. So I'm not sure how strong our machine is. Let me get rid of this white box here. There is a receipt. It's pretty cool. Some warranty. And then there is this thing here. So I just want to show you guys, because the company behind Mephisto, they made this beautiful, very professional, cool looking manual in many languages, but not in Danish, in my language. So somebody took the time to actually literally make a translation, and just look at the aesthetic of this. It looks like it's been hammered out on a typewriter. I mean, how cool is that? And then I can read how to do this, how to play this machine in my native language. So, here it is. Isn't it magnificent? Let's set up the board. And you will notice that I will have the machine play white. If you watched the last video I did in this series, you will maybe remember that I also had the machine play white there. In that video I was playing against a machine from 79, the Chess Challenger, which was the first commercially available chess computer. And I played as black because I wanted to give the computer an advantage, because I was thinking that it probably wasn't that good at chess all the way back in '79. Now this machine, on the other hand, is very different. This was made in '89, and the computer technology and our understanding of how to program these things had developed a lot since then. So maybe I should be playing as white to give myself a bit of an advantage, because maybe this thing is very strong. But I want you to sit in, so you can see the panel and everything. It's designed so that you are supposed to sit here from where you are looking, and I want you to have the best view possible, of course. So that is why I'm doing it like this. Okay. So now with the pieces set up, let's fire this thing. Let's fire it up. Okay, you can see it's booting. And there was a beep sound that hopefully wasn't too loud for you. I'm going to turn it down in the edit, but it's very loud for me. So the first thing we should do is we should use the keypad here, which is just the chessboard, to tell the computer that we don't want the beeps. And we press this one. And then H1, the square H1, is the one that toggles sound. And then we press enter. And then there is no more sound from the machine. The next thing is we want to tell the computer that we want to play as black. And that's the square G1. Like so. And then enter. Now it knows that we want to play as black. And then the last thing to do is just to press enter. And the machine will make its first move. Like so. Okay. So we can see the 2 lights up and D lights up. So it plays pawn from D2 to D4. Like so. Now it's our go. Let's play a knight to F6, hoping for a possible Budapest gambit. Maybe it's not programmed to know about the Budapest gambit, which is an opening that I have made a video about. That's very fun to play, and let's try it out. Let's see if we are allowed. It says the pawn on C2. C2 to C4. Okay, this allows the Budapest gambit. You have noticed maybe that so far the machine has been playing its moves instantly. That will not continue. That's because it has a pre-programmed so-called opening book with the recommended moves in many known positions. But I don't think it's a very extensive opening book, because because in 89 they just simply didn't have that much memory to deal with. And I mean, this thing, I checked up the specs, it runs on 8 megahertz and it has 256 kilobytes of memory. So yeah, probably not a very extensive opening book. The Budapest Gambit here is e7 to e5. We see an instantaneous response though. We see D takes e5. So the machine did know about this opening. That could be very bad news for us, because this opening maybe is a little dubious. Now on the move, the main move here is knight f6 to g5. And the machine is still in its opening book. It plays knight on g1 to f3. Alright, but we are not necessarily super unhappy with that. This is the Adler variation of the Budapest Gambit. The other line that I think is a better try for white for an advantage is bishop to f4. Now I'm going to play bishop to c5, attacking the f2 square, and the machine will have to play pawn to e3. And the reason that I, and I think many others, prefer bishop to f4 before playing this move is that now this bishop, you can see, it's sort of hemmed in a little bit here. I will continue ganging up on this e5 pawn. I want to capture it with this knight, but it's protected by this knight. You can hear the magnets, pretty nice. So we play knight on b8 to c6, and we see the instantaneous response with f1 to e2, which is all fine and dandy. And we will. I can't remember if it's correct to castle. I think it's correct to first capture the knight at the pawn with the knight takes e5, and that is the knight on g4 takes e5. And we got it out of its opening book. You can see this light is flickering because the machine is thinking. We could of course enter into a whole philosophical debate about whether it's really thinking whatever it's doing, calculating, computing, but it is going through a process that will produce something that I can recognize as a chess move, and that is, at the very least, pretty cool, to be honest. So it came up with a move. Let's see. It wants to play e1. Right, e1. Is that not true? No. It's b1 to c3. That's absolutely cool. I will castle. So I make a short castle here. And then the machine will think again. So it will think again for 15 seconds. And let's see what it came up with. It says, it says knight on c3. Where are you going? To e4. Okay. Interesting. That's a pretty surprising move. I have not seen that move before. And I guess maybe castles was a mistake, actually. Maybe castles was a mistake. Because a lot of the cool stuff I want to do may not be possible now. Okay, so the bishop is attacked by the knight. The knight is orienting itself towards the bishop, saying, "Hey, I'm coming for you." But the bishop is saying, "Nope, I will slide from c5 to b4 with a check." Let's go. c5, b4, and that, my friend, is check. I suspect that we will see bishop to d2, or maybe, I'm pretty sure we will see bishop d2 here. So I'm quite happy with my position so far. And we do see bishop to c2, to d2 I mean. And I think here I can maybe do a little trick, because I think I can play a7 to a5, which is a move that I actually want to make anyway in this opening setup that I'm trying to go for here. The machine is thinking. So one of the ideas in the Adler variation is to use this rook do a rover, a rook up and over to attack the king side. Let's see what the machine wants to do here. It says d2 takes b4. Okay, that is quite interesting, I must say. We are going to recapture with the pawn, and we are even on material, and you could argue that this pawn is very weak and bad, but I think we have some counterplay. It plays f3, takes e5, so we see some exchanges here. We are going to recapture with this knight, and all of these ideas are covered in my opening video about the Budapest gambit that you can check out if you want to. Now the machine plays king. It castles to the king side, like so. And I think we will try to go for a attack against the White Majesty with this weird idea here. I'm just going to check, so I want to play rook a6. And I just want to make sure, that I am not falling that this move, for instance, unveiling an attack against the rook from the bishop, that it's not doing something terrible to me. But I don't think so. I think we could potentially see a move like pawn to f4, attacking this knight after rook a6. And then we would probably have to play knight g6. But pawn to f4 would also weaken my opponent's structure. So I think I am okay with playing rook to a6 here. So I am considering going queen h4, rook h6, play d6, pawn to d6, sack, 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 mate. Usually that doesn't work too well against computers, but let's see. Queen on d1 to b3, which is going for this pawn, and that could be a very good. That could be very good news for me, because the machine is not truly intelligent. It is basically all the time making the chessboard and the position into a math equation, basically not even an equation, just arithmetic, where it looks at the position and then it counts up who has how many pieces. The traditional value would be 1 point for pawns, 3 for knights, 3 for bishops, 5 for rooks, and 9 for queens, and 1,000,000 for the king. And then it says, okay, if I do this and this and this, I can maybe win a pawn, and then that's good. And then it has some small other positional factors, like the closer pawns are to the back rank, the more valuable they are. If you have both the bishops, the bishop pair, you get a little extra point. But since the computer cannot see that far into the future, it can go hunting for pawns and not react in time to a potentially dangerous attack. And I'm thinking here that queen to h4 could be quite cool here. So the machine is thinking. So I want to play rook h6 and checkmate on h2. And if the machine takes the pawn on b4, I will just play rook h6. And I think I will have an excellent position with adequate compensation for the pawn. Okay, so let's see. It plays something entirely different. It plays knight on e4 to c5. Knight to c5. Oh, I didn't even realize that I was also attacking the knight with the queen, because I'm so used to these patterns of attack against a slightly different version of what white is doing here. So I didn't even notice that I was also threatening the knight to just come in and capture this knight. I think my position is tremendous right now. I think rook a6 to h6 is maybe pretty close to winning. Yeah, there is only one move. The computer plays it instantly because it can see that everything else loses. So it plays pawn to h3. But now we are just going to... I mean, this is actually kind of the power of opening preparation. I've never played this against this machine before, but I have studied the Budapest gambit, and I am familiar with certain attacking ideas ideas. And when the computer even plays a suboptimal, gives it a suboptimal treatment because it doesn't understand the opening, well then it's just so much easier for me to figure out what to do. So here I will play pawn on d7 to d6. This attacks the knight. The knight will have to move very probably, and this bishop now can come and sacrifice itself here on h3, just opening the gates for an attack against the king. Okay, we see an interesting move here. We see f2 to f4. Wow, interesting. So the computer is trying to say, okay, if you take my knight, I will take your knight. But I feel that I have bigger fish to fry. I feel that I could maybe be pretty close to checkmating. I am thinking about playing bishop takes h3. If pawn takes h3, then queen here check, king moves, and rook takes h3, checkmate. So bishop takes h3. Let's say they take the knight, the machine take the knight. I can then maybe just move the bishop back somewhere. But I'm not sure the checkmate, how fast the checkmate is coming in that situation. So how about playing queen to g3 immediately? If pawn takes knight, then bishop takes h3, threatening checkmate. It cannot be captured because the pawn is pinned. There is no rook f3 because for the moment we have knight here. There could be knight e4, which unfortunately means that queen a3 does not work. Very probably it does not work. How about pawn takes knight? Pawn takes knight. Bishop takes h3. Then what will the computer be doing? Will it play something like? Will it play something like rook f4? Will it play something like that? What could I do against rook f4? Then I could maybe play just queen g3. I think that's pretty good. So let's say d takes c5, f takes e5, bishop takes h3. If rook f4, queen g3, that has got to be winning. That has got to be winning. So yeah, I think I will just take the knight. Maybe a move like knight g4, h takes g4, queen check, king f2. It doesn't look like I think I will just capture the knight. Pawn takes knight, pawn takes knight, bishop takes h3, and if pawn takes bishop, then queen g3 is winning. So what in that position, what else could the machine do? It could I mean, it must be winning. Okay, we'll play pawn takes c5. Now we also have a sort of a pretty good structure here for the endgame. These 4 pawns here are going to be pretty tough to break down. So it plays f4 takes e5. Right. That was what we were pretty sure it would do. And we were also pretty sure that we in this position can play bishop on c8 takes h3 here. So there is no g takes h3. Let's see, it plays rook a1. What? Rook a1 to d1. What is that supposed to do? So suppose I just capture this pawn. Bishop takes g2. Bishop takes d2, king takes g2, queen h2 check, king f3. Well, maybe the king can somehow escape. How about queen g3? Just threatening checkmate. I think queen g3 here is good because it threatens checkmate. It also threatens a check here. And when this bishop moves, we can come in here. So I think queen g3 has got to be very, very good. I'm so curious about why I wanted to play this rook move. That doesn't seem to make any sense to me. Okay, the machine is thinking. I think we have an excellent attack going on here. And now it says bishop on e2 to f3 to defend the checkmate. Which makes a lot of sense. But it also defends the e3 pawn by blocking. But we have so many things we could do here. Let's say we play maybe bishop somewhere, maybe to f5. Then we can start giving checks down here. Maybe not immediately winning. The king can maybe escape. So let's say king here, check. And then there's no more checks really. Let's say bishop takes. Let's say bishop takes pawn, rook g6, and then the machine protects. So I think we may not have a checkmating attack now. this position, and maybe we can just play something like bishop to e6, basically saying, okay, so we have won a pawn, you have weird doubled pawns here, so this pawn is weak and not so useful for the machine, and we are threatening this one. We have this very awesome structure here, and we still have pressure against the king. So that could be a way. We could also play bishop to g4 to try and exchange some pieces. If the bishop, let's say bishop takes, queen check, king f2, queen check on h4, king back, queen takes bishop. I think I just like bishop at h3 to e6. I think that's a very it had already calculated that. That's so interesting. So here it wants to play bishop takes b7. Wow. I did not expect that. That is a very, I almost want to say greedy move by the computer. And what is very weird to me is that it hangs the e3 pawn. Right? I can just capture that with check and mission. No, of course, the queen is here. Okay, yes. Okay, maybe I can sacrifice the bishop. Bishop takes c4, queen takes c4. King takes e3, check, rook f2. Rook h1, check, king takes, queen takes f2. I don't think I get that much from that. I can also just capture this pawn on e5. That looks decent. I think I actually like that very much. Queen takes e5. Queen takes e5. Because now I can potentially have moves like queen h2, check, king f2, rook f6. And the pawn was defending f6 and now it's not. Let's do a little material count. So, these are my pieces. These are the pieces of the machine. And you can see we have captured the same pieces, but I am up a pawn. I have a pawn more than the machine. Okay, it plays rook on f1 to f4. Okay, so it's getting a little active here. I am thinking that we could maybe even play pawn to g5. So rook would move somewhere. Then queen h2. Check. King on f1 or f2. Rook f6 check. And then we can maybe capture this pawn on g2. So let's just try and put this out. Pawn to g5. Let's say a reasonable move like rook e4. Queen h2. Queen h2. King f. Let's say f2. Rook f6 check. is no real way. There's nowhere it can go where it's not hanging g2. So maybe after g5, it will have to play rook to g5. But still, queen check, king f2, or king f1, rook f6 check. After rook f6 check, what do we do? What can it do? Now it can go this direction here, and no, it cannot go to g5 because we will just capture it. We will just capture it with the bishop here. And even though yeah, so g5 is actually pretty good, I think, because rook here, rook on e4 check, king f1 rook check. The king has no way to protect the g2 pawn, because on e4 the bishop on b7 is blocked from the defense. So after, I think we can pretty much rule out that the rook will stay on this rank here, and I think we can be pretty sure that the rook will have to move somewhere back. So if it goes here, we have this move which skewers the rook. So both of the rooks. Here we can just capture it, here we can just capture it. If it goes here, we have check, king f1, check, king e2, bishop check, bishop back check, bishop takes bishop check. I think rook f2 is the most likely here, I think. And I think we will, so I think in this position we will play pawn on g7 to g5. I'm not sure how good that move is. Hopefully it's very good. I think rook f2 is, so pawn f4 to f2, yes. Okay. And how are we feeling about this whole situation here? I'm thinking that this rook needs to be in the game somehow. But the machine has a rook here on d1, so we can't go to d8 very easily. But what if we play a move like bishop g4, trying to chase this rook away? If it leaves its post, we will have checkmate with queen h2 check, king f1, king h, queen h1 checkmate. So that means that machine will have to play bishop back to f3. Bishop f3, queen h2 check, king f1. I think it's time to play bishop on e6 to g4. I think the thing here is that we are up only a single pawn. What does that mean? That means that the machine hasn't completely even playing strength. It doesn't feel the pressure, it doesn't make blunders that it wouldn't normally make. But if I make a blunder, it will punish it immediately, and then I can lose this game, even though it looks like I am doing so well. I can easily lose this game. Okay, let's see. We do have b7, bishop on b7 to f3. And I'm thinking maybe we can just capture that to get rid of that, and maybe let's say queen h2 check, king f1, king queen h2 check, king e2, bishop takes bishop check. It's not doing so much. It's not doing so much. We could also be very aggressive and play pawn to f5, but I don't think I want to do something like that. It's very tough to find a way to sort of push the advantage here. Because, I mean, bishop takes bishop, rook takes bishop. It makes it a little easier for the machine to play. But then maybe we can play pawn to g4. I think I will try that. So the only problem with bishop takes bishop is that machine might play a move like pawn takes bishop. So I think I will actually try to activate this rook instead. And the first thing I will do is I will admit that this move didn't really do what I wanted it to do. So I'll play it back to from where it came. I think that's what I want to do. Machine can, yes, I will play it back here to e6, and then I will maybe play rook to e8 to start and form a battery with the queen and rook against e3. And yeah, I'm having a great time here playing this ancient piece of technology. Bishop f3 goes back to b7, so it repeats the position. Now if I go here, we can go for a draw with threefold repetition. Of course, I don't want that. So I think I will just play rook to e8. And maybe have some nice pressure against the e3 pawn. b7 to c6, yes. That makes a lot of sense. That does make a lot of sense. But I think I can maybe even just play rook e7. I expose myself to a check on the back rank, but I can play here with the king to g7, and I'm not sure if I'm not sure how the machine can follow up. So I will play rook e7. And let's see if I am missing some devilish trick here. And I'm actually falling in some sort of checkmate trap. But I don't think so. I think rook d8 is adequately met by king to g7. In hindsight, I should probably have played bishop to c8. Well, it does play the check. And it's interesting that it's thinking now, because wasn't king g7 the only legal move I had available? Okay, so we see c6, back to f3. Okay. So I want to move my bishop somewhere, so I can go and threaten the e3 pawn. Maybe, just maybe, I can play pawn to g4, harassing this rook. I mean, after the bishop move, then check. King moves, so the rook will have to go maybe to d2 to cooperate with the other rook. Let's say here, bishop moves. Where does the bishop move? Probably back to b7. It seems to like that square. Queen check, king f1, pawn to g3, rook d2. I think I like this idea of going pawn from g5 to f3. Backed up by the bishop here. Attacking this bishop. And now it's just a matter of activating the queen, getting the queen involved. Bishop back to b7. Okay. You know what we can also consider? We can consider going rook d7 to just trap this rook and force a trade. I'm not sure if we need to do that. It does give up a little bit of tempo. Let's say queen h2 check, king f1, queen h2 check, king e2, king e2, pawn to g3. That looks good. So queen check, king here. This check, king here. This move to open up for this check right here. Okay. I think check. I think we want to do the check first. Yeah. Queen h2 check. King f1 only move. And then we can consider either playing g3 immediately or playing queen h1 check first. Or playing this move. Queen h1 check, king e2. Let's say pawn g3, rook f1, bishop g4 check, bishop back to f3, bishop takes bishop, check, king, it has to be good. It just has to be good, this, I think. g4, take to g3, trying to harass this rook. So will we be able to finish this game? You can see it's putting up a very stiff resistance, and one false move from us could spell disaster. It's very important that we have the pawn on b4 to take care of c3, so we don't see any checks here on this diagonal towards the king. Okay, we see rook on f2 to f1. And now I am actually getting a bit of an idea here, because bishop to g4 check. It has an extra point that it has a bunch of extra points that I didn't fully appreciate before. Because let's say bishop to f3, like so. And the thing here is that we can now actually capture this pawn because this bishop is pinned. Unless, when I did the calculation earlier, I put the pieces on the wrong squares. So, queen takes g2, check. So, let's see. It will play king to e1. And now we should be very, very, very close to winning. I think we can just capture the bishop. Bishop takes bishop. I think that's just winning. Bishop takes bishop on g4 takes f3. Queen on b3 to d3, trying to stop the checkmate on e2. So does the machine have any sort of counterplay here? The queen has no checks, right? There could be like rook g8 check, king takes g8, queen d8 check, king back to g7, then queen takes e7, but we're not really afraid of that. I just want to be sure that we are not, messing this up somehow, some way. We could play rook on h6 to e6, getting up on the e3 pawn. That looks pretty good. And it looks like there's not going to be, rook on e6. Rook f1 takes the bishop. Okay. just capture that rook. Rook g1, queen takes f3. I'm not sure what the machine could do. We could also play. We will just play this simple queen takes f3 and d3 to d5. Yeah, okay. I think we should just be winning pretty easily. There has to be checkmate in some amount of moves here. Rook takes e3, check. King d2. And isn't rook e2 the easiest way to win, the fastest win is check with the queen f3, king at d1 to c1. Oh right, it's not going to be checkmate because it can sacrifice the queen, but rook e1 check, queen d1. Alright, queen d1, and then rook takes queen. We're just cleaning up here, so it has to play basically has to play rook takes rook, because king takes rook is checkmate in one. Rook takes rook. I think the easiest way here is just to play rook e1 in order to pin this rook here. It can't capture. I don't think it can capture it. That's checkmate in some moves anyways, if it does that. It doesn't really matter what it plays, I think. It plays rook, takes rook. We will counter with queen takes rook, then king c2. Then it's time to finish this game up. I think the easiest way is queen takes queen d2 check, king c1, and then we're going to make a new queen. It plays b3, and now it flashes. It wants to know what piece we want to put there. I think maybe a rook could be cool, because it wins. So, and we underpromote to a rook, and it flashes, and that is the game with the Mephisto Europa Edition. Thank you so much for watching. I had a blast. I think it was actually a pretty cool game. Today I have a really cool challenge for you guys and for me, because I am trying to defeat this pocket travel chess computer, and I will see if I can defeat it before you fall asleep. So it's going to be very relaxing and hopefully very cool. So let's take a look at this thing that I just got in the mail. It's an unboxing video even. Oh, it's upside down. Okay. Okay. The box. Let's get rid of that. And look at the contents. So this chess computer was made in '98. So it's the newest chess computer we've dealt with so far. And if you can see, it says Kasparov. So Kasparov lended his name to this. In '98, that would be 1 year after he lost a game. He lost a match even to the IBM chess computer, Deep Blue. Bit of interesting history there. I have a video on that. And let's see on the unboxing here, we get the rules of chess. We know those. And doesn't matter. Manual with instructions. And the pieces. And look at that. They have never been used. That's pretty amazing. So this chess computer is what, 24 years old, and it has never been used. Are these good for ASMR? I guess pretty good. Okay, let's so we will be the first ones to play with these pieces. It's interesting because I think the pieces here has obviously never been used. They're quite entangled here. Got the first one out already. But if you see the condition of the chess computer itself, although it looks quite new, it doesn't look like it's it looks like it has been used before. And the gimmick, the whole point of this computer is, of course, that it's a travel chess computer that you can bring with you. It's a very cool concept. Stupid Band-Aid. I'm sorry about that. But, yeah. We can't have me bleeding on the chessboard, because this is not really bleeding edge chess technology, so I won't bleed on it. Is that the king? That's the king. I think we will fast forward over some of this. And 2 extra pawns and 2 extra queens for each side. So let's see how we can play this. Okay, see if we can disable that. I will just consult the manual for appropriate level selection. Okay, so while I consulted the manual, I also learned that this little amazing device runs at 4.2 megahertz, not gigahertz, megahertz. And I will press play. I'll see if I can take the sound off. And it says, the computer says D2 to D4. And it's my move, and I guess we will try again for the bazillionth time to go for the Budapest Gambit. Like so. And it does play C2 to C4. So we do get the Budapest Gambit. It's very interesting. So the computer is thinking. That means we got it out of its pre-programmed opening book. And it has 15 seconds. So it will come. I thought it would come with an answer now. Apparently not. Maybe I chose a wrong opening. Okay, it has 30 seconds. And it says D4 to E5. So it captures the pawn. And how many computers have I beaten so far with this opening system? Let's see. So if you're new to this channel and you're new to what this is all about, I play these old chess computers. They have pre-programmed opening books where they know the best moves from the Grandmaster games in a number of positions. And I have this tricky opening called the Budapest Gambit, which I'm playing against it now. And I have defeated a few of these computers with this particular opening system. So now it says D1 to D4, like so. And what is going on here? So what's going on here is that I gambited this pawn. I sacrificed it so that the computer would come in and capture it. I then moved my knight up here to G4, attacking the pawn, and the computer defends it with the queen, which is honestly not a particularly good move. It is not a recommended move, but it does have some merit, maybe. So I'm thinking, can I sacrifice the knight on F2? I don't think so. I think, because the queen is also attacking the knight, you see. So I think the most logical thing here would be to play a move like D7 to D6, opening up a defense of this bishop for the knight, and well, saying goodbye to any hopes I have of recapturing the pawn, but gaining a pretty significant lead in development. So I think just okay, so that's my move. Let's see what the computer comes up with. So I am opening up a defense of the knight with the bishop after playing pawn to d6. I am now threatening to capture the pawn on e5 with either pawn on d6 or the knight. I can think about playing knight to c6, attacking the queen. And okay, so here we see the move c1 to f3, g1 to f3. So it's playing knight here. So the knight is defending the pawn. So I didn't want to go for knight takes pawn, helping my development. But I don't have a problem with this at all. I will just develop my knight. Put it on c6. It will now attack the queen on d4. It also attacks the pawn on e5, and the computer plays d4 to d5. Okay, so queen here to here. Okay, and I think we can very safely just come in and capture this pawn with the knight. I think we have convincingly won the opening battle. I think we are doing very, very well. Maybe, like, I am... have you ever watched Stranger Things? They have a thing they call the upside down. And I'm kind of seeing this whole thing a little bit upside down because due to filming I have to be behind this thing that you can put down here to protect the chessboard while you are traveling, which is a very cool feature. Okay, it plays b1 to c3. It develops a knight. That is absolutely fair. And I'm thinking that we should just press our advantage, get on with development. The queen is exposed. So a move like bishop to e6, attacking the queen, attacking the pawn on c4, developing a piece, and not weakening my position in any way. I mean, a move like that can't be too bad. It plays d5 to e4. Like so. And should we just go ahead and capture the pawn? Then we will be up a pawn. I don't see how that would be a problem. We just have to capture with the knight. Because if we capture with the bishop, we may see knight takes knight. And then I'm not even sure that would be a problem because we can recharge with the other knight. But we would then have a pinned bishop that could be subject to attack by them maybe pushing their f-pawn. I don't know. Or is the other way around? Let's say bishop takes c4. Knight takes knight. Knight takes knight. Pawn to f4, attacking the pinned piece. So maybe it's better to capture with the knight. Knight takes c4. I'm not sure there would be anything wrong with that. It does allow them to get a little bit back into the game, in a way. We could also play a move like pawn to c to f5, attacking the queen. The queen would be harassed again. I don't know if we are gaining too much by that. So let's say I play a more timid move like maybe bishop to d7, totally reasonable move. We would then probably see pawn to b3, and we will no longer have the option of capturing this pawn on c4. So I think I will try to capture it like this. And then if we see a move like after, so we played knight takes c4, and if we see a move like pawn to e3, unveiling an attack from the bishop on the knight, we will probably play knight back or knight to b6, something like that. Yeah, it's cool playing on this super small computer, 4.2 megahertz. I don't think you can even buy a device with 4.2 megahertz in this day and age. I mean, your fridge is probably running at least 300 megahertz if it has any sort of chip inside. Okay, it plays c1 to c5, c1 to g5. Attacking the queen. Okay. Is that a problem? Can we just play knight, bishop d7? I think bishop d7 is completely adequate. Bishop to d7. I have to not make a tactical oversight here. g5 to c1. Oh wow. It's because it wants to protect b2, so it says, okay, that was not a good move. It goes all the way back to protect b2 because I have the knight threatening b2. So the only thing the machine really accomplished with bishop to g5 was to help me develop my bishop to where it wanted to go anyway. So it gave me a free move. Now I can castle, no problem. This is where you can see sort of the limitations of these chess computers. A human player, if they were considering playing bishop to g5, would kind of automatically, if they had played just a couple of games of chess, think, okay, what is the most likely reply my opponent can have? And a move like pawn to f6 immediately attacking the bishop, or indeed bishop to d7, would have to be on the top of every intuitive list you would make. So, but because the machine doesn't have intuition, it doesn't think like that. It just thinks X amount of moves ahead, given the allowed time and its parameters, and then it chooses a move based on the minimax algorithm. So it chooses a move that has the highest where it minimizes the risk, so where it has the least, where it has seen the least effective replies from the opposing side, with the maximum potential good stuff that could happen. So I'm explaining this pretty terribly, but the minimax algorithm is you minimize risk, you maximize reward, and you play that move. And even though you can see intuitively, like with it, that can't be the best move in the position. Just giving me a free move that, you know, a human would discard that move very, very quickly. Okay, let's see. I play castles. Okay, I'll have to h8 to like so. So if we take stock of the position here, my opponent has the computer here, Kasparov. I'm playing Kasparov. No, the Kasparov Avalon Saitek 4.2 megahertz computer has developed 2 knights and a queen, and has lost 2 pawns. Where the black side, us, Team ASMR Chess, and thanks to all of you guys who are on Team ASMR Chess, I really appreciate it. We have developed 2 knights, 2 bishops, and we have castled. We even have a little bit of control over the center in terms of pawns with this pawn on d6, and we have lost only 1 pawn. So we are up material, we have more pieces, we have better development, and we don't have any tactical weaknesses, save king and save queen, where this queen is of course a liability. Okay, b2 to b3. This move, let's see, press down, and here it frees up the bishop, doesn't have to protect b2 anymore, and it attacks the knight. But the knight has a very intuitive square it can go to. We can just go to the center square here, knight to e5, knight to e5. I'm not sure why that is not being registered, or maybe it was, and we are actually on the computer's clock. Let's just take a look to see if it will make a move here in some seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. No, so we are on my time. So we go from, oh, it did make a move. Okay, so it plays c1 to e3. So it goes the bishop to e3. It's a pretty horrible move, I would say. Can we... So this move is not so good because it blocks in the pawn on e2, and in general this bishop has been moving on the wrong diagonal, I guess. First it went to g5, then it went back to c1, and now it went to e3. I think a plan of putting it on b2, looking at castled king position here, would be much better. And I think we shall just try to press our advantage, playing pawn on f7 to f5, further harassing this queen. trying to activate this rook here. It plays e4 to a4. Like so, to get out of the way. And now we can perhaps try to get even more aggressive. I would love to play a move like pawn to f5. Unfortunately, we would just see bishop takes, rook takes, and then queen takes. Then I'm thinking we could play a move like knight takes knight. Probably pawn on g2 takes knight. That could be interesting. We could also try to play like gambit up this pawn on b7, play b7 to b5. That would be an unprotected pawn, but if it was captured by either the queen or the knight, our opponent would fall further back in development. If it's captured by the queen, we can play pawn to f4. If it's captured by the knight, is there a way to exploit that? Maybe not. We also have moves like bishop to f6, looking at this rook and this knight. Could be an interesting idea. We have actually a lot of cool ideas going on. I think bishop to f6 can't be too bad of a move. We are looking here on the long diagonal. We are controlling the center quite nicely. We are basically having a good time. Yeah. So, what will our esteemed computer opponent do here? Not too sure, not too sure, not too sure. I haven't been very impressed so far. a4 to b5, so the computer goes pawn hunting, looking at the pawn on b7, and if you watch my videos, you'll know that I'm very big on chess principles. Why is that? That is because if you, like most people, don't have that much time to devote to practicing your chess, you can get a long way just knowing principles. Simple principles like don't move the same piece twice or 3 times if you don't have a really good reason, particularly in the opening stage of the game. Another principle, don't develop your queen too early. Another principle, if you are behind in development, don't go pawn hunting. Don't try to, spend a lot of moves just to get one single pawn, because the problem is that I have like a gang of 15 guys here, if you count the king as well. And I'm ready to attack these 15 guys, but these 15 guys, most of them are still lying in their beds and asleep, and I mean, I can just overwhelm my opponent here. I actually have a forced sequence where I win 1 billion pieces because I can play knight takes knight. And it plays on c4 to what? Okay. So that's check. Knight takes f3 check. Only sensible move would be e2 takes f3. So, and now of course I have bishop on f6 takes knight on c3. That is check. And I'm going to win the rook as well. It plays e1, that's the king to d1. And I will play bishop on c takes rook on a1. And I am just absolutely destroying the Kasparov chess computer here. I hope it's still relaxing, even though the game is sort of brutal. So I have no idea what the machine can really come up with to try to survive here. It's seeing how it has been playing so far, I'm guessing it will play queen takes b7. That's where I could even maybe just sacrifice the pawn. It plays b5 to b7, and this is attacking the knight. I can acknowledge that, but I don't think that's too big of a problem. I could even try to play something like knight a5, attacking the queen and attacking the b3 pawn with a possible knight takes b3, a takes b3, bishop takes b3 check. So I think I will try that, trying to finish the game in style. So what will the machine play here? I think if of course this machine here is excellent if you are a beginner, or if you are traveling, like you're going on the Interrail in Europe, or you have traveling for a long time and you don't mind giving the computer a long time to think about for its moves. So it's like you make a move, you read your book, 15 minutes later you get a reply, you think about it, you make your reply, and so on. But as a machine to just sit down and play without having anything else to do, if you are an experienced chess player, the machine is probably not strong enough. So b7 to b4. Okay, so it's attacking the knight while still defending b3. But I'm thinking we can play a move like pawn from c7 to c5, attacking the queen with the pawn, defending the knight with the queen, taking even more space, and hopefully being able to get in with this knight takes b3 idea at some point. So we have captured a bunch of pieces, we are up a bunch of material, but we are up even more material than it looks like, because this rook could almost not be on the board. It's not doing anything. The h1 rook is not doing anything at all for white here. Okay, so we see b4 to a4. So insisting a little bit on defending b3, but we can now amp up the pressure by playing rook on h8, rook on h8, a8 I mean, we play rook on a8 to b8. So now if we play knight takes b3, let's see, we see f1, we see f1 to d3, which I think is a huge mistake, because now we can play knight on a5 takes b3. That can't be captured by the a2 pawn, because we will then play bishop takes b3, check, winning the queen. So now it's mostly a, we mostly have to finish up without making any huge mistakes. I guess probably the best move for the machine is to castle here, however crazy that sounds. Of course it's not legal to castle because the king has moved, but it would be amazing for the machine to castle here, but it can't. So we see a2 takes b3. Wow, that is going to be a problem, because we will now play bishop on e6 takes b3. That is check, and we are also attacking the queen. So I guess we will see queen takes d1 to e2. I think the best move here though would be queen takes bishop, rook takes queen, then bishop to c4, check, and we would then probably see, we would play d6 to d5, and then bishop takes rook. Instead the machine plays d1 to e2, we play bishop takes queen, so b3 takes a4, and now we just have to checkmate. We are so far ahead on material that we would have to make a long series of horrible blunders to even draw this game. We see d3 to c4. So this is interesting. Why didn't it play this before? d3 to c4. That's check, but I was thinking we could play d6 to d5, seeing how this pawn is defended by the queen. Now, how will we finish this game? How will we finish this game? We need we need the rook to come in with a checkmate. If we can get the queen on a dark square, that would be really good, because we could then come in with a queen on the dark squares to throw a check. Okay, so we see h1 to a1, so we see rook takes our bishop on a1, and we can say that's okay. We will then play d5 takes c4, and the position is hopeless, but how can we finish this up in an elegant way? We see a1 to a4, so it's getting back a little bit of material, capturing our bishop there, but we are now ready to come in with rook on b8 to a2, and that, my friend, is check. So if I think we're very close to checkmate, e2 to e1. So isn't this almost checkmate if we play rook a1 check, king e2, queen d1 checkmate? Am I missing something there? I don't think so. Let's check it out. Check. e3 to c1. Okay, so I think we have a couple of ways to win this in 2 moves. Maybe the most fun is actually rook on f, just to allow everybody to be part of the fun here. Rook on f8 to e8, check. It plays e1 to f1, and now we can either play rook takes c1 checkmate, but we haven't yet used our queen, so I think it's only fair to play queen d1 checkmate, so that every single piece has played a role in the game. So we play queen on d1, queen on d8 to d1, and that is checkmate. It's saying something, end. It's saying end. I don't know if you can see it there. And that is the end of the game. Hello, and welcome to a Chessman Chess. Today I have something amazing, absolutely amazing. Will you look at this? This is the Chess Challenger from Fidelity Electronics. This is a chess computer, but it is not just any chess computer. Oh no. This is the first ever commercially available chess computer. This thing was designed by Fidelity Electronics in 1977. 6. The first edition was called the CC1. It was very flawed. For instance, they had done the notation the wrong way. So instead of the ranks being labeled 1 through 8, it was the files that was labeled 1 through 8. And the machine didn't play very well. And that was the result of Fidelity Electronics rushing it to market to be the first ones to have a real chess computer. This one is the CC7. This was released in 1979. So this piece of plastic and circuit board and pieces, this is 43 years old. How amazing is that? And it works. So let me just plug it in. And just like that, we are simply ready to play some chess. And I'm going to play this thing, and then I hope that you will sit back or lie down, relax, just drift off into the 64 squares of the black and white beautiful world that is chess. And you can feel free to either follow along on the game or just listen to my voice and all the small sounds here, and just drift off to sleep or whatever you want. And now for the game. I will press this CB button and it will tell me the move it wants to make. So it wants to go from D2 to D4. So that is that move. And I think the machine has excellent taste in openings. I also play the queen's pawn with white. Now how to respond? Should we try the Budapest gambit? I will key in the move knight from G8 to F6. So I will say A, B, C, D, E, F, G, 8 to F6. And then I will enter the move. And we hope that the machine will play pawn from C2 to C4. But it has not. Instead, it played G7 to F3. So that is this move right here. Okay. So the reason I played knight to F6 is because I have a whole plan against a different move than this particular knight move. Had the machine instead played pawn to C4, I would have played E5, and I would have had a cool plan that I even did a video on called the Budapest Gambit. Alas, the machine did not fall into this and instead played knight to F3. And I think we should take a moment to appreciate how well they actually made this chess board all the way back in '79. The pieces are magnetic, they are not falling off. So you can see the little magnet there. And they are made of wood. And they are quite beautiful. Look at that. It's not the same as the other cheaper looking plastic set. That was I played in the other video. Now, how will we respond here? We could just play symmetrical with pawn to d5. We could play pawn to c5, try to challenge the center. Not knowing the strength of the machine, I think we should play a little bit carefully and just start with a simple move like pawn from d7 to d5. So I will key that in. d7 to d5, and enter that move, and the machine will think. So that is the other knight, like so. Right. How will we respond? I think we should be a little bit aggressive now. So I'm going to play c7 to c5, like so, and let me just key that in. Okay, so now it wants to play from d4 to c5, so it's capturing, like so, the pawn that I have offered up to it in what we in chess call a gambit. It comes from Italian, like many other chess words, because of the Italian chess history. You can watch my video on Greco, who some 400 years ago was making big waves in the chess world, and he was from Italy. We also have a word like fianchetto, that is also an Italian chess word. And the gambit means to something like put your leg forward as to trip someone. So we offer up this pawn, and then we hope that we can regain it with some advantage, gain some tempo in developing our pieces. I think first of all we will play knight to c6, and let me just key that in here. Alright, so what does the machine want? It wants to play c1 to f4. So for now, the machine seems to be playing excellently. It has a pawn, so it's up one pawn, even though I think we can maybe get that pawn back at some point. But it has also developed 3 pieces, and it is attacking e5, where I had very much hoped to put my pawn. And now I cannot, because it is attacked twice by the bishop and the knight, and only defended once by my knight. So first of all, I'm going to put out my bishop as well, so as to have it outside the pawn chain, because the next move I want to play is pawn to e6 to open up an attack here on the pawn and to solidify my center and concede that I will not be able to play pawn to e5 just yet. So I will play bishop from c1 to f5, from c8 to f5. So now it plays e2 to e3, just a simple move here, allowing me to maybe get my hands on this pawn here, and we are in a very sort of typical chess game. We are fighting for the center of the board and we want to develop our pieces. So yeah, quite a classical chess game and a very impressive performance so far from the chess challenger CC7. So let's see, how about I play the move that I was planning, pawn from e7 to e6. Let's go and put that in the machine and see how it responds. And enter. So it plays c3 to a4. So that is kind of interesting. So it plays the knight here to this square here. Now the knight, hello, I'm looking out for you, is what it's saying to the pawn here, because it wants to protect that pawn. And I was hoping that we could maybe exploit a move like that. I think this looks like a potentially weak move. I am considering this check here, which I think pretty much forces the machine to play c3 in order to defend the knight with the queen, because otherwise I could come and capture it. And then I was hoping I could come and capture this pawn, but I am afraid I can, let's say I do that, I'm afraid I can get forked with this move here, attacking two of my pieces, and if I capture, it is already defended. But maybe we can calculate a little further. Maybe I can still capture that. And when they capture us, when the machine captures us, we can capture either with our knight or our queen. If we capture with our queen, that's the most forcing. That would be check. Now, if the queen blocks the check, we pick up the knight and we have a good game. If the king moves, then we should be doing quite alright, because we have sort of 1-2 pawns, so we are down a piece for 2 pawns, but the king position is precarious here. It can't castle, it can't get away from the attack. And if they block with the knight back like this, do we have some amazing move there? Maybe not. Maybe knight back there is just winning, and so maybe we will reverse this whole line. So this is the position with the bishop right here. No, I'm sorry. This is the position. So we are looking for a way to capture this pawn. And that may not, such a way may not exist. Let's look at this line again. I can check with the queen. I think c3 is forced. And do we have anything that's really good there? Let's try the forced line again. I capture here. They play the fork. I think I should capture with the bishop so as not to fall to the knight. They capture. If I capture with the queen, I think we saw that. We saw that the machine will have a nice position. How about capturing with the knight, like so? Now we are threatening discovered checks, so that as soon as we move the knight, the queen will have an attack on the king. So let's say that the defensive move from before, they play the same move. Okay. But now we have some very nice options. For instance, we have this check. It's protected by the bishop. And when the king moves, we can capture this knight. So I don't think that this way of blocking the check really works. I think this is a good position, because this knight it's possible for this knight to go here with that check covered by the bishop. So I think I will actually go ahead. I will go ahead and in this position I will throw this check, hoping for a strong attack. I think my calculations were quite okay, and I think we can maybe get some advantage. Maybe I am correct that knight to a4 is not good, or maybe this chess computer from more than 4 decades ago will teach me a lesson about chess. So I will play queen from d8 to a5. So it plays c2 to c3, as we discussed. It's now protecting the knight with the queen while blocking the check, but we can go ahead and capture this pawn. At least we believe we can. And that is what we will do, and then we expect to see pawn to b4. So that would be f8 to c5. Right, so what does it play? It says b2 to b4. I think I said b2 to b5 before. I don't mean that. I'm looking at this. I'm trying to read these things upside down, and I get a little confused all the time. And I think we will now proceed with our plan to capture this b4 pawn. We will capture b4 before it can capture us. And then when they capture our bishop, we will recapture with the knight, and we think we have a good position. So we will say c5 to b4. Okay, so it does capture, like so. C takes b4. I have now sacrificed a bishop, so let's see if I will get punished or if it will work out for me when I play this move, capture the pawn with my knight. So that would be c6 to b4. So it plays f1 to f2. No, e1 to e2. Wow, so it does play this move here. Wow, but I think we must be winning now. So what we have just seen is probably a result of something called the horizon effect. So the way a chess computer works, a traditional chess computer, is that it will look ahead some moves, and then it will calculate, it will turn the whole position into a bit of an equation, saying, okay, I have this many pieces, my opponent has that many pieces, and then it will give itself points for maybe having a safe king or controlling the center or what have you. And then it will evaluate all the moves and choose the best one, the one that gives the best results with the least amount of risk. Chess, however, is an extremely complicated game, as you no doubt know yourself if you have played even just a little bit. So what does that mean? It means that the search for moves, how many moves it looks ahead, has to stop at some point. Actually, it has to stop pretty early. Even for modern chess computers, doing a wide search of all the different options is it's not really possible. And for hardware from 1979, it's not possible at all. So the horizon effect is that the computer will calculate up until a certain horizon. It cannot see, however, beyond the horizon because it reaches a limit. Where we as humans, we work differently. We try to, if you saw how I tried to calculate what we did earlier, so I had some ideas about what I wanted to do. I had intent. I had some intuition based on my knowledge of chess. I'm not saying that what I did was correct, but that was the procedure I used. And then I tried to make the idea work. I found out, okay, that doesn't work. Then I reversed a little bit, and then I tried a different way to make the idea work, and then I looked further and further ahead in the lines that I thought was critical. So I wasn't calculating pawn to h6 pawn to h5, rook to g8. There was a lot of moves I was not calculating, saving a lot of brain energy, where the computer is not able to really do the same. It has to look at a lot of different moves that are not relevant to the position at all. And one of the things that has really happened in computer chess since then is that what we call iterative deepening, that process of exploring interesting branches of the game tree, of the calculations further, and getting deeper with each iteration, has really come a long way, to the point where they now play at superhuman strength, the computers. However, I think we have a very good position now against the chess challenger, because we can play this bishop check. And I think we may win the game in short order. It's backed up by the knight. So queen takes, knight takes. So we play cf5 to d3 check. F Alright, so now I play e2 . What? It says e2 to d3, but that is not a legal move, because I have the knight here. What? Am I reading this correctly? e2 to d3. What is even supposed to be on e2? The king is on e2. e2 to d3. Did I key it in the wrong way? I think here that either I made a mistake in keying in the moves somewhere, or there was a bug in the program. So let's call it a draw and have another game where I will be very careful to key in the moves correctly. Let's just look at how this game would end if the machine doesn't give up the queen. If it gives up the queen, I shall be very happy to capture that queen with the knight and then capture the other knight, and I will have so many pieces. I will be winning easily. If the king goes here, then this is checkmate, check from the knight and the queen, so you cannot even capture the knight. So that only leaves this move, where I'm not sure what the best move is, except that it's probably just this check. So still, if you go back here, it's going to be checkmate. So now machine would have to go there. Check here. Then you go there. And what is the finishing blow? Probably it's just this check. You are going to have to capture that with the queen. That is the only way out, because all of these moves will lose instantly. So we capture with the queen, capture with the bishop, Now machine has to find a way to save this knight. That's a very huge advantage for me. Okay, let's set up the board again and try to figure this out. See if we can play a full game of chess against the chess challenger. Alright, let's reset like so. Let's say the computer is black, no, is white. And it plays d2 to d4 again. We will not try to get into the Budapest gambit. Let's try the England gambit instead, which is a dirty chess trick that is not very good, but it's pawn to e5. Do I dare play this against the machine? No, it's too risky. The machine was playing alright in the last game, and this gambit is probably better suited against humans. So let's just play pawn to d5. And it plays c5. Let's try and unbalance the position at once. It plays c4, so the queen's gambit. Let's try to hit it with an opening that I don't really know anything about, but that, other than it's fun, with the Albin counter gambit, e5. It's thinking d1 to a4, check. That can't be a good move. I mean, I could stop the check like that, but I think also this move could be good. Because if takes, then takes. If threatens, then takes. So I think just this knight move could be good. Alternatively, we could try and threaten the queen with bishop to d7, but I don't like that as much. So knight to c6 it is. d4 takes e5. Alright. And here, basically, one of the only things I know about the Albin counter gambit is that there's a theme in this position of playing pawn to d4 here. Usually they haven't played queen a4, so I don't know how it changes the position, but let's go with pawn to d4. So that would be d5 to d4. So b1, g1 to f3 puts out the knight. Makes a lot of sense. So how do we want to proceed. How about developing the bishop here to f5? That could be a potentially good move. We could also look at putting this bishop here, bishop to c5. Could be interesting. And I like that move. Not sure why exactly, but I feel I'll go with my intuition here and play bishop to c5. So it plays c1 to g5. Okay, wow. So that is threatening the queen. I do see that. But I must admit that seems like a very strange move. Because I think I can get a lot of development going here. If I play just f6, then if they capture with the pawn, I can recapture with my knight, have a lot of development going. If they capture that with the bishop, I capture with the queen. So I think f6 here is excellent. And I will play pawn from f7 to f6. Okay. So g5 back to d2. So it goes all the way back. So it was able to look far ahead and see that if it captures these, did all these captures, then it would be worse for it because I would have the development. The problem now for the machine, of course, is that I can play f6 takes e5 and regain my pawn with what I believe is just a dominating position, except I am afraid of knight takes because of course I cannot recapture with my knight because it's pinned to the king by the queen. So, and I was hoping here that I would have some way to easily threaten the knight and have it move, but it can maybe just exchange itself off from my knight. So maybe that whole plan wasn't as good as I thought it was. But how about playing bishop to d7? How about that? Because I'm still not afraid of the machine taking here. And with the bishop on d7, this knight is freed up. And we can have all sorts of discovered attacks against the queen. Alright, let's go for that. That looks very promising. So c8 to d7. Okay, let's see. d2 to f4. So here we see that we are not playing against a real intelligence, but an artificial intelligence, the silicon inside this little thing here. Because if the machine wanted the bishop on f4, then why go to d2 first? Why not just put it on f4 right away? Another thing about that move is I think we can actually still take the pawn. Because if they recapture our knight, we will capture their queen. So I guess maybe I can even just take with the knight directly. That could be kind of interesting. But queen moves, do I have? Probably not going to be able to capture there. I think I like just capturing with the pawn to have this nice pawn center that can roll forward. So let's play f6 takes e5. f6 takes e5. Enter. Now what? e4, f4 to e5. Okay, so it does take. So that's quite interesting. Maybe we are getting the horizon effect again. This shouldn't be too much of a problem for us. We will recapture with the knight. That cannot be recaptured, although it is not defended, because we will then capture the queen. So we play c6 to e5. And the machine wants to move the queen to b3. We won an entire bishop there for just a pawn. So we won 2/3 of a bishop, you could say. And I think one way to go about this position could be to just exchange this knight off. That could be one way to do it. I don't think I want to do that, because maybe it will recapture with the queen, and maybe I just want to play queen to e7, defending the knight. I think I'm completely okay with the computer capturing this b7 pawn. I think it's a waste of time for the machine. I think I may even have some strong attack there. Yeah, so we will play queen to d7, e7. So it plays f3 to e5. Okay, it does capture. So we will recapture. With what I think should be quite a good attack coming up here. So it's e7 takes e5. Yes. b3 to b7. Now we are ahead on material. We could end up losing this rook here on a8 if we don't move it. But maybe that's even fine. But maybe we should just move it, because our position is so good that there's no need for any risk, and we just play rook to d8. Now the rook is on this nice diagonal towards file, I mean, towards the king. So rook on a8 to d8. a8 to d8. And now we see b7 to d5. Okay. I think we probably have a forced win here. So the computer, what's wrong with this position for the computer? Of course it's down material because we have the extra bishop, but it's also like all these guys are not doing anything. Where we have a very active pawn, very active queen, 2 active bishops. I think this check is going to be devastating. So c5 to b4. And it plays b1 to d2, like so. So I just want to get the computer on a light square, you see, because if I get the computer on a light square, I can probably have some discovered check where I can then capture the queen with the rook, you see. How about trying to lure the king out by capturing here? Check, takes, then maybe check, king back. No, it's not so effective. How about a move like queen here, threatening checkmate immediately? If we see something like this, we can just capture that. We're going to be winning. So exactly how will the computer defend against queen to f4? It will have to play something like rook here, which we can then attack with this bishop, get the discovered attack. Then there will be a check here, though. We can block that with the knight. It's going to be quite okay. So we are looking at queen to f4. Yeah, I think queen f4 is good. So queen from e5 to f4. e5 to f4. Yeah, so the computer plays a1 to d1 as discussed. I think we can go ahead and play this bishop out, get our discovered attack. We will probably face this check, but we can block that. So we will play bishop from d7 to a4. d7 to a4. So we see d5 to e6, the check, as we had sort of anticipated. I think a good way to block this check will just be knight to e7. So we retain the right to castle should we ever need it. I mean, could also move the king. There are no more checks. here. But there's also no more checks after knight e7. So I just think g8 to e7. g8, e7, g8 to e7. And now what will the machine do? It plays b2 to b3. So that makes a lot of sense. So how do we proceed here? How do we proceed? So our bishop is of course under attack, but something like just rook here could be quite good. A benefit of having the knight here is now there's no check on c8 because the knight covers that square. And I think we're quite close to checkmating the queen. Queen would have to go all the way back here. I don't know if we had something more forcing than that. No, I think just this rook move. d8 to d6. Should be pretty good. We expect queen here. Yes, that is what we see. How close are we to checkmating the queen? Rook here is very close, but it has that square. So that's, we're not doing that maybe. We could also go like bishop here with the same idea of checkmating the queen, also getting out of the attack. If the queen goes here, we have this. So I think just a4 to d7 is good. a4 to d7. So now it goes to g3, offering up an exchange for the queen. I had hoped to find a faster way to end the game than just trade queens and play an end game, I must say. So maybe something like queen h6 here. So f4 to h6, so we don't trade the queens but keep on the pressure. You can then castle soon. I think f4 to h6 it is. And then it plays e2 to e4. Wow. Does it know about en passant? That is the $1,000,000 question. Does it know that I can capture it like that? If you don't know, that's a real rule. It's called en passant. And when the machine, or when your opponent makes this sort of double jump over a square that's attacked by one of your pawns, you can capture it en passant, like so. which I'm pretty sure is what I want to do in this position. Yeah, but I don't know if it has that rule actually. D4 takes E3. It did know about en passant. That's cool. It now plays E2 to... It does what? No, it plays F2 to E3. So it just captures. Like so. And that is fair enough. But I think... we should be quite close to concluding this game. This king cannot survive. Now we castle and let's just look at the quality of our pieces. This bishop is excellent. It is pinning this knight to the king, so this knight cannot move. This rook is excellent. It's defended by a pawn. It is attacking this knight that can't move, so it's applying a lot of pressure, also slicing through the middle, the center of the board. Good center control. The queen is excellent, looking at the E3 pawn, which if this queen moves we can come in and capture. After castles the king will be safe and snug as a buck in a rock here in his castle, and this other rook will attack down this line, and all the pieces are just looking at this king. Even this bishop has some relevant places it can go, for instance here to attack this rook if we get this queen to move. So I think castling here is good. I think we just input the king move into the machine, but I'm not sure. Technically castling is a king move, so I think we put in king g8, so e8 to g8. To g8, e8 to g8, and then we assume that the computer knows that I also put the rook on f8. Let's see. So it plays g3 to f5. Oh, g3 to e5. That is a legal move, like so. Okay. So I guess we must kind of have a way to just close out the game. I mean, maybe just rook here to just gang up on the e3 pawn. I don't see any way out of that for the machine. Maybe rook f5, but it doesn't add so many new threats, so I think just rook e6. So we say d6 to e6. d6 to e6, attacking the queen. So e5 to c7. What? Am I reading that correctly? e5. Oh, right. I'm just, yeah, c7 here. Right. I'm a little tired. Okay. I think we have checkmate in 2 moves now. Queen on h6 takes e3 as the first move. So that would be h6 to e3. e3. h6 to e3. And there is only one move, that is f1 to f2. With the bishop, we are going, of course, to capture that. And that is checkmate. Thank you for the game. Let's input it and see if it works. E3 to E2. And as you can see, it blinks in I lose. So the chess challenger has been beaten. We did it, guys. We defeated the chess challenger. This is the PortaChess, the advanced PortaChess from 1982. So quite an old machine. It's a chess computer. And I will try to beat it. And I will see if I can do so before you up there fall asleep. In this video, I will be focusing even more on the ASMR aspect, the relaxing aspect of this channel than I usually do. A bit finicky these pieces here. Which is also why one of the features of this chessboard will have to be turned off as the first thing after we power it on. Don't be alarmed, but it will make a sound now when I turn it on. So I don't really think that's too conducive to ASMR. And let's play the computer at level not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4. Since I have found that is about the sweet spot for this little machine, because it doesn't play very well, and if I put it at a higher level than 4, it also doesn't play very well. But it takes a long time to play poor moves. So I will play it at level 4. I will have the white pieces. I will play pawn to e4, which is not my usual opening. So it's a little bit of a handicap for me. The machine plays the Sicilian defense. And I have the handicap here also, of course, that I want to sacrifice a piece as quickly as possible. So I do really think that this bishop being sacrificed on f7 is the quickest way to sacrifice a piece. So I will play the bishop to c4, and we see the machine is thinking, and it is different squares, kind of indicating what it is thinking about, which I think is a very cool feature. And while it thinks, let me have a sip of my damn good coffee. And yeah, you can see the machine is really spending quite a bit of time to come up with a move here. And if I put it at higher levels, it just goes absolutely nuts. You can spend like half an hour on a single move, and it's not even a better move. Yeah. So, what do you think that the machine will play here? I think a good move in this position would be just knight coming to c6. You could play pawn to g7. You could play pawn to d6. You could play pawn to e6. You could play a6. One of the basics of the night off Sicilian. A great opening by the great player Kasparov. And also a favorite opening by chess legend and later chess imperator by chess legend Bobby Fischer. They both liked the night off, and we see a move is actually playing knight coming to f6 with an attack on our pawn, which I think is a pretty poor move, because I think in a real game I would probably just advance this pawn, attack this knight, and gain time. But I have promised myself, and I've promised you, that I will sacrifice a piece. Yep, that's what I want to do as quickly as possible. So, bishop takes on f7. Check to His Majesty. And now, how long will it figure out that there is exactly one legal move? Look at this. The computer is thinking and thinking, doing a lot of calculations, and there is a single legal move in this position. Just one. And lo and behold, it plays the legal move. Okay, so that's at least something. Okay, so now we sacrificed a piece. Let's see if we can get to that king. So we advance this pawn, threatening the knight. This is beneficial for a couple of reasons. First and foremost, we want to attack the knight, since it is currently helping protect the king. Also, we may be able to play knight, rather pawn, coming to e6 one square forward, where, yes, it can be captured, but it would cramp black's development quite a bit. And I have a little question for you. Do you like this, where I sort of focus a bit more on the Chessman aspect of the use my voice a bit more, have more inflections, sometimes go a bit deeper, deep voice, and sometimes maybe whisper a little bit. Isn't that cool? I think it's super relaxing for myself. It's like cozy, calms me down. Yeah, so let me know if you like this. Do you like it? Machine is still thinking. I mean, it probably has to move the knight, right? It probably has to move the knight. So what can we say about this little position? What can we say about it? We can say that white is down a piece, and that black's position is a little precarious, wouldn't you say? Because the king here, the king, is not super safe. And of course we do not have a lot of development. We've played 4 moves and we actually only have 1 pawn in the game. But now the computer comes up with a move. It wants to move the knight. And where does the knight want to go? It seems that the knight would like to come to D5. Okay, I see you, knight. But I think that we can use this to win some time by attacking the knight. And also I'm thinking, do you like when you speak fast when we're doing ASMR? Or do you like it when we speak slow? Or do you like the changes when we go from speaking slow to speaking really fast? Well, I'm just exploring the ASMR a little bit, having a little fun with it. I hope that you think it's okay. Allow me the freedom, the liberty to explore the medium a little bit. Okay. And while we wait, I have a little recommendation for you. That if you're like me, you may like to do a little bit of world building while you're trying to drift off to sleep. So I often do this where I have a little magical fantasy world where I create characters, I create magic system, create systems of government, I create infrastructure just in my head. And I found a channel called Fluence ASMR. It's this girl. She has a very nice voice, very nice production, and she has a series of world building ASMR, and that's just brilliant for me personally. And if you're like me, maybe you should check that out, because what she will do, Fluence, is that she will ask questions, many questions, always in angel numbers like 88, 111, 222, about the plot of your story or the characters. So there's like a video with just 222 questions for a character, and it's just perfect to drift off to sleep to. Really it is. For me, at least, Fluence, Flountz, or Z, ASMR. Yeah. And I have a different little recommendation, but probably already know, Springbok ASMR, because you are a cultured audience. A cultured audience. Because all of you people are so awesome. You are so awesome. Do you know that you are so awesome? Yeah, Springbok ASMR, and maybe, just maybe, there may be a little bit of a surprise coming in 2025. Just maybe. Okay, so we see the knight moving. That makes sense, and it is going to b6. All right. So we would like to attack the king. So would we like to play pawn to d4, give up another pawn, just have a even quicker development? I think what we actually really want to do is to play the knight out. Knight coming to f3. Just looking a little bit at our center and getting ready to castle. Because castling is going to be pretty important in this game, I think. Not because that I'm concerned with the safety of my king. No, I think my king will be quite safe in this game. No, it's more about the rook. This rook, I would like this rook on the f file, looking at the king. And I can achieve that with a little bonus by castling. Oh, the machine played a move really quickly now. So it, what is it going to do? Is it going to play the knight somewhere again? It's going to capture our pawn. That is pretty greedy, isn't it? I mean, I didn't even consider that move because at this point the machine is getting very far behind in what we would call development, and I hope that it has a plan. I'm going to kick the knight away, kicking the knight away with this pawn move, and maybe there will happen something with a check here from the queen, but I don't think that's really a problem. And yes, I have given up a pawn and a bishop and stuff. Alright, okay, I have, but I mean, I have a lot of time now. 2 pawns doing stuff. Knight here, looking at the center. I'm ready to castle. The bishop can come out. Queen may be able to get out quite soon. So I think I'm optimistic about my chances. Is it too much? Is it too much? Or is it just nice for you? I hope it's nice for you. I hope you're having a good time. I hope you're relaxing, enjoying the chess. I hope you had a great day. I hope you will have a great day if your day hasn't started yet. I hope that you will sleep very well. I hope that everything will go very well in your life. Damn good coffee. And we have a move. What is the move? It is moving the knight. Alright. Where's the knight going though? It's going back to g6. Okay. So I think we castle. So I will take the king, and I will put the king here, and the rook here. And I hope that works. And I'm going to test that as soon as possible, because I did have a game before I started with this video. Or actually part of the same video, but I had to cut it out, and it hadn't registered my king castling for some reason. It seems to be thinking a lot about these two ranks here and the pawns and stuff over here. So I really like this feature where it kind of tries to show you the squares that it's considering. I think that's a great idea. And if you don't know how it works with this coordinate system and how I know what move the machine is playing, it's very simple. We have LEDs here, we have LEDs here, and in a moment it's going to light up an LED here and an LED here, and that marks the coordinate from the piece it wants to move. And when I press that down, what will happen? It will show a new coordinate in the same way, which is the destination square of the piece. And what's going on with the lights flickering here is that the machine is calculating, moving different pieces to different squares, seeing what possible replies there could be from the opponent, and it's kind of showing me what it's thinking about. Obviously, I can't, figure out its plan or anything from this. It goes on much too fast, but I think it's a cool feature to get a little bit of insight. And we have a move. So we have a knight move with the knight coming to c6, which I think is a great move in this position. A great move. Because it's kind of helping out defend this. I may still push this pawn. Let's see. I push the pawn, takes. I still have the square under control. So I will push this pawn, or will I even push this pawn? If king takes, I mean, I'm probably winning almost on the spot. And if pawn takes, I mean that will cut off the defense from the other pieces. It will be hard for them to come over to the king side to help out, and it is a bit of a sacrifice as well. And also it would make sense to have this rook here attacking here. So what I will do is I will advance this pawn with a check, and then I will try to get the rook in to see if my castling move worked. Did it work? Let's find out. And there's also, of course, a channel called Let's Find Out ASMR, which is also very cool. What kind of ASMR do you guys listen to? Do you remember to check out Secret Scholar to learn a little bit while relaxing? Secret Scholar, that's one of my favorites. How about Dido ASMR? Do you listen to Dido ASMR? Do you listen to Show Up and Glow ASMR? I'm just saying stuff that I like. What do you like? What do you like? And what will the computer like to play? It wants to capture with the pawn. Okay. So now it's our move again. Like here. Okay. And now I want to make this move. Rook coming here, and it works. Okay. So we had success castling. Probably this was not the best move. And maybe I will get owned completely for all this extremely provocative play I am doing in this game. But that just means that you will win the bet, because then you may be able to fall asleep before I beat the computer, if I can't even beat the computer. Do you think that will happen? Or do you think that the magic of ASMR and chess will make you sleep, 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 sleep before the game is finished? Okay, the machine is thinking, thinking, thinking. And I am chilling, chilling, chilling. And let me take a bit of a look at the position here. We have sacrificed a bishop, a pawn, and the position of the computer is not too bad, I think, but we do have a very good rook, very good knight, very good bishop, and very good queen, all able to attack this king quite ferociously, like Ferocious, or Gutierrez, as they call him. Do you know who that is? Do you know that? From Iran, who now plays for France, because Iran wouldn't let him play all the players that he wanted to play for political reasons, so they blocked him for political reasons. He didn't like that. I think that's the story. And as young as 18, he was number 2 in the world with a rating of more than 2,800. Alireza Firouzja. And he moved to France. He is like 21 now, 22 or something. Still one of the top players in the world, but he doesn't play chess that much. He's not so serious about chess. Because this guy, who is, as you can imagine, if you're number 2 in the world, with an, just imagine, insane rating, 2,800, at the age of 18, is probably like a bit of a genius, right? This chess genius went to France and was like, you know what I really want to do? Fashion. So he goes to some kind of fashion school now, and he always, like, when he's playing tournaments, he's always, has all this designer clothes on and stuff. Are you into fashion? I'm not into fashion at all. I don't really care about that stuff at all. But I appreciate people who look great. Not particularly if they're wearing like, oh, this brand is famous, because I don't even know the brands really. But you go down the street and there's somebody and they just look like $1,000,000. Like, their hair is cool. They have like, it's a little piece of art they made out of themselves. I wish I could do that. I just don't care enough about my appearance. I just can't keep myself motivated to get all like the different clothes and have like a cool wardrobe with all kinds of different stuff, that you could combine in different ways. I would love to, to be a spectacle walking down the street. I'm just enjoying the people who do have that talent and have the capacity and the motivation to look great. Okay, what's going on here? So we have a move. Interesting kind of move. So it looks like it wants to play the H pawn somewhere. Wow. I am super impressed by that move. That move makes it so that this knight can't come here with a check, which would be so nice for me, because if the knight could come here with a check without just being captured, the king would have to move, and I could then capture here, being defended by the rook, and everything would be so nice. So what a cool move. Now, is there something else I can do? Because if the knight went here, for instance, I think I'm just going to play that, the queen can now come out here with a check, and that should be pretty good as well. So let's play knight coming from f3 to h4. There's a bit more rambling going on in this video. Did I just talk about Alireza and fashion? This is ASMR chess, this is not ASMR fashion. I'm like the least qualified person in the entire world to talk about fashion. But okay. This is an experimental video. What can I say? What can I say? Do you know what I can say? Damn good coffee. So do you see my plan? Do you see my little devious plan? Do you? Do you? Can you figure it out? I mean, it's maybe not the most sophisticated plan in the entire world, but I think that I can get my queen to come here with a check, forcing the king to go here, then that should probably be pretty good. The knight could then maybe come here, and I think we would have a great game. So, what is the machine thinking about? A lot of moves here in this area, as you can see. So maybe it is thinking of a way to stop this. Stop this plan. Maybe it sees my plan. I think maybe really it does. And then probably we should get some more pieces involved in the attack, if that is the case. Is there some other ASMR creators that I can recommend? Study Queen ASMR. If you don't know, he's a great friend of mine, my chess teacher in fact, and I just helped her create her very own channel about chess, and I'm helping her do the videos as well, until she, gets comfortable doing all the stuff herself. There's actually quite a bit of, stuff you have to do when you have to do a video like this. So I'm helping her out, and she's made like 4 videos already. Study Queen ASMR, and she's great. I think she's great. So you could check her out if you want to. And what will the machine want to play? I think it will be a long video because was actually thinking that the machine would play maybe, I seem to remember it would take like 10 seconds to make a move, but it may taking a long time to make moves. But it's playing though remarkably well. I think it's playing remarkably well. It does have a pawn. It backed a pawn. It backed a bishop. Of course, I was kind of cooperating with it a little bit, but this move here it saw my plan and it stopped my plan, and I was pretty amazed by that. So now if I get the check in, of course, I'll probably do something like that. But otherwise, I'll just develop this little knight here, I think. The little knight. And now I'm leaning back. Can you hear? I'm far away from the microphone. Far away from one of the microphones. This one. Also far away from that one. The right one. And the left one. These microphones, in order to continue the rambling part of this video, are for this particular video are all Sennheiser microphones. So this one that you hear right now is a Sennheiser MKH16. Very nice microphone that I use in my job as an audio engineer, or used to do when there was that kind of work. So yeah, there's no more work in the media business basically. But yeah, luckily I have this microphone, and I also have this microphone, which is a Sennheiser MKH50, so the short version. And you guessed it, probably from the audio profile here, the audio profile, that microphone over there is also a Sennheiser MKH50. In other videos, I use a Ship's CMIT 5U for my voice here, and these are all small diaphragm microphones, but sometimes I will use a large diaphragm microphone, like the Neumann TLM 49, which I also very much like. Now we have a move, and it seems to be a queen move. Okay, so the queen comes here, which protects against the queen coming here. So the machine is seeing my plans and reacting to them. I mentioned that I would like to develop this knight to c3, and I'm going to do just that, because by coming here, the queen made that move even better for me. Yep, because she's attacked. How is the sound when I'm so far away? Do you like that? Is that okay for you? I'm stretching my back. Is that okay for you? Or do you prefer it when I am very, very close? So close. Is that better? What's best? Or is it best if I do a lot of this sort of stereo stuff? Machine is thinking. It's thinking. But we are not thinking. And I hope you are not thinking at all. I hope you're just relaxing. Just letting go. You really deserve it. You really deserve it. Just let go. Just enjoy this. You clicked on this video. You're listening to this video. Because that's what you wanted to do. And this is all for you. All this space, all this video, all this work I put here is for you. Because you deserve it. You deserve to relax right now. And I hope you do. And I hope you do. Just let go. Thank you for being here. Yeah. Thank you to you specifically. I mean, you right now who are listening to the video. Yes, I mean you, literally you. Thank you. It's so nice to do something that people choose to engage with. I'm so happy that you are here not because I threw some advert at you, I manipulated you or anything, unless you count like clickbait thumbnails as, as manipulation. I hope you don't. Yeah, like not because you're forced to, because of your work or something. It feels so nice for me to do something that you just want to engage with and use out of your own volition. Thank you for that. And please do relax. Let go of the tension, please. You really do deserve it. Really do deserve to just drift off. And also thank you to, the group that you are part of, which is the wider audience of this video and these videos. Of course, thanks for the support, for watching and all of that, but most of all, thanks for being awesome. Thanks for making it so that when a new viewer for the first time clicks on an ASMR chess video, it could be this one. It could be that you are a first-time viewer. If you are, welcome. Thank you to the wide audience that makes it so when the first-time viewer clicks on the ASMR chess video and maybe goes to the comments to see what kind of people are also here, that all the comments are wholesome and nice and welcoming and supportive of me, supportive of each other. Like when somebody is like, writes, oh, I have an exam tomorrow, there's always, people writing, you can do it, you got this. And like I can see the Patreon Discord as well, when we hang out and talk, like everybody are nice and kind and wholesome, and that is the most important part of this whole journey on YouTube for me. And we have a move, let's go. So the move is a queen move. Okay, where will the queen go? She will go one square forward with an attack on the knight. Okay. I'll lean back in my chair. Lean back. And think. Brainificate. I must thinkify. I must be a calculator to figure out what the best move is here. What the best move is. Can I throw the jack? Can I do that? I think I can. And do you know what that would do? That would protect the knight as well. The knight is attacked by the queen. This knight attacked by this queen. So if I go queen coming to h5, we should have a check light up here. apparently it only lights up when it puts me in check. Okay. And there are 2 legal moves, as far as I can see. Move this pawn 1 square forward. I'm pretty sure that's going to be checkmate with just queen takes pawn. And the other is to move the king here. So what is the machine really thinking about? Like, you have one move that's checkmate, and you have another move that's not checkmate. So you have to play the other move. I think you have to play the other move. In this video, you may have noticed that there is a background noise that's not usually there. This, maybe you've noticed, maybe you haven't. It's my computer. It's because I am outputting some more videos for you right now, and I queued up a bunch of exports of videos I have edited, and I felt I couldn't just sit and wait for it to spit out all the videos. I was like, okay, I'll record this, and I'll live with a little bit of a fan noise for this. I'll try to mix it so that it goes away. Okay, we have a move, and the move is king. It's a king move, okay, and the king goes to this square. Okay. Now what do we want to do? We have a very interesting check here. Well, it's not check, but it's an interesting move that we could in principle come here. We could throw in this knight. Let's say the knight went here. I think that doesn't do too much right away. Maybe we can involve this bishop coming here with an attack on the queen. Queen goes probably back here or something. And we maybe capture the pawn or something. Doesn't look all that promising. So did our attack run out of gas? Did we run out of gas now? Let's thinkify. Let's brainificate. Let's consider what we would like to do. Not necessarily super easy, actually, because we don't have that much development going on. But you know, a different kind of move that we could consider would be this little knight coming here with an attack on the queen. And now we are threatening to also come here. And I think I like that, which would attack the rook. And maybe we are giving up this pawn, and I don't care. It's okay. We're going here. And it's thinking. Okay. So we are attacking the queen. And if the queen goes back this way, for instance, to d6 to protect c7, so the knight won't infiltrate like that, I mean, I think we're pretty okay with that. Because what we really want is to get the queen away from the defense of the king. The king is, the king is our target. The king is what we are really heading for here. Damn. Good. Coffee. I love doing this. How lucky am I that I can sit here, play chess, and, do fun, relaxing things for myself with my voice, and there's somebody out there who thinks that is worth spending their time on, That's amazing. Okay, we have a move. So the queen will move, but where will she go? Oh. The queen. What? The queen does what? Queen goes here. Ah, that's so nice. It's threatening checkmate. And I made a mistake. I made a blunder. Wow. Because it can capture my knight. If I try to save the knight, however, unless I put it here, it will capture my rook with checkmate. So that means I will have to go back with my knight, losing time. Or I could sacrifice the knight, maybe. But I don't see any effective way of doing it. Like, I could move this bishop somewhere so the rook is protected and the queen could capture the knight. But I don't see any way to kind of really do anything interesting. So I will have to go back now. The computer is pushing me back. Uh-oh, amazing. I go back with the knight to block the queen from capturing the rook, and now the knight is protected as well. But now my position is not very good anymore because I lost time with that move. I made that mistake. So now I have to really focus, making the challenge harder for myself, which I like. Okay. So so now let's concentrate. What could we do to... I think we need to play some strong positional chess. Strong positional chess. That was my first experience getting ASMR from chess. Was Kasparov and Karpov played a WorldChess championship match in 1990. And for the Lyon part, they had a part of the match played in Lyon and one part played in New York. And for the part played in Lyon, they made a documentary. Somebody made a documentary. It's great, and it's on YouTube. And like the first 10 minutes of extremely low quality because of something, but then it gets better. And the narrator is amazing, has an amazing voice. And I remember Karpov playing pawn to d4, the first move on a game, one of the games, and the narrator wanted d4, positional style. Can I do the voice? d4, positional style. It had a rhythm to it, cool inflection, nice tone. It's very relaxing. I was like, oh, that works. Stretching a bit here. Okay, so now the machine is ready to go on the attack, I think. But But we have made it hard for the machine to develop. But something like this knight coming here, I think that could potentially be a great move for the computer. Because it threatens some stuff down here. A fork down here. Okay. Should I even make another cup of coffee? Like usually I always so focused on sort of editing perfection so that I would always cut everything out that's not really supposed to be in the video. But what if I just went over here? Because we are just hanging out after all, right? And I just boil some water. So, is that okay? Can an ASMR artist do that in a video? Just randomly make coffee. I'll try it out. Try it out. Against a move like knight coming here, I'm probably playing a3 to attack the queen and see where she wants to go, and then react to the threat, I think. But maybe not, because a3, queen coming to b3, just moving one square forward. Yeah, maybe not so good. Maybe not so good. It is interesting that I have like this potential queen d8 move, but I think just a very simple bishop e7 will adequately defend that. Can you hear now? The water is boiling. Okay, so now I will take my very special brand, the ASMR Chess very own brand, Damn Good Coffee, it's called, like so. And there we have another cup of damn good coffee. We will let it cool for a bit. And look, computer still hasn't come up with a move. Still hasn't come up with a move. So let's analyze the position a bit. We are down a bunch of material, 2 pawns, and no, just one pawn. We're down a pawn and a bishop, and their king is not very well placed. These pawns are not very good. This rook is not very good, and this bishop is also not very good right now. So we are trying with knight and the queen and the rook to keep this pawn under control, keep it from moving forward, which would activate this bishop, which would activate this rook. So that's our plan, and if we can do that, then the queen and the knights are mostly what the computer has to work with. with, and we have a move. And the move is a pawn move. Am I reading that correctly? That it wants to move this pawn up here to attack the knight? Am I reading that correctly? But that's checkmate in one move, isn't it? What? What? Isn't the queen coming here? Isn't that checkmate in one move? What's going on? What's that about? What's that about? No, it's not checkmate, it has the bishop. I am so like... I'm relaxing so much that I didn't see that. Okay, so we do that. The bishop will have to come here, and then we can play this check, and either the king will have to go here or the bishop will have to come back. If the bishop comes back, well, it's actually still okay for the computer. So this is the position, and let's consider another move. Let's consider the knight coming here. This attacks, for instance, the rook. Let's say the computer wants to save the rook. Then let's say that we capture the bishop. Then let's say the computer captures the knight. Then we could, in principle, capture here because it's pinned, can capture back, but doesn't look like we have too much going on there. Bishop is here, and knight is here. Okay. Okay, so what do we want to do in this position against this great play? Would there be any point to sacrificing more material? Bishop takes pawn, pawn takes, unveiling an attack on the rook, check, here, check, bishop goes back, maybe knight comes here. Let's take a look at this again. Let's say check, here, check, here, and here, because that seems to threaten some stuff here. I think that's pretty good. Rook goes here, and we capture with the checkmate. So it will have to give up the rook probably. So let's investigate that again. So I go here with check, and that does seem to force this bishop to come here. I'll go here with check, and if the bishop drops back, I think this move is very good. So let's say the bishop does not drop back, but instead the king goes here. Now in that case, I may have to repeat, so because the queen is under attack, the queen would go here, protected by the knight. That would force the king to come here. And that's just a draw, but the bet is if I can beat the machine before you fall asleep, not if I can draw the machine. Love this coffee. Decaf Math, do you know her? She's also super cool. Decaf Math. There you can go and just learn really cool math stuff at like explained very well. Just entry level all the way up to like pretty advanced stuff. She's like super smart, and she's called Decaf Math, and she has like very tinkly voice. Yeah. Learned a lot of math from her. Is there some stuff that we can do in a position like this? I do not see anything. I do not see anything. I do not see anything really. Unless we can play this move. Ooh, here now it's getting spicy. Spicy. Yep. So this attacks the queen. They probably will not have time to capture the knight because the queen will be lost. They will move their queen somewhere. And then we can play stuff like the check. Bishop comes in. And I think this move is just what we need. I think this is just what we need. So the rook will come here with an attack on the queen. I think I spent more time calculating and thinking about that move than I did for the rest of the game. Yeah. Okay. So, what can the queen do? Will she have to come here? To a5? To a5. Will she have to come to a5? I think maybe that's the case. Maybe that's the case. And then I think we are doing very well. And I even think that we kind of want the machine to capture our pawn because rook check is potentially very good. Or even bishop takes, pawn takes, queen takes, check. Bishop blocks rook behind the queen, threatening checkmate. Rook up, queen check, queen checkmate. Okay. So maybe what we really need in this position is to sacrifice more pieces. Maybe this knight coming here can block the view from the rook, but I'm not too concerned about that. It still allows me to come in and capture here. Bishop takes, pawn takes, queen takes, check. So bishop takes, pawn takes, queen takes check. Bishop here, rook here, rook here. It's not exactly enough, because I can't have my queen be on g6 and g5 at the same time. At the same time. Reversing the move order, does that do something? Queen check. Bishop blocks. Pawn. Bishop takes pawn. Pawn takes. Can the knight go? Knight can't go anywhere that makes any sense. I could also just put the rook there. That's probably sensible. That is probably sensible. But this like move like this though. Yeah, I don't like that all that much. So, what can we do to make this attack work or kind of work or something? What can we do? Queen check, bishop blocks. Queen check, bishop blocks. Bishop takes, pawn takes, queen g6 take, not capturing, queen g6 check. Bishop blocks. Can't get it to work. How about the knight move first? Rook moves. Knight here, rook moves, takes, king takes, king takes. Bishop takes, because the rook would be undefended in that position. Yeah, in the interest of getting somewhere with the game, I think we will try just moving this knight here. So now we are in, and we have some development going on. We have the bishop, rook, knight, and queen active in the attack. We have most of Black's army disconnected from the defense, and I think we should be able to make something happen here. Let's see if we can. A move like giving up the rook, I think would be I don't think that's possible. Like playing a move like bishop d7, I don't really think that is, possible. But maybe. Let's lean back, and take another sip of damn good coffee. we have a move. Okay, so it does try to save the rook. Rook coming here. So I was thinking about capturing the bishop. Takes, king takes, bishop takes pawn, because the pawn is then pinned. I'm not sure I have a follow-up though, but I think we will do that. Knight takes bishop. It's also the first capture in a long time. Okay, so I think that we will have to see king takes, knight, king takes, knight, the good knight. I hope you have a good night. I hope you're relaxing, having a great time. And then I think it does open up for some attacking ideas. We do have a move pretty quickly. Decides that it wants to capture the knight. So we have another capture going on. And yeah, I was kind of thinking that we could come in here and capture this pawn. I'm actually just thinking that maybe we all this time, maybe we've been able to win the queen with just rook a4. I think the queen may be trapped. But we're playing for checkmate. Playing to sacrifice a bunch of pieces. Like Tal would do. And I do think I have a pretty potent threat here. I think rook here is it's not exactly checkmate in one or something, but it looks like a very important threat to deal with. Let's just say they stop that by playing a move like that. Are we winning the queen with this move? I think we are. I can't see anything, but we are winning the queen for 2 pieces. Queen takes, knight takes, knight takes, which is like not necessarily so good because we are behind in development. Okay, so what kind of move will we see? We see the king going here. Which I think is a great move by our esteemed opponent. Because now the rook is protected, so now the bishop can be captured. Let's say we play rook here, pawn takes bishop, rook takes pawn, check. That looks like it's king here. Maybe it's just about surviving. Let's say the rook comes here, pawn takes the bishop. rook takes here, the king goes here, then that would be checkmate, wouldn't it? Queen coming back to queen coming to d8. Wouldn't that be to e8? Wouldn't that be kind of checkmate? Let's say pawn takes, rook takes. But if king to f8, then we don't have checkmate. We could try something just like moving the bishop back, which kind of threatens just rook coming here. I think we'll just do that. Bishop drops back. So we are still attacking. We are still down material, and the fight is on. And I actually think this is a pretty nice game of chess, even though I am thinking sometimes that I have checkmate in one and then I don't. Has that ever happened to you? Have you ever tried thinking, oh, I have checkmate in one, and then you didn't? No, of course not. Only happens to me. Right? Only happens to me. What is going on here? What is the move that the machine will play? We do have something like rook coming to g4, which that is check. It's a bit of a threat. Don't know how much of a threat it is. A bit. So what would the machine want to play in a position like this? What would the machine like to play in a position like this? It's not clear to me. Maybe some knight jump. No, doesn't seem like. I think maybe just pushing this pawn. Okay, so we do have a move. So it wants to move this bishop to this square. Okay. So that opens up from this rook. I think it's a pretty good move. But maybe we have some fun stuff like, let's say this check. Now the king can't come here, I think. We will be able to checkmate in a couple of moves. But now maybe the king could come here though. Let's say this check. And the king comes here. Doesn't look like we have too much going on there. Can we try to sacrifice this bishop with maybe a move like this? Would that do something for us? Queen takes the bishop, otherwise we will capture that. So let's say queen takes bishop, and then rook check, king here. And we still not if we could access this square with a check, I think that would be very good. We could also consider targeting this pawn. With a move like rook here, and the idea of bishop takes, but I think rook here defends it quite nicely. We could also try to involve our last piece. With a move like rook coming to e1, rook 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 to e1. Let's say we could play rook to e1, rook takes here, bishop takes, rook takes. I mean, there are more threats there. There would be more threats there. So let's just do that. Let's just take the rook, put it there. So now we have sort of all of our pieces in the game somehow. And looks like we have some attack going. And I'll take a closer look at the position. So what kind of move will we get here? It's been a great battle so far. I think the machine probably has a very, very good position. But it is under pressure. It is under pressure. Would we have an idea of like rook here, knight takes, rook here, knight takes, queen takes, check? Does it do anything? Probably doesn't do anything. Maybe we simply want to play something like rook, this rook coming up here, so they can all be in the attack. So we could go down these files. I think that may have some promise. Wait a minute. Of course we can't trap the queen with rook here. Did I think that earlier? With the rook, knight just takes the rook. No clue what I was thinking there. It's coming up with a move. It is coming up with a move. It's moving the pawn. One square forward. So it covers this check. So I think I will just go with my plan. Putting the rook here and maybe threatening to come here. So now all of the pieces are in the attack at least. But the computer's played very well, or rather, I played a little poorly maybe. But I hope I did some good ASMR in the meantime. Maybe you won't even see my poor play because you fell asleep. Maybe I can hypnotize you to go to sleep. You will sleep now. Sleep. 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 Okay. Machine is thinking. Okay. And what will it come up with? What kind of move will it come up with? What kind of move will it come up with? It's about this time that I should find a way to convert my material disadvantage, but my attacking advantage into something. Because if the machine is just allowed to develop all the pieces, then I may be in great trouble. It's thinking a lot about some squares here near the king. Thinking a lot about that. Unexpectedly epic battle going on here. So it doesn't look like the machine has any serious threats. It's like one move threats. But maybe I also don't have any serious threats. But like rook coming here is a move. Rook check. The king moves. We have more rook checks maybe. I think actually this rook check is pretty serious. I think the machine actually has to actually consider that, actually respect that just a little bit at least, just a little tiny bit. Will it though? Will it respect it? Whoa, we have a move. Wow. My God. My God. Okay. Oh, hello. Okay, so you probably didn't experience the last half hour, because I probably cut that out by the time you watched this video. But for no reason that I can see, the machine just spent 31 minutes on a move. It just spent 31 minutes on a move. So what is the move? Let's take a look. It's the bishop. So the bishop does what? Oh, it goes here with an attack on the queen. Okay. Wow. It spent 31 minutes. This machine is from 82, and it's completely new to me. I tried one test game against it where I had a testing session where I tried out the different levels of it, where I found that it just seemed to play poorly, basically whatever level you played it on. then I played a real chess game, and then I played what was supposed to be this video first, where there was the castling issue, and then I played this game. And first of all, it's been playing far, far better in this game than anything that I've seen from it before. Also, it seems to be able to figure out when it has to do a very deep calculation. Maybe it saw checkmates all over when it searched like 3-ply, 4-ply, and then it just kept on searching until it found something where it wasn't getting checkmated, which I think for a chess machine made in 1982, it's like far older than I am, far older than probably like 96% of the audience here. I think that's extremely impressive. So now let's take this move very, very seriously. It's attacking the queen, and we have all these checks that we can throw with the rooks. So let's say we make this check. That looks pretty good, right? Not a lot of stuff that can be done there. I think the king would be forced to go here. Now, we will probably have to move the queen. Let's say she goes here with a possible checkmate threat here. Now, probably this bishop will have to move, and if it is probably will have to go back like this. So I don't think that variation does that much for me. Let's say I play a queen check instead. Just intuitively, that doesn't look like the kind of move I really want to make. But maybe. It's not too much. Let's say computer goes here. I go here, threaten checkmate. And again, this bishop can move and cover the threat. So this is the position. Intuitively, I kind of only like, I could also play this, but I don't think it makes much of a difference. King can still go here. And I don't have anything that looks very concrete. Okay, let's try this check again. Pretty sure the king is, because if the king goes here, this queen check at least picks up the rook, at the very least. So I think we can rule that out and say, okay, the king will go there. Now, is there something we can do? Let's say the queen goes here, maybe. And the bishop goes here. And then the queen goes here. And then the rooks comes there. That doesn't work. So that could be a variation. So let's try to check this out a bit more. So I think this is the position, and I'm thinking about this check. King goes there. And I wanted to threaten checkmate like this. So I think that's probably a pretty good shot. I think it may have to play something like this. But I think I can actually still checkmate it by sacrificing the queen. So I think this is what we're going for. I think this is what we are going for. But this is like really, really exciting. So we are playing rook check. And now I very much hope that we will not see another 30-minute think by the computer, particularly because I have been recording for now 2 hours and 40 something minutes, 2 hours 50 minutes maybe, because I always also, okay, we get a very quick move. We get a very different move. We get rook to block the check. No. Wait a minute. We do get this move, and then it's our move. And then our plan was to move the queen here. So that's what we will do. So we play queen here. And we are threatening a checkmate down here. This one was what we wanted to do, right? With the idea of coming here with the queen, yes, queen coming to g6. What's the plan if we see bishop d7? Okay. I am so enthralled by this game. I'm so invested. I really want to win this game. I really want to beat this piece of hardware from 1982. What's that? It'll be like 50 years old in a couple of years. Maybe it already is 50 years old when you watch the video. It's pretty crazy. Like computers were not what they are today back in 1982. That is for absolute sure. That is for absolute. Oops. That is for absolute sure. But okay, we have a move. We have a move. Okay. It looks like it is a bishop move, and it is coming to d7. Good. So now our plan was to take the queen and move her here. And I think we're getting close to something, because it's pretty tough now to keep on defending. But it's important to note that we are not threatening checkmate just yet. But I am thinking I want to capture the pawn with the bishop. So that should be pretty good. So what will the machine do now? Will we see another 30 minute plus, I think? It looks like we are keeping black's defenses tied down. Like, look, all these pieces are all over on this side of the board. It's only like these three here to defend the king. And if we can keep it that way, we are probably very happy. And the rook can't come here. We just captured checkmate in one move. I don't see a way to defend this pawn. Could move it forward. We're still coming in with the bishop, I think. With ideas of bishop g7 check, which is probably winning. So now we have a long think from the computer as well. Okay, I'll leave you for a bit to just mess a bit with the editing of the other video, because this has ended up taking all day. This is like where we are at a 3-hour recording. So I have to also make the other videos. So I'll be back when we see a move. We have a move. Okay. Okay, so that was just a 5-minute thing from the computer. So we do have the pawn moving forward, so it is seeing our idea. It is stopping all kinds of rook coming here, with the square being controlled by the bishop and the pawn. But I think that we can play bishop coming to a6 with ideas of bishop g7 check, which I think is winning. So that's what we are doing. We are playing bishop a6. And the machine is thinking again. And of course there is no rook takes bishop. We capture with the queen. That's checkmate. So what will the machine play? Is there any way to stop bishop g7 check? Not really. Are we getting close? Are we getting there? Did we finally find a way to get out of the jungle, get out of the deep dark forest where 2 + 2 = 5? Give a thumbs up if you know that if you know that quote, who said that? That in chess you must lead your opponent into a deep dark forest where 2 + 2 = 5, and the road out, or the path out, is only wide enough for one. Okay, seems we have a bit of a think here. Give it like 10 more seconds, then I'll go work a little bit. Okay, just another 5-minute think. And is it playing pawn attacking the rook? So I think we are basically there now. We are going to play this check with the bishop g7 check. There's 2 legal moves. One of them is checkmate in 1, and the other is not. So I think we will get pretty quick king to g8, and then bishop takes, and we will see king coming here, only legal move, and then I'm thinking bishop takes here check from the queen, eliminating this defender. So we take here with check. I think we are getting there. I think. Do you think we have it? Do you think we have it? Or are you fast asleep? Who knows? Okay, so I see is it playing the rook? Is it interposing the rook? Because that does indeed look like we have checkmate in 1 with queen takes. And let's see. It says mate. So we did it. Yes. My goodness. What a game. What a game. And my goodness, that is, I think, except for the videos that are like 5 hours and 4 hours that were intended to be that long, this is the longest video I ever recorded, where it wasn't sort of planned for like 3.5 hours, something like that. This is the Novag Prelude chess computer from 1986, and I am going to play it to see if I can beat it before you up there fall asleep. But first, let's examine this, both the outside and also open it up and look what's inside the chess computer, so I can see what I am up against. So the first thing we notice is there is a protective shield that we can open like this to very clearly see the very simple setup. We notice we have 2 queens and 2 pawns extra for both sides, so both sides have 20 pieces, and I believe they do this both as a little service, so you can queen 2 times without losing your queen, and you can lose 2 pawns to the god of the laundromat or whatever, and still play on. But also because I believe they cast these plastic pieces in rows of 10, so it would make sense to have 40 pieces in total. And then we have the input board over here, where we are going to interface with the computer, the output screen, and some very simple button options here. The machine runs on a 9-volt battery, and we notice that there is no input for external power supply, and we have a very simple on button here on the side. But now let's open it up and see what we have on the inside. So let's open it up. And there we go. So inside the computer here, we see that the computer is already tiny, but actually it's just this small circuit board connected to the 9-volt battery, and the rest of the space is actually unused. That's why also they made room for these 2 holders for pieces that you have captured. And we see all these 64 risers. They're actually not risers, there are holes for the pieces, for the pegs, for the pieces on the other side, and you can see there's no electronics connected to this, so the board is not smart. We can see here the brains of the computer is right here. Don't know if it shows up on the camera, but this is a TMP 47C220AF chip. This is from the 47 family of chips from Toshiba. So this is a 4-bit CPU. It runs at 16 megahertz. So yeah, it can count to 15, and it's compared to modern devices, of course, extremely slow. So let's see what's beneath this. Okay, we got the screws out. So we can remove this. And I'll just move it over slightly. So you can see the buttons here. That goes through these through holes. And up here, you can see the pins connected to this little thing here. And this is the display. This is a 7-segment 4 places display, so just enough for writing E2 to E4, for instance. And then I believe there is a small custom X in there as well for takes. So, and if we remove this kind of nice rubber thing, we can see the connections here. So this is a very simple design. You press down on a button, then this little thing will touch the circuit here and complete the circuit, letting the machine, the CPU on the other side, know what the input is. Do you think I can beat this before you fall asleep? Or do you think you will fall asleep first? Or do you think I will even lose to this little program here? I can tell you a bit more about the program. It's or the machine in general. It has a read-only memory, so that would be the the hard disk, although it's not a disk, of the machine of 2 kilobytes. Fumble, 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 there we go. 2 kilobytes, so 2000 bytes in total to store the entire AI. So first we take these extra pieces away. Then we switch on the machine, like so. You can see it indicates that it's ready for some chess action here on the display. I want the machine to face this way, so I'll be playing the black side. And I can choose the level here. But before I do that, I want to tell you that we are not going to play at level 8, which is the highest level, because I did a test game with the machine playing at level 8, and it took about 5 to 15 minutes for every move it played, and it played absolutely horribly. And then I did a test where I played against it at level 4, where it still took some minutes to play a move, but it was faster, and actually it played better. So just to show, I can show like the first moves of my game against the machine at the highest level. Played e4, nothing wrong with that, very good move. Played c5, this is Sicilian defense. The machine inexplicably pushed the pawn further, already a very poor move, already giving black a bit of an advantage. I attack the pawn with knight c6. Then the machine plays queen to e2 to protect the pawn. And I play d5. The machine captures that. Also a poor move, allowing me to play queen takes. And now it's like where we can really see that it plays poorly at level 8. It played queen to e3. So that move, it's just very clear that the machine has no idea about opening principles. But how would it? In a program that's 2000 bytes, I played e5. The machine played bishop to b5, and I played knight g to e7. And here the machine played d3, and basically here we had been playing for 45 minutes, and I was like, okay, this is not going to work. So I tried out playing against it at level 4, where it played better and much faster. So that makes for a more interesting video, I think. So, machine is very, very easy to use. Choose level. It's just you just press level. You say I want to play at level 4. Then you press enter to confirm that. Now the machine assumes that I want to play white, but because I want the chessboard to be like this, I want to play black. So I just press enter again, and you can see the display up here starts flashing, so indicating that it wants or that it's thinking. Now it plays e2 to e4. Great move. And I'm thinking we will play g7 to g6 to not have a repeat of the first game. So g7 to g6. This can become a modern defense, Pirch defense, something like that. And we see d2 to d4. Now that's more like it. Very nice move. We will then play bishop to g7, that is f8 to g7, so f8, g7. And the machine is now thinking about that. So here it actually played theory for 2 moves, which is very nice, meaning that it will maybe not be just a walkover, I have the black pieces. I'm behind one tempo already, and let's see what it comes up with. F1 to C4. So bishop coming out. I mean, this is a totally fine move. I will play pawn to D6, probably putting a knight out before that move. It's a little better, but this machine is playing quite well so far. I would say this is still an okay move. So we will play D7 to D6, like so. Simply preparing knight to F6 with an attack here. And maybe we can get the fork trick in, who knows. So starts flashing faster. Maybe it's because it's thinking faster. Yeah, and I have a really cool project I can tell you about with a patron. But let's first see, like it wants to play C1 to G5. So that is this bishop coming here. I mean, that's probably not that great of a move. I could, try to kick this away, but I don't feel like I want to. I'll just play the knight out like I planned, knight to F6. So that is the knight on G8 to F6. And the project is, there's this cool guy, Unusual Butter, he's a patron of mine, and we've got together working on hacking my old 1988 Mephisto chess computer. And we're going to make a video about that. We're opening it up and doing all sorts of cool stuff to it to make it a much stronger chess computer. Now we see C4 to B5 check. That's a horrible move. The bishop comes here with a check. We are, of course, just going to play pawn to C6 to block the check and attack the bishop. The bishop will have to drop back to defend this pawn. So we will say C7 to C6, C7, C6, like so. So the knight is attacking here, and the pawn is attacking here. So if the bishop does not drop back to defend the pawn, we will come in and capture the pawn. Alternatively, the bishop can capture the knight first, because if we capture the bishop can capture this bishop here. So bishop takes bishop is also possible. Those are the only moves that are playable in this position. And we see C5 takes F6. Okay. And then we will play G7 takes F6, which is a very nice move to play. G7, F6, like so. Yeah, and if you want to be part of projects like this, with Unusual Butter, I do of course have this Patreon. This was just something we cooked up in the ASMR Patron Discord, and yeah, the Patron Discord is for my patrons who support the channel with some amount every month. Some is like $1, some is like $10, and there's also of course exclusive videos and stuff. So now we have B4 to B5 to C4. The bishop comes back to C4. So I think we will just castle, and I assume that we are going to write that as E8 to G8. So let's check that out. E8, G8. 8. Yes, that works. And that is because technically in chess, maybe you didn't know that, but castling is a king move in chess. So the machine has a much better position than when it was playing at level 8. It's amazing. Maybe it just confuses itself because it has so limited calculation abilities and so limited understanding of chess that it just gets worse and worse the more it calculates, because it cannot see very far anyway. And maybe the small bit of chess knowledge it has gets overridden the farther it calculates. Maybe it's something like that. If there are some people who know about this, I'd be very happy to read about it in the comments. So I'm very excited for supercharging my Mephisto chessboard. Now we have G1 to F3, developing this knight, which makes just absolutely perfect sense. Are we going to develop a knight? Are we going to develop a bishop? Are we going to play b5? I think b5 looks very good. b7 to b5. So b7, b5, like so. This is a structure we very often want to have in the periods or modern or these types of openings here. We can put the bishop out here, maybe push this pawn, challenge the center, attack this pawn. Lots of good stuff. And yeah, of course, if you're a regular on the channel, first of all, thank you. You rock. All the regular people watching this channel, everybody watching this channel, awesome, of course. But then you know that I use the very modern chess computer, the ChessUp 2, very regularly. And I have also been speaking to the good guys at Bright Labs, particularly Jeff, about possibly getting some secret info so I can overclock my modern chess computer. So there's proprietary technology and stuff, but that would be so cool if we could do that. If I could, have the strongest ChessUp 2 computer in the world, how cool would that be? And like showing you guys the process of doing it and everything, it's just be so cool. Okay, so the machine is thinking about where to put the bishop. So I would suggest coming to e3. And it does play d3. I mean, it does play bishop to d3. So I think we can just play bishop to b7. We could also start with playing pawn to a6, but I think just bishop to b7. So we come from c8 to b7, like so. Okay. Okay, so what will the machine play now, do you think? What will the machine play now? I think it's so interesting that it plays better when it calculates less. Maybe that's true in some human games as well. Sometimes when I calculate, what is that they say? Long variation, wrong variation, where if I try to calculate something really long and complex, then I miss something, and I may even miss a pretty obvious counter very early in the variation. So I didn't have to calculate 3, 4, 5 moves ahead, because there is like a move that I didn't reply that I didn't consider that my opponent could play. That just makes the whole line unusable. So now we see e1 to g1, so it is castling. Cool. So I think knight to d7, so that would be b8, b8 to d7 is pretty good. And we want to play something like rook c8, a6, and then c5. I think c5 is going to be our main breakthrough idea. We see e4 to e5. Okay. So that is a move I must admit I did not consider. So we could of course play it, but then pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn, then this bishop would be blunted a little bit. However, we could then play knight to b6 with an attack on the pawn. That looks pretty good, actually. But then maybe this pawn falls. So I would rather they capture my pawn. So I think also they just missed that I can capture this b2 pawn. So it's not calculating very far ahead. We can be very sure of that. So we just play f6, captures b2. And not, oh, that's not right. Why isn't that right? f6. Why can't I play that? Why can't I play that? Oh, it's because it didn't play, of course. It played this move. That makes a lot more sense, of course. I read it wrong. I already plotted in f6. So I think I will just play f6 to g7. g7 like so, to not confuse myself or the computer any further. Okay, so far machine's playing a million times better than it did at level 8. I'm maybe a little bit confused, but sometimes when I do ASMR videos, I get so relaxed that I kind of forget to take it very seriously. Yeah, but chess can be like a very serious game, but it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be so important if you win or lose, It doesn't have to be that important. Just chill out, appreciate the beauty, appreciate like so many details about chess. Of course, for instance, this like technology, like it's such a snapshot of a very short period of our technological development. So we got the first commercially available chess computer in 1976, and I'll continue rambling after I play e4 takes d6, like so, and we'll just, that's the first blot here, I think, so we will just play e7 takes d6, like so. And yeah, we got the first chess computer in 1976. That's not that long after the microchip and the transistor was even started being mass produced. And then we made these little things here, and that's just one piece of chess that you can sort of see how far chip design was, how the aesthetics for electronics were, and of course it's just one very tiny fraction of what chess is. Chess has a super rich history. Chess is awesome. Now we see c2 to c4. I think a very reasonable move. I think we will perhaps capture that with the idea of playing c. Yeah, we will just capture that. So we play b5 takes b. Let's see here. b5 takes c4, like so. Chess has this super rich history, of course. And there's so much more to chess than just the competitive aspect, which is cool, super cool. But you can see so many cultural things, and it has not 100-year history, 1,000-year history. The game of chess has, so you can see how the pieces develop throughout the ages and how they mirror changes in society. You can see how different ideas pop up about how to play chess as the prevailing ideas in society change. I can elaborate on that after we see d3. Excuse me. Takes c4. And I'm thinking that we could just play c5 here. So we will play c6 to c5, c6, c5. So for instance, in the Golden Age or the Romantic era in the 1800s, there was a focus on playing inspired chess, because in that time period all the art was about the sort of divine inspiration, and we were reverent of the genius and all this spiritual idea of connecting to the other side and some sort of through the art, and that was mirrored in chess. So you had to play daring, spectacular, brilliant chess, going for sacrifices and brilliant attacks, making immortal games, that sort of stuff. The idea that pawns are the soul of chess, that came from Philidor, who was a Frenchman, and that was an idea developed around the time of the French Revolution that Philidor had to flee from and go to England, where he had to make his money as a chess player, and actually played the very first blindfold simultaneous exhibition that we know about. So now we see d4 to d5. I was hoping for that. So now we have a very nice target here. I am thinking that we just play knight on d7 to b6. So d7, b6. So now attacking this twice, also attacking this bishop, and we can see if we want to put more pressure on this pawn later. And I think also just coming in and capturing this pawn now, I believe is possible if I haven't played the wrong moves again. But then we'll just try to go with that, see if we can make something with that. Yeah, and Philidor, of course, said that pawns are the soul of chess, and if you think about it, all the pieces in the back here, they have an identity. We have a king, we have a queen, we have a knight, that's part of the army, we have bishop, that's part of the clergy, we have the rooks, they symbolizes the power in the building, the structures, the forts, the castles they have. But what about the pawns? They don't look like anything. That's because it was a game for the powerful and privileged, and the rest, like these are called peasants in Danish, they don't matter. They didn't matter at that time, and that's reflected in this. And then at the time when there was a revolution saying the lower classes do matter, that's reflected in understanding that pawns are the soul of chess, and that it is how you play with your pawns that determine if you win or lose the game. Actually, it's very fascinating. So now we have b1 to a3, just defending this. And I think maybe I missed earlier the chance to capture this here, but let's see if we can do it now. So we play g7 takes b2, and now it does work. And this is, of course, a devastating move. If you can see that, it's a fork of these two pieces, and if the knight moves, then this bishop will fall to the attack from this knight. So machine played very, very well up until about this point, and now it's all going downhill fast for the machine. So if it tries to save the rook, which I think it may, but maybe it doesn't know that the rook is better than the bishop. If it tries to save the rook, we just capture the knight. If the knight moves, we capture the rook. And if the machine then tries to capture our bishop, we can capture their bishop. So we see d1 to d3, which actually is a pretty good move. It does not work, however. So we will play b2 takes a... Oh. Yeah. Takes a3. This move. Because after queen takes, we have knight takes bishop on c4, winning a whole piece. So, yes, chess is just absolutely amazing, and it doesn't have to be competitive all the time. I love the current chess climate. I love that we have like this young, cool 18, 19-year-old Indian world champion Gukesh, who's just, setting records. I love that we have Magnus Carlsen, sort of the old man who's still the best, but is getting cranky and trying to make a new form of chess. But it's all the content out there and all the journalism surrounding chess, all about the competitive aspect, not so much about the beauty or the history. So while I do love the current climate, I think we could make room for other ways to enjoy chess. So now we have a1 to d1. We have the rook just moving. So actually the machine realized that queen takes here 4 doesn't do anything because I can just come in and capture here. And now I want to save my bishop, so I will play the bishop back to b2. So bishop from a3 to b2. And we are up a piece. We have our bishop on the long diagonal. We do have pressure against this pawn, but it's very well defended 1, 2, 3 times. So I wonder what we can do from here. I wonder what we can do from here. So what would the machine want to play? This knight is horrible. This square is taken by the queen, these two by the pawns. This bishop is horrible, just looking into this. And so we see f3 to d2. Okay. Okay. How about playing this little move? I think that is a very nice move. B2 to D4. I like that this bishop on this diagonal has all these A1, B2, C3, D4, E5, F6, G7, and H8. So it's very easy to plot in this bishop on this way of inputting moves into a chessboard. So I guess this is my favorite piece of the game. It's also the piece that won a piece for us, and now it's the one that isolates this pawn. So now this pawn is attacked twice and just blocks all of this stuff. So now we see D3 to E4. So D3 to E4, trying to protect this pawn. We are of course immediately going to challenge that queen. I think simple move, rook coming to E8. So we go F8 to E8 with an attack on the queen, and I think we are extremely happy in the position, especially if the queen has to go back to F3, because then the knight cannot come to F3 where it would be attacking our super strong bishop. It could of course then come to B3. I may consider prophylactically playing pawn to A5 with an idea of going to A4 to stop the knight from coming there. But also maybe I should try to just get some checkmate threads going to see if I have a chance to win this game pretty quickly. I guess you will know because you can see how long there's left of the video. But I don't know, or if I will even win. Do you think I will win? I'm pretty confident, I have to say. Upper piece, all my pieces are better. My king safety is better. These two bishops, very strong. This knight is very strong. This rook is very strong. I actually don't only have the queen and the rook that I need to do something with. So now we see, yeah, the queen coming back here. And could we play something like queen coming here? So we have 1, 2, and 3 attackers on this pawn. I think that looks quite reasonable. So that would be D8 to G5 to G5. Unless of course actually this knight coming here is sort of a huge problem, but I'm not sure it is. I may actually sack the exchange in that case. But let's see. I think that's probably the best move and one that I overlooked. The point being that it attacks the queen and this pawn, and I would probably have to quite humbly go all the way back with the queen, unless I can figure something else out. Maybe queen to E4, trying to exploit that there's no rook. There's no rook E1. So now we see C2 no, g2 to g3. Okay, so not the move I was expecting at all. That's quite surprising. I think we will play knight takes. Knight on b6, captures on d5. Knight on b6, captures on d5, like so. Maybe that's a bit too ambitious. I am putting myself in a pin. Maybe knight coming here to e4 is very good now. Who knows? Maybe the machine wants to play this pawn here to attack the queen. And also with this rook e1, takes, check is no longer checkmate because the king has an escape square, but getting two rooks for the queen when I am already up a piece, actually not a problem at all. Actually not a problem at all. I love the aesthetic of this. It's all brown. Like everything about this except for this protective shield is just different nuances of brown. Dark brown, slightly lighter brown, but still dark brown. And then a little like beige brown, and then turning towards orange brown for this. And that's all we need. h2 to h4, we do see this attack on the queen. So I am thinking that queen coming here. Oh, but you know what? Actually, this knight is helping out. Because I won't get two rooks for the queen, because if they play rook here, I will. Yeah, I still, okay. So I think that's what we are going to play. That's the queen on g5. So we have g5 to e5. That is that one. So any rook to e1, rook d e1, or rook f e1, we just take, I think. But maybe the skewer is actually pretty bad at the end of that. Maybe that skewer is actually pretty bad at the end of that. Unless I have some really cool move. I don't think I do. But something like knight coming here, rook takes queen check, knight here, check, king coming here. Let's see what the machine comes up with. I think I was a little careless here. And now we have d1 to c1. Oh, I had to fix my light, so I was away for a little bit there, but actually it's playing d1 to c1, not challenging the queen, and I feel like we kind of must have some sort of knockout blow here with the bishop looking at the queen there, and I mean something must give. So for instance, no, it doesn't work. I could also just defend the bishop with something like this. I think just a rook here, just a little preparatory move. So there's rook c8 to b8. So let's see what the machine comes up with as a response here. I'm not sure exactly what I'm supposed to be threatening, but it's something with this knight here jumping away. And then exposing an attack on the queen from the bishop. And of course, if the queen moves, we may contemplate queen takes pawn on g3. It's something we absolutely could consider. Because the pawn here is pinned to the king by the bishop. So that is very interesting. And I think if we see something like rook f to e1 now, then bishop coming to e3 with an attack on the queen is almost certainly winning. That would also attack the g2 square. And unfortunately, this pawn would no longer be pinned because the knight would be in the way. In the way, in the way, in the way. Okay. So we do have f1 to d1. The machine has no clue what it's doing, I think. I think we can at least win the exchange. So I think we will try that. d5. Okay, where is it going? I don't know where this knight is going. It's almost as if we are trapping the queen. I think it goes here. I think I have an idea now. So the knight goes to f6. So my idea now is that the queen has a very hard time protecting this square, keeping protection of this square. So it can go here to keep protecting this square, but then I was thinking we would challenge it once more. And then then it could go forwards. I can't really get this to work. How about something, the queen comes here, bishop takes, king takes, and queen check. That looks like it's just winning. It's actually checkmate, I think, because of the bishop. So it comes here, we take here, check, king takes, queen here, check, and mate. No, the king can come here and then here, checkmate. So queen g2, checkmate. So okay, we have maybe found a way to end the game. I just needed to remember where the pieces were. Where the pieces were. I'm interested in if the machine can recognize checkmate. That's also like it's also a thing you have to program in, that you also have to fit that in to the 2000 kilobytes or the 2000 bytes of memory. So we have f3 to f4. So I somehow failed to consider that move, which is annoying. So let's figure out what we can do. Can play to e6, get captured, can't go to e7, get captured. So I think, unfortunately, I have to admit that was just a huge mistake and go all the way back to e7. So we go from d5, excuse me, this is e, okay, just get out of that. So we go from e5 to e7. So here we are, protecting this, protecting the knight, and admitting that we put that this knight move was pretty horrible. And I think it can get worse now, even, because I think now this rook move here is, no, I mean, we can take it. Rook takes check, and it's not so bad. And I don't know, maybe we can get some knight here that will do something. Maybe. But I just missed this queen f4 move. Sleeping on the job. Okay. So, how am I trying to be too fancy? It's just these two bishops are so strong. Queen and rook so strong. I feel like there must be an attack. How about this crazy idea? Queen comes here. It's not sacrificing the knight because the knight is defended by the bishop, and that would be threatening queen here, which is very, very dangerous. And maybe that's not super easy to... Okay, so we have d2 to f3, so we have the knight coming here. Now I'm thinking about attacking the queen like this, because the queen doesn't have a great many squares she can go to where she can keep defending the knight. Maybe only this one. And there we can attack her again. So I think, or this plane could potentially also be very good. But I think we will try knight on f6, f6 to h5. So h5. So we also don't want this knight to be able to come in and capture this bishop, is the thing. This bishop is super strong. Even though trades are good for us, we would also lose a pawn. Pawn takes, rook takes. And unfortunately, this bishop here is very, very well placed, so I can't, after queen here, I can't move this because it's pinned by the bishop. Why is it so hard to find the knockout blow? So I guess the queen has to go to g4, right? Queen goes to g4. How? Do we keep attacking it? Maybe with the bishop? Or do we then play, let's say queen comes here, bishop takes, king takes, yes, queen here, check, king moves here, bishop takes, knight with an attack on the queen and threatening checkmate, and that wins the queen. Nice, okay, finally. Finally. So I think we finally have something here. Queen g4, bishop takes f7, f3, f2 check, king takes f2, queen e2 check, king g3, bishop takes f3, threatening the queen and checkmate. And any other move seems to either lose the queen or the knight. So finally we have our knockout blow. Okay. It plays f4 to g4. As expected, we will have the bishop leave the long diagonal, the nice diagonal where all of the squares are just the same button twice. In this case, it's d4. And now we are going to capture on f2, like so. And that is check. And actually, the king can't even afford to capture the bishop, but I don't think the machine will realize that. If the machine plays, well, anything else, but I'm probably just going to play queen to e2, or does play g1 takes f2. Alright, so I just realized that the queen, of course, can't go to e2. I keep missing this bishop. That it can come, that this bishop is actually strong. I can, however, go to e3 with check. So we will try that instead. So we will go from e7 to e3 with check. Alright. So now the thing is that our bishop sacrifice doesn't work because the king can and will go to g2, where it is protecting the knight. So now we will have to do something a little smart before we proceed, and I think that little smart thing is going to be rook coming from e8 with an attack on the queen here on e4. And now the queen will probably have to go somewhere. And then we should be pretty close to winning the game. But I got complacent, I must say. And the nice little chess computer here prompted some inaccuracies from me. So Well played. 4-bit chip. Well played. So what will it play against this? I don't think rook here is any problem. I just play queen takes rook. And if rook takes rook, then, or if rook takes queen, then rook takes queen. Or I could even do it the other way. Maybe that's even better. Rook here. No. Okay, so we see g4 to d7. Wow, it comes all the way here. Now we must be so close. There is no cool queen sacrifice, I don't think. That would be cool though, like queen takes, king takes. No, there's nothing there. So how do we proceed? How do we actually proceed from here? How about rook takes bishop, rook takes rook, queen check? I think that works. So let's go with, and also this is the bishop I really want to get rid of. So it's rook on e4 takes c4. So that is e4 takes c4. Because I keep, first of all, was the best piece white had, and also I kept missing that it was there. So we can see rook takes here, and then queen takes here, check, and surely here and then mate. Yes. Surely we must have found the knockout blow. But the sturdy little machine keeps coming up with stuff that I miss. So let's thinkify. Brainificate. Is there anything? Is there anything? I mean, maybe the best move is something like queen takes bishop, rook takes queen, rook takes rook. Of course, we're still winning there. If rook takes rook, no problem. We have checkmate in 2, I believe. The queen can't go anywhere to protect the knight, really. If the knight is protected by the rook, then we capture this rook. So that's fine. And how can we? What can I have possibly messed up here? I've missed so many things in this game. So what could it be? What could it be? What could it possibly be? We have d7 takes f7 check. A queen sacrifice, simply trying to delay checkmate. So we will play king takes. So that is G8 takes F7. Now we want the queen now. We must be very close. Then probably rook F1, rook takes rook, rook F2, and then maybe rook G1 check, king takes G1, bishop takes F3, something like that. Stretching a bit here. What can we do? How can we mess this up? Is there any way? Is there any way? We have a queen, we have raging attack. I think we should be able to win this. But we still have to find the correct moves. So happy to get rid of this bishop on c4. So happy about that. That bishop was so annoying. So we have c1 takes c4. That doesn't do anything, because now we can play queen takes f3. So that is e3 to f3. So we have e3 to f3 with a check, and checkmate the next move, if I am not mistaken. And it's very interesting to see. So it goes g2 to h8, and then we can play queen f3 to g2, and I'm interested in how it displays mate up here. If maybe it says 1-0 or 0-1 because black wins. But we play f3 to g2, so f3 to g2. And it says lose. Aha, that's how it displays it. Lose. That's very cool. So they also have to have made room for that in the 2000 bytes of program that this machine has. Did you fall asleep? Did you fall asleep? Or did I manage to beat this before you did? Hello, and welcome to a classic ASMR chess video. This is the Karpov Chess School computer. I think the most amazing of this type of chess computer that I own, and I am going to try to beat this thing on the hardest difficulty, and I will see if I can do that before you drift off to sleep. But first, a quick word from our sponsor, Brilliant. Brilliant makes learning easy and enjoyable by breaking everything down in small, easily digestible bits and presenting it all in a beautiful, visual, intuitive style. You can learn just about anything there, and I highly recommend it. So go to brilliant.org/ASMRchess to get a free 30-day trial. And if you decide to go premium, you will get a 20% discount on that as well using brilliant.org/ASMRchess. Link is also in the description. Thank you very much. Now back to the video. In order to play this amazing machine, all I have to do is press the on button, and you can see this very handy screen lights up that shows the position of the pieces at the conclusion of the last little test game I played against the computer. I am then going to press start to bring up the menu. I can choose to play a new game. But we want to make this super relaxing and also a challenge for me. So I'm going to use the arrow keys to scroll down in the menu here until we get to level. I will select the level. Right now it says 5 seconds per move. We want to make that not 10 seconds. We are actually going for the maximum playing strength of the machine. So now it's minutes per game. So now each side would have 30 minutes to play out all their moves. And there is a chess clock built in to keep track of that. And I'm going to set that for 120 minutes. That's 2 hours for each side. So we both have plenty of time to consider our moves. I will select that, and then I'm going to say that now we want a new game. We want to play chess, and we want it on normal mode, like so. And one last thing, I would like to play with the black pieces. I start here with the white pieces. I simply press swap, and the computer comes up with its first move, that it's both displaying in algebraic notation C2 to C4, and it's also highlighting the little pawn that it wants to move. In order to acknowledge that I've received the move, I will press down very slightly on the pawn. It then shows me where it wants to go, and it also writes to C4. I will press down very slightly on that square. Now I will communicate my move to the computer in exactly the same way. I'm going to play knight to f6, my standard opening. So it's pressing down the g8 knight slightly and putting it on f6, pressing down slightly. The computer responds immediately, d2 to d4. I'm very, very happy to see that, and if you're a regular on the challenge on the channel, then maybe you know why. So d2 to d4. And what will we play here? Well, we know some things about these chess computers. We know that they have this microchip that can think very fast, and it can search out many moves, but it can't think very far ahead. In the game, it does not have the processing power. So it is absolutely able to spot 1-move tactics, 2-move tactics, 3-move tactics, but longer positional ideas, it is struggling with those things. And that is what we're trying to go to exploit by playing something offbeat, where it's easy to make a positional mistake if you do not know the theory of the opening. And I'm going to hit the machine with an opening. I have given up playing against humans because there is the cool hair attack that you can play against what I'm going to do. And there's also the Aliechen attack that you can play against what I'm going to do, and that leaves very few chances for black, those replies. But I don't believe that the machine will know this opening, so I'm having a little bit of a gamble here with pawn from e7 to e5, which is the Budapest defense. And now, of course, I am a little bit shocked because the machine replies instantly. D takes e5. When it replies instantly, it means that this is pre-programmed. It has an opening book, basically a list. If black does this, do this. If black does this, then do this. So it has not started calculating just yet, and that could lead us in some trouble. So d takes e5. And the reason it could land us in trouble is if the machine has, let's say, the first 8 to 10 moves of this opening programmed in in this variation that I'm going to try to hit the machine with, then we may reach a dull position where where the machine, without even thinking it for itself, was able to get a very strong, solid position where I don't have the long-term pressure that I really want to have. Our pawn is attacked. Our knight is attacked by the pawn on e5. We're going to move that. We are going to play knight on f6 to g4, which is the standard move in this opening. And now we are very happy. So machine is still replying instantly, but they are playing the Adler variation, knight on g1 to f3. So they are not playing, for instance, the Aljechin defense, or the Aljechin attack, which would be pawn to e5, e4, giving up the pawn and going for attacks against this knight. This Adler variation that's been programmed in, quite familiar with and very happy to play. So from here, I'm going to use this knight that was attacking e5. That was why the knight came out to defend that. The knight was attacking. The knight was also looking at f2 here. And I'm going to put some more pressure on f2 by developing this bishop from f8 to c5, coordinating an attack, forcing the reply pawn from e2 to e3. So the machine is still in its opening book. It's still responding immediately, but we are quite happy with the opening variation that we have gotten. I know this quite well, and I know many ideas. So the big question is how much of the theory of this opening has been programmed into the computer. Now, after getting my bishop out here, what I want to do is put more pressure on the e5 pawn. Because I am a pawn down, I sacrificed a pawn to get to this position, and the way I'm going to do it is to play the knight from b8 and all the way out to c6. And here we actually saw that the computer did think for a little while, so I think it's out of book now. And it plays f1 to e2, which is the main move, however, in the position. So I don't know if it figured that out on its own, or if it's still in book. Now we are going to get our pawn back here. So we play knight on g4, takes e5. And the machine is now thinking for the first time. It is really considering what to do here. And I can entertain a little bit about giving sort of a little review of this chessboard in between turns where the machine is thinking. So I believe I said that this is the most amazing chess computer I have seen in this category of chess computers. What do I mean by that? What I mean is that there is basically three categories of chess computers. There is the original commercially available chess computers, which is the one that this belongs to, the category this belongs to, which are things like, it started with the Chess Challenger, we've seen Mephisto, I have a bunch of these, I've made videos with them on the channel. They are all quite similar. They almost all have a touch sensitive board. They are quite small, they have a little chip inside, they play decent chess, but to an experienced chess player they are not super hard to beat. They have small plastic pieces, and it's not like a premium or luxury product, but they can be very, very fun to play against. They have cool aesthetics. Then there is the other type of chess computer, which I would say is the very modern type of chess computer, like the ChessUp boards that I use on the channel a lot, that have all kinds of very modern features. They are on Wi-Fi. They may have a touch screen. The squares can light up. They run super advanced chess software. Some of them can move the pieces themselves. There are all these like premium, very modern machines, and they are very expensive, whereas these old school chess computers are pretty inexpensive. And the last type of chess computer would be the chess supercomputer. We're talking like Deep Blue, Deep Thought, Hydra, Bell, these type of special purpose computers built specifically for playing chess. And now let's take a look at the response the computer came up with. E1 to G1, so that is the king going here as part of castling. So in response to them castling, I could castle right away, but I want to achieve a specific objective first. These two knights are pretty well developed, but this knight doesn't have a good square to go to really, because where it really wants to be is where this knight is. So in the opening here, in the Adler variation of the Budapest defense or the Budapest gambit, what you do is you play knight on e5, captures on f3 with check. So we are having an exchange of knight, and the computer is now considering if it should play pawn takes or bishop takes. If it plays pawn takes, we are going to be extremely happy. The correct move here is bishop takes. That is the theoretical move. Okay, so let's call this this type of chess computer, let's call this the classical old school chess computer. And why do I think it's so amazing? Well, what they did with this thing was basically saying, what are quality of life improvements that we can take from all these different chess computers out there and put into the machine while maintaining a non-premium price, making it still a very affordable piece of hardware. And all the little things about the machine are just very, very nice. All the way from the pieces being magnetic, so you can even turn this down or upside down. They're not, tumbling over. Very small details like that. To this screen here. It's not a fancy touch screen like you would find in a smartphone or like in the premium brands like ChessUp, ChessUp 2, which I also love tremendously and I've used on the channel. That's very expensive. No, it's this very old school technology, but it's super cheap, so the machine is not very expensive for including this, and it does get the job done. It very clearly LCD style here is just telling us where all the pieces are and what the moves are. We can access the menu, and everything is very, very easy to use. Also the buttons, when you have a menu like this, a screen that you can look at, you can have arrows, and that just makes it so much easier. The machine plays bishop on e2, takes knight on f3, which is the correct move. We are then going to reply with knight on c6, coming to its destination square on e5. And here the correct move for the computer would be to play the bishop back to e2. We would, of course, very much like to exchange this knight for this bishop. Let's see what the computer comes up with. With other boards of this old school chess computer style, the way you communicate with it is almost always to all these different buttons, because every square is a button, will have a specific function. So maybe you press a level button down here, and then you know that, okay, A4 is the hard difficulty or something that I want to play with. It's not very intuitive. You have to check the manual all the time to see what's what's up, whatever, and you know, you may even have set it the wrong way without noticing because there's no screen to tell you. And it's just a very thought out product, and they kept it very cheap compared to everything else because it is not trying to be a next level product. It is just saying what would be the ultimate cheap chess playing old school computer. And I think they really did succeed. I should say that this video is not sponsored in any way. I don't even have a link for you to go and buy this. This is just my honest impression of this thing. And there are more great things I can say about this while it's thinking. So the machine comes with a book. It is the Karpov Chess School. That's the name of the product, the Karpov Chess School. And this book is basically all you need, together with this board, is basically all you need to go from being a complete chess novice, not knowing the rules of chess, into being a pretty strong club player like this. This is a very good book. I'll talk more about it later when the contents and how it works, but let's see what the machine comes up with. The machine plays the first positional mistake. This is what we have been waiting for. It wants to play knight from b1 to c3. And the reason that we are very happy to see that is because this bishop here is a very important defensive and attacking piece. In general, very important piece for white in this position. But we are able to get that right off the board by playing knight takes bishop, to which I strongly expect the reply to be queen takes knight. And it asks me, am I sure about this move? And that is one of the features of this board as well. It can have like blunder detection, and it can help you, guide you. It has a tutor mode, so I could, in this position, if I wanted to, press Y. I don't want to cheat and get an unfair advantage by getting the machine to help me, but I could press Y and it would tell me why it thinks this is a bad move. Also, I disagree. I'm pretty sure this is the best move in the position. And I have sound turned off because obviously we want this to be a relaxing video, right? But there is even a speaker and a little voice thing that can tell me in words, in audio, why it thinks this is a bad move. I'm just going to press escape because yes, I am sure that this is the move I want to play. And what's up with this book here? Why is that so cool? Well, this book will take you, there's a nice picture of Karpov, by the way, who signed this whole thing, and it will take you all the way from knowing the rules, learning the rules, until basic tactics that you need to know, how to checkmate with king and queen, for instance, in this section here, to basic endgames that you need to know. And let me see if I can find... And then there are chapters explaining basic tactics that you want to be familiar with. And as you can see here, it says exercise 39. And then there is this diagram, and then it explains something about the exercise. And the machine has all these positions from all the exercises stored in it. So you can, when you're in the tutor mode, what you can do is you can say, okay, I'll go to exercise 1, and it displays the setup, and you can put up the pieces. You can see if you can find the correct move, get some feedback if you can't find the correct move, look in the book to learn about what the theme of the tactic is, and so on and so forth. And there is 100 exercises like that, and it begins with simple things like forks and stuff. And if you go all the way to the back, the last chapter is, I don't know if you can see here, play combinations like Karpov, and it's from famous, there is like 20 examples from famous games that Karpov has played, where you can, it will show you on the little screen how the position was, and then you can see, can you find the move that Karpov used to win in that particular game. I think it's a very cool feature, and I think I think it's just a product that is really cared about getting the most out of what was available in this price range. Now we see queen takes knight, which is of course the correct move in the position. And I would say that we have a very nice position here, not because our pieces are very well developed, but we do have the bishop pair. There is no light squared bishop for white, and that's pretty nice for us. We can play a little bit more on the light squares, and for now I would like to just castle to be absolutely sure that there is not going to be any surprise checks. I have a very safe king here, and from here I would say that I have built up a very small advantage, but I'm very happy with the advantage. It's a long-term advantage. That is exactly the kind of advantage that I would like to have when playing against a computer like this one, that is very good in the short term and will see all cheap tricks you will throw at it, but when it comes to chess understanding, when it comes to looking deep into the game, it may lack in ability. So the machine is thinking, and this could be a good time for me, I think, to analyze the position a little deeper, figure out what kind of move we really want to play here. So if we look at the white side, what has the machine done, and analyze that a bit, and then look at the black side afterwards. So of course we have over here the castled king, classic castled king, with an undamaged wall in front of the castle with these pawns, and the rook still protecting, and also this pawn on e3 blunting our bishop. The bishop is on a dangerous diagonal towards the king, but these two pawns are doing a great job in defending. What more can we think about this castle? Well, one thing is that h3 has not been played, meaning that in the very far future, back rank checkmates could become a relevant theme, because the king does not have an escape square. And also when h3 is not played, there could be possibilities of putting something on g4, which is not defended by a pawn currently. Let's take a look. Machine plays queen from f3 to d5. Okay, so what is this move about? We will, before we analyze that move, I think we should just complete our understanding of what white is doing. So white has very nice control in the center with this pawn. That is, we don't have any pawns attacking their side of the board, but they have this pawn attacking d5 and b5. Also, this knight is very nicely placed. It can come to e4 or potentially d5 at some point. However, this bishop is probably the weakest part of the scheme for white, because this very strong pawn chain here, of course, blocks in the bishop, and the bishop will probably have to come out on this diagonal here, on the long diagonal, and that requires them to play a move pawn to b3 probably, which would also potentially weaken this knight, which would no longer be defended. And it is a must for the computer to develop this bishop, because the bishop is also blocking in the rook and disrupting the communication between the rooks. So the queen is centralized, very strong in that centralized position, can go all over the board, and is attacking our bishop on c5. So I have two options here, I believe. The one would be to simply play pawn to d6, defending the bishop. I am sure that that is a absolutely fine move to play, and I may end up playing it. The other idea I would have would be to play queen to e7 and defend the bishop like that. And the reason I may consider playing that move is that I have a long-term plan that is one of the points of this opening, which is to play pawn to a5, do a rook lift of this rook to come all the way over here to h6 or g6 to attack the king. That is one of the themes, something that I would very much like to do in this game, also because that kind of maneuver is very offbeat. It's not something you will see very often, and that can make it hard for the computer to react to it because it does not understand the long-term implications of such a plan. So machine says I should be careful. That's because the queen is attacking the bishop. I will play queen to excuse me, I'll just do escape first. So we're out of that careful message. Then we'll play queen to e7, defending the bishop and not playing pawn to d6, because of course that would block the rank for the rook. So I would like to play this move only after the rook has moved. So that is my idea here. And let's see what the machine comes up with as a reply. So we were looking at the white side of the position, and it was we concluded that it has a little bit of a bad bishop, otherwise no major problems. I would like to note one thing though, which is that they have given up their light squared bishop for our knight, and that means a couple of things. So firstly, the light squares is weaker, or they're better for us. We can attack them more than they are able to. Also, we don't have any knights and they have a knight, and that means that the bishops are what we want to focus on. We want to make this a fertile ground for the bishops to roam around, and bishops like an open game with not a lot of pawns blocking everything, because then they can zoom around the board and exercise their power, while knights are the opposite. They like a closed position where you have a lot of time to go from one place to another place, because the knight is of course much slower than the bishop, and when the position is blocked, the knight's unique ability to jump over pieces becomes pronounced. And okay, so we now see knight from c3 to e4, which insists on attacking the bishop. And I must say that I missed this move. This is a very good move from the machine, and it is the reason that I should probably have played pawn to d6. So the problem here, it's not fatal, but the problem is that I can't really save the bishop. Because if I go here, I very strongly suspect we will see pawn to a3, attacking the bishop goes back to a5, we then see pawn to b4, attacking the bishop once more, the bishop will drop back to b6, and then we see pawn to c6, trapping the bishop. Maybe in this position we would be able to play pawn to c6, so let's explore this a bit further, giving an escape square to the bishop and also attacking the queen. So from here the queen will have to move. However, the queen can go to a very strong square, it can go to d6, attacking our queen, and if we see queen takes queen, they will plonk a knight down on d6. That is, so if the queen takes queen, knight takes here, that would be horrible. So our only real alternative would be to play the bishop back to d8. And this just does not look like a position that I would enjoy myself playing, except of course that after pawn to c6, if it plays here, what we could do would be to give up the bishop and capture the knight. Let's explore this a bit further. And they play pawn takes bishop, and we play pawn, probably we play pawn takes pawn, and I'm still not super happy about this, but this is not as bad. The big problem is that this pawn can't move, and if we can't play that to d5, our bishop is forever trapped. But we could maybe see something like queen to e6, with an idea of exchanging queens. If they capture our queen, we're very happy to capture with the f pawn. However, they can play rook to d1, and that's a big problem for us, because here we could play queen takes queen, but rook takes, and we are not able to challenge that rook. They are still blocking us here on d7, and it's kind of funny that that is the thematic theme, that they are putting something in front of us, sort of squeezing us, because that's a strategy that Karpov, who has co-signed this computer, is famous for. And this position is horrible for black, so we can't allow this. So now we are going to put the pieces back, which is very easy because we don't know exactly where they are because of this nice little screen. So there is a queen here, there is a pawn there, and there is a knight here. What happens if we play the bishop back immediately? They can immediately play the pawn forward, and it doesn't seem to make much of a difference, or does it? Let's say we attack the queen, the same idea. The queen is still considering coming to d6. It looks like it's almost exactly the same. We take here, they take here, we take here, and it's their turn. And the only thing is that this variation, I think this is maybe quite okay, because the rook can now join like this. And also I'm not sure that the machine would actually go for this, because in order to get this, it will have to sacrifice a pawn, and the machine does not like to be down material. It does not like that. It's not very good at considering deeper positional factors, like the fact that this bishop is basically dead. It's still saying it's a full bishop and we are down a pawn in this position. So I don't think the computer will actually like this variation, even though I think it's very good for white. So let's consider this again, and maybe that's the case also for the other variation. So we are here, and we are considering just playing the bishop back here. So if they attack the bishop, and we attack the queen, can the queen go somewhere else where that would be very interesting for them, like here maybe? Well, if that happens, we will save the bishop, we will go back to c7, and we have a little bit of a cramped position. We have some problems, but we may be at some point able to play pawn to d5. It's not very nice, but it's possible. So I think I will try to go for that idea. So I think here I will play bishop back to b6. So first it says careful, it's attacking here, I know. And I'm then going to play c5 to b6. And the machine is going to think for a long while, I believe, because there is a lot of stuff to consider here. Queen to e7, I think, has been shown to be a mistake on our part. I was a little bit too insistent on trying to get this rook lift to work, and I ended up in this position. And I believe that if I was playing against a human here, I would be quite scared. I would feel I was in big trouble. However, against the machine, I feel that there could be weaknesses in the AI, and that we can exploit to see if we can get out of this mess, because the type of the advantage that the machine has is the kind of advantage that it understands the worst, has the least an understanding of, which is a positional, strategical type of advantage. When I have played all the other chess computers, I have talked at length about what kind of processor is in them, what is the technology like, and stuff. With this one, and that is actually one of the drawbacks of this, I would say, for a nerd like me at least, it does not offer technical information. I don't know what the processor is. I don't know how fast it is. I don't know who programmed it, and I can't find that information anywhere. Maybe it is somewhere. Now we see bishop from c1 to d2, which is exactly the kind of thing that we were hoping for. c1 to d2, not trapping our bishop, not playing pawn to c5 or anything like that, which will allow us to try and continue with our plan. And I think here I will actually try to, or will I? I was considering playing pawn to a5 with the idea of rook to a6, bishop dropping back, being on the long diagonal, and the rook coming over here to the king side in very classical Budapest gambit fashion. Also pawn to a5 will help stop pawn to b4, which I believe is one of the ideas the machine has come up with here. Pawn to b4, defended by the bishop, cannot be captured, and it wants to capture here. So pawn to a5 looking pretty good. The alternative would be pawn to c6, which I actually like very, very much here, because there is no queen d6, because it hangs the knight, and that means the queen will have to go, I don't know, somewhere else, which may allow us to play pawn to d5. No, actually the queen will of course have to go somewhere where it is protecting the knight. And if it goes here, this wins a tempo from the bishop. If it goes here, we will just capture it. Here can't go, here you can't go. So actually I think that c6 would force queen to d3. Queen to d3. And is that exploitable? How about pawn to d5 now? Because if the machine thinks that it can win a pawn, I think we will be very happy. Pawn takes, and if it thinks it can play here, I'm pretty sure that rook to d8 just about wins the game. From here, I guess we are attacking the knight, we're attacking the bishop, we're attacking the queen. So the queen wants to stay in communication with the knight, so we don't just play queen take knight, so probably c4. And it looks very close that we can just exploit this. Weakness. Let's say to bishop to e6. Like this looks very, very active. It may not work exactly, but it just looks, because now of course the bishop blocks the queen from coming in and capturing the knight. And we are giving up a pawn for this kind of attack, but there's just a tremendous amount of development and attacks going on. Where is the queen even really going from here? Let's say it goes here. It's so close, but I'm not actually completely sure that this is winning. Let's try to look at the position again. So this rook would be here, this pawn is here, and I'm just going to check with the board. Yes, that is indeed the position. So to c6 here, and we think queen d3 is forced, pawn to d5 takes, queen takes. and we're not completely sure about that. So we are also considering pawn to a5, just wanting to get this rook going, and after pawn to a5, though, we may see c5, and then the idea was c6. But here it may be more happy to make this exchange. And we are maybe less happy in this situation, although I think we are pretty happy because we can round this pawn up with the rook. It's probably going to be pretty hard to defend that pawn. So I think I will, to my own detriment, probably try one more time to insist on this strategy of getting the rook lift going. So I will not play c6 just yet. I will play pawn to a5. And we will see if the machine is able to punish this, because I believe that what I'm doing is technically not correct. I'm pretty sure pawn to c6 was or is the stronger move, if we try to look at it, should we say, objectively. However, I am trying to be very, very take into account the sort of personality of my opponent, or the limitations of the hardware, trying to give myself a easier time when we are approaching an end game for this. So if we can get rook a6 in, I may be absolutely willing to give up this pawn and play bishop back to a7, so something like this, and then here now the pawn can fall to the bishop, but of course we can get the tremendous attack with the rook going. So that is one thing that I may consider, one of the ideas here. And if we see pawn to c5, I believe still probably just pawn to c6. Although it does play pawn to c4, so now we will have to pawn from c4 to c5. And it says careful, we will just ignore that. And we could, in this position, consider playing bishop to a7. And then from there, I'm thinking bishop takes a5. Now, though, pawn to c6 could be very, very strong. Queen will have to move, probably to d4 or d3. Let's say d4. And then bishop to b8 with attacking ideas here. Opens up an attack against the bishop. From here we would probably see bishop to c3 with a checkmate threat going on here, which we could defend actively with pawn to f5, defending laterally with the g7 pawn, attacking this knight, but knight d6 though. Always a very scary move to meet positionally. So we may not play bishop a7. We may consider, excuse me, the queen is here. We may consider pawn to c6 immediately. And the queen goes back probably to d4. And then immediately the bishop goes to c7. Then I guess bishop c3. And we have almost exactly the same problem. We then play f5. Knight comes to d6. And we have completely failed in our plan to try to get this rook involved. It's just not going to work. So we have to really think and come up with a really good move now. So this is the position. It tells me there is an error. Okay, like so. So this is the position. And we cannot, this is the position, the bishop is here. We cannot try to go for any sort of counterattack with f5 because pawn is pinned. The computer has been playing, I don't know if the computer was playing well or I was playing poorly. How about bishop a7, bishop takes pawn, and not pawn to c6. If bishop takes pawn, then maybe we have bishop takes pawn. So that could be a solution. I think this works. Queen takes, knight takes, rook takes, and we are getting our material back. If knight takes, then rook takes. So I think actually bishop to a7 is absolutely playable. We are not losing this pawn probably, and we still have to figure out what to do about this, but maybe we can figure something out. So I'm going to play that. I'm going to play bishop back to a7 here. Bishop to a7. Now, what will the machine play? I think we're very happy if it plays bishop takes a5. I can probably no longer dream about the rook lift here. I'm getting close, dangerously close to having a significantly worse position also in the long term. Maybe I can survive a significantly worse position in the short term against the computer, but against the computer in the short term, I don't think so. So I think one thing that we really want to be looking at will be to play pawn to d6. And in order to do that, we will probably need the bishop back on b8 to help us defend d6. d6 in all these variations look to be the critical weakness we have, the critical weakness. So pawn to b6 pawn to d6 is something that we are very much interested in. Pawn to b6 is not possible. We hang the rook. Pawn to b6, hang the rook does not work. Well, it does play bishop takes a5, which I believe we don't see that much of a problem with, except I missed something. I believe I missed something. I missed bishop takes pawn, and I was thinking, oh, of course, we will see something like knight takes bishop here, but it can respond with an intermezzo move. Attrition took bishop takes c7, and we are now down a pawn, but we may be able to play something like rook a6 here. So this is fairly complicated. No, that just hangs the bishop, of course. That's the problem. That just hangs the bishop. So, and I believe rook a5 just captures with the bishop. So this is big trouble, big trouble. Pawn to d6, does that work? Bishop takes, knight takes, does not work. So we could be in trouble. How again? The dreaded c6 that never seems to work. Pawn to c6. The queen has to protect the knight. Let's say queen d3. And then bishop takes c5. And that's absolutely fine, I believe. So is this the moment where c6 works? Is that the idea? Is that what we need in this position? If queen f5, bishop takes pawn works. I'm not sure that d6 or d5 works because, for instance, en passant, and even though we may capture the queen, they will capture our queen. We could capture their knight, but they will then capture our rook, make a new queen check. We are losing that. So I don't believe that works, but maybe just bishop takes, and it doesn't have bishop to c7, or not. It's not capturing anything there at least. So I believe this is the time. Now we have to play pawn to c6, and then it's time to pray. So pawn to c6. Now we wait while the machine calculates. And it's funny how it looks like the machine and I are probably playing around the same level, and probably playing chess in maybe a similar way because we are playing like at this similar level. I'm not having a great chess day, but I'm in terms of how many moves I spot, but I am having a lot of fun. However, we are playing the game in two very different ways. I rely a lot on intuition. I only calculate a couple of moves, look at a couple of ideas, but I try to, find the relevant ones, while the machine is just sorting through thousands and thousands of different combinations and variations, and using a very unintuitive and not very sophisticated algorithm to determine, because it's old type of machine, to figure out which it likes the best. So I'm using a pretty sophisticated algorithm, my intuition, to look at a very few selected moves, and it's using very unsophisticated algorithm to look at thousands or possibly millions of moves, and And somehow it balances out and it's about the same. d4 to d5 to d4. So the queen goes back. From here, we have to consider some things. For instance, is it possible to play bishop takes pawn? If that's possible, I think we are very, very happy. If queen takes bishop, queen takes queen, knight takes queen, rook to a5, and probably that position is completely fine for us. Knight takes, rook takes a5. I'm also pretty happy about that. Is there some bishop move that we have missed? Or some knight move? Maybe this to pin our bishop to the queen, but I believe we can just capture the bishop instead. So I don't think that works. So I actually think that bishop takes c5 does work here. And if we are able to win c5, all of our problems will evaporate as pawn to d5 will become available. So I think I will try this. I will play bishop takes c5. And then we will see if the machine has figured out a way to punish this. Maybe bishop to d8, but I just rook takes, so I don't believe that. I don't believe that's really a problem. So material is equal. They can capture one of our pieces, and I think they will. And we are losing the advantage of having the two bishops. So I think the position is pretty equal, actually. It's all my own doing. I had a great position. Then I insisted too much on a particular strategy. I tried to get the rook out. I was probably underestimating the machine quite a bit. So, yeah. Now, I believe we will see knight takes bishop, and then rook takes bishop, and then maybe pawn to b4 with an attack against the rook, and the rook will probably have to move back. Maybe something like that. I'm thinking it could be something like that. Yeah, we could also see queen takes bishop. Then we would have to play queen takes queen, knight takes queen, and then rook takes bishop, which gives the same sort of position but without the queens on the board, which makes it much easier for us to play. In particular, if we can get to an endgame, it's much easier for a human to calculate far in an endgame because it's much easier to evaluate what is the relevant factor. It does play knight takes bishop, to which we will of course reply rook takes a5. Material equality has been restored. I believe pawn to b4, as it protects the knight and attacks the rook. The knight is currently attacked twice. If the knight moves, then we are super happy. Then we can play rook to d5 attacking the queen, or rook to h5, rook to g5, rook to e5, unless the knight goes to d3. So if the knight moves, we are very, very happy. And if the knight doesn't move, I believe pawn to b4 is the only viable move. So let's say pawn to b4, maybe rook to b5 with an attack against the pawn, but I don't much believe that. Pawn to a4 looks like it's punishing us there. So pawn to b5, I believe, is the best move in the position, and I guess actually rook has to come all the way back to a8 in that position, but we are not so unhappy because the very dangerous pawn on c5 has gone, and we will be able at some point to play pawn to d6 or indeed d5, unleashing the bishop, solving all of the problems that we put ourselves in. So it does play pawn from b2 to b4, and rook b5 is not on the cards, I believe. Rook takes knight is not on the cards, I believe. Rook a6 captured by the knight. Rook a7, there will be discovered attacks. Rook a4, rook a3 should maybe that deserves a mention. Rook a3, I believe it will be kicked out of there pretty quickly, and it's also not obvious what that rook is doing. But rook a3 could be considered. If queen b2, we can then go back. Is there a way to trap the rook? Not really. Maybe rook a3 is a fine move here. Maybe it's just fine. If it's something like knight b3 with an idea of knight a5 to trap the rook, so if knight b3, then probably we just move back. It does seem a little dangerous, however. I'm not sure I like that rook on that square. Not exactly sure why. Rook a3 looks a little dangerous. Why does it look dangerous? But I'm not sure what's... I'm not sure. For some reason it feels much safer to play rook a8, but rook to a8 also seems not very ambitious. But maybe I don't need to be ambitious, because if I can just play pawn to d5, I'm happy. I'm super happy then. So I think I'll go on intuition here, not being able to explain it exactly, but I will play rook from a5 to a8. Rook to a3 looked a bit promising, but something about it made me uneasy. So rook to a8 is the move that I play here. And we are looking to play d5 or possibly d6. And if we achieve that, then we should be very happy with everything, even though we don't have any particular advantage, of course. So what will the machine come up with here? Maybe pawn to a4. Playing this pawn forward. Just gaining space. That looks like a pretty solid idea. Rook a to d1 or rook f to d1. Getting on this line with one of the rooks could also be an idea. Playing pawn to h3, just being very patient. Could be an idea. Pawn to e4, trying to stop d5. Then I would probably just play pawn to d6, still getting my bishop out, attacking the knight, and being quite okay. Okay, let's see, what will it play. It plays f1 to d1. That was one of the things we looked at. F1 to d1, which of course is forcing our hand a little bit. We now have to play d7 to d5, so that we have control over the d6 square. And we are pretty happy with our position, I would say, but we are not ecstatic at all. I think a move like pawn to e4 could be a way for the machine to break through. Pawn to a4 could be a good move, and it is not exactly clear how we should develop our game plan, but it will involve getting this light squared bishop in play somehow, some way. Now, the knight here is attacking b7. So when the bishop moves, b7 will only be defended by the queen, which is, of course, adequate for the time being. It will be positionally unfortunate or annoying in the long term to have the queen tied down to that pawn, though. But maybe a rook to b8 can solve that at some point. Let's see, d1 to d2. Okay, so it looks like it wants to double up the rooks. And what do we want to play here? How do we get the bishop into the game? It could go to f5, but we have a closed position where the knight is stronger than the bishop. Let's say instead we play pawn to b6, trying to dislodge that knight. That knight will then have, in all likelihood, to go to b3. c5 doesn't work. We probably have to defend b6 like this. This is a little bit annoying. It does not seem to accomplish that much. However, it does kick the knight out of here. But let's say bishop f5 first, with the idea of going pawn to b6, knight goes somewhere, and then maybe the bishop can come here. So I think we'll try that. I think bishop from c8 to f5, just getting that bishop in the game. Of course, we could also have gone to g4 with an idea of rerouting h5 to g6, be on this diagonal instead. Maybe that was a better way to go about it. And will we maybe see rook on a1 to d1? I would very much like to play double up my rooks on the a file, trying to target this a2 pawn. So I may be regretting not putting my rook on a3 earlier. It seemed wrong. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. But it sure would be nice to have rook on a3 and the other rook on a8, stopping this pawn from moving and trying to put some pressure. So not sure. It's a great game. I'm having a great fun. It's also very nice that the machine is strong enough to actually challenge me. Pawn to d1 to g3. That makes me very happy because oh, it's not g2 to g3, it's g2 to g4. Whoa. That is a very anti-positional move. The king, but maybe it's just strong. So the pawn is protected by the queen. So I can't capture it. And like I will, in all likelihood, have to go to g6. But I think I'm happy on g6. So we will say, we understand we have to be careful. We go to g6. In a perfect world, we wanted to go to e4, but I don't think that, well, maybe pawn to e4, or bishop to e4, because now there's no f3 at all. And if knight takes, queen takes, pawn takes, it's just very even position, I guess. But I do think that with queens on the board, what the machine is doing here is at least risky. But I guess the machine is thinking about just playing pawn to f4, trying to trap the bishop. Pawn to f4, h6, f5, bishop h7, f6. Will the machine make that kind of plan? Pawn takes and pawn takes, and then we are like in great trouble. So we may have to play pawn to f6, d4 to f4. Okay, it's going for something else. It's going for coming here. With the queen. That I don't mind, I believe. I don't mind that so much. I would like to get rid of the knight there. The knight is really bothersome. So I think pawn to b6, chasing the knight back. However, the knight of course wants to go to b3 and d4, where it will also be very strong. and attack c6 if we have played b6. So I'm not sure that I can play pawn to b6. Pawn to b6, knight to b3. What about f5 in that position? That I like very much. I like that very, very much. We are going to do that. So we play b7 to b6, attacking this knight. And the knight can't really go forwards. It will have to go to d3 or b3. And I believe b3 is the best option. So let's say knight to b3 and then f5. I believe we can play f5 in that position because we are not really weak on the light squares, and that would help us find a way to attack with our rooks. So yeah, I think I really think we may be on to something here. I think we may have finally called a break, meaning catching up with our mistakes. Well, I should own these, my mistakes of trying too hard to get the rook plan with the rook left going. I think we are now in a very good position. At least if we can get f5 in, c3 to d3, c5 to d3, so the knight goes to d3, and from here the knight can come to e5. Which is a strong square for the knight. So let's say we do play pawn to f5, knight to e5, maybe pawn takes pawn. I think knight takes bishop there could be problematic actually, so I don't think we can play pawn to f5 just yet, but what we could consider is to play rook on f to e8 to just stop the knight coming to e5. That move looks very sensible to me. There's also a different way we could go to just play bishop takes knight, rook takes knight, then f5. But in that position, I'm a little bit scared of just pawn takes pawn when you don't have the bishop to back that up. So currently it looks like rook on f to e8. Then let's say rook c1, rook c8 defending. And or can we use the other rook, rook a e1? I'm not sure we can, because then how rook c1, how are we defending that? The answer may be that we are not, and maybe we are just playing pawn to f5 there. Rook takes, pawn takes, queen takes. No, I think it feels like just rook on f8 to e8 is the way to go here. So we will play rook f8 to e8. Like so. So I'm guessing rook a8 to c1. And we will checkmate you. A lot of the sting of pawn to f5 is of course gone now. But we can consider going to some pretty comfortable endgames, rook endgames maybe, with something like queen to e4. That could be a way to go. Queen to e4, yeah. So if we see rook a1 to c1, then rook a8 to c8, then what is it doing? So maybe we'll try something like h4. Are we afraid of that? Maybe. But currently we can just capture it with the queen. So that doesn't look so bad. a1 to c1, so we correctly guessed that. And I'm pretty sure we have to play rook a8 to c8. And we seem to be holding white back nicely, but I mean, this game is far from over. Feels very equal. Maybe there will be a chance for us to play pawn to c5 at some point. C5, pawn takes, knight takes, rook takes, queen takes is winning for us. C5, pawn takes. That it gives them a passed a pawn though. If we play this pawn here, takes, and then this a pawn is passed, which is a little annoying. But maybe against a lot of the things that white can play here, we can play queen to e4. Just trying to exchange queens d4 to f4 to d4, so the queen comes in here with an attack against b6. And I think that queen to e4 may be exactly the move, the kind of move that we want in this position. Because so let's say queen e4. So if queen takes b6, we just play queen takes g4 check, and we are very happy. So I'm thinking queen e4, knight f4 to block that, but then queen takes queen, rook takes queen. Or maybe we even play bishop takes knight, rook takes knight, queen e4 then. We also have the option bishop e4, but that does hang the b6 pawn. Computer played queen d4 to attack b6. But I mean, looks like drawish lines with queen e4 or bishop takes d3 maybe. But am I brave enough to sacrifice a pawn like that? Bishop e4, queen takes b6. So that puts pressure also on c6, coordinating queen and rook on c6. But the bishop on e4 is very, very dangerous on these light squares. Can I get the queen in? Can I get bishop e4? There's no like f3 or anything. I could just capture that, I think. So bishop e4, queen takes b6, and queen g5 or h5 with an attack on this pawn, that's a checkmating threat because takes, and then I think actually that's super dangerous for white. So am I missing something there? Bishop e4, because it's a little bit sort of an all-in thing, because bishop e4 and I lose the pawn, then this becomes a passed pawn and there's pressure on c6, but queen h5 looks very, very dangerous. Queen h3, queen d2, checkmate, like, and this knight is going to have a very difficult time, I believe, defending against all of that. And the rooks are bishop e4, queen takes, queen h4 with this threat. There's actually not really any way to defend that pawn in one move. So I would guess knight f4. Knight f4 to cover g2, but I play queen takes g4 check. And maybe I will play g5. I really like this. So I think this is what we are going for. The other lines looked pretty dangerous. So I think bishop to e4. And then the machine will have to prove to me that my attack isn't working. So I will, but the machine will of course get material. So we are now playing bishop to e4 with the idea queen h5, going for, it says, are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. So that indicates to me that it probably do want to take the b6 pawn. And maybe it's just, I mean, if it plays f3, the rook will protect g2 laterally. But I'm getting a lot of important pawns on the castle position there. It will be probably pretty hard to get my rook, my e8 rook, involved in that attack, but if I can play rook e6 at some point, it would protect c6 and it would be able to come to like h6, g6, or maybe f6. I think h6 and g6 are the most likely. Attacks against g2 and h2. Computer's having a big think. What about, it does play d4 takes on b6. So our plan was, of course, queen h4. And there's no back rank anything, is there? Because queen h4, rook takes c6. I think that's going to be checkmate, very close to it. Takes and coming in here. And I could go to g5 instead, but then pawn to h3 actually protects the pawn. So queen h4 does really seem like the logical move here. So I'm guessing then, no, it can't play knight e5 to protect the pawn because we just play rook takes. So I think this may be a very strong attack. Queen e7 to h4. And this is it, guys and girls and everything in between and beyond who may not have fallen completely asleep yet. This is it. This is the moment where we find out if I have missed something and this attack is not strong enough to justify the sacrifice of the pawn. But in general, I have this bishop that I've been battling, to get into the game this whole time, is now in a very, very nice position, slicing down on the light squares. And my thesis for the entire game has been that the computer does not understand the positional factors like weak light squares. So I guess what I'm doing here is I'm just saying that I believe in my evaluation and that the material that I have sacrificed was sort of a poisoned pawn, where the machine is being materialistic and going for pieces and neglecting defense of the light squares. Rook on c8, rook on c1 takes c6. Okay, this is super scary. So the machine is really saying that this does not work for me. And I mean, it could be right. Here my plan was to play queen takes g4, check, and it can't go to the corner, so king f1 is forced. Then we play queen g2 check, king moves somewhere, and there is this, but maybe we just, after that we just play rook takes rook, forcing queen takes rook, I believe, and then the attack does not look that dangerous against my king. So we are trying that, we are believing in our intuition and the little bit of calculation we did. Queen takes on g4 check. It responds immediately with king to f1 because it is the only legal move. And annoyingly, this is not checkmate. But the king has a very hard time escaping. And we could play rook takes rook. We could play queen h3 check or queen g2 check. Let's say queen g2. If king e2, maybe we just win with bishop f3. I think that just wins. King goes back and queen g1 is checkmate actually. So king e2 does not work. Queen g2 check, king e1, bishop f3. Rook takes rook. Queen g1 checkmate. Is that checkmate? I think that's checkmate. So I think we are going for that. But I think maybe I want to just not mess everything up and play rook takes rook first. Just to be absolutely sure that I'm not falling for any kind of devious trick. Like, I don't want this combination of rook and queen on the board to worry about. So maybe well, probably not a forced checkmate. Let's take a look again. Queen g2 check, king e1. I believe king e1 is forced. And then bishop f3. And actually, how is the machine actually? Like, is there any way to stop queen g1 checkmate? I'm not sure I can see any way to do that. Other than something like ridiculous, like rook g6, where I just play pawn takes. Like, if I wasn't playing a machine, if I was playing like a blitz game against a human, I would be so convinced that this was a forced checkmate, but the machine has been playing so incredibly well this whole time. So it seems very weird to me if it's just missed a checkmate thread, like checkmate in 4 or something. I think queen g2, everything starts with queen g2. So we're playing that. Just because if it plays king e2, I'm sure it's checkmate. I just don't see how, after bishop f3, I just don't see how it's stopping queen g1 checkmate. I just don't see it. Is it, I don't know, what do you think? Is this a forced checkmate? King e2, bishop f3 check, forcing king e1, and queen g1 is checkmate then. So king e1 is absolutely forced, bishop f3, let's say rook takes rook, and then it's the same checkmate, queen g1 is still checkmate. But I just feel I must have missed something, because I felt that the machine was just not biting on any of my tricks. It does play king e2, but that is a forced checkmate. I am 100% sure. That can't be true. It just missed a checkmate in 2 moves after playing. Yeah, well, I don't know if I felt completely outplayed for the start of the game, but I did not feel that I was up against something that was in any way a weaker chess player than I was. But this looks like complete blunder. So maybe we have exposed the weakness of the machine. Maybe it's, if this is correct, then maybe the machine has trouble with attacks against the king. Maybe it has trouble evaluating it. Bishop f3 is check. The king cannot go to d1. There's only one legal move, that is king e1. And then queen g1 is checkmate. So maybe this is, there's not like a pawn or something that is on a square that I'm checking with the board down here, and it is the correct position. So we are playing bishop. We're playing bishop f3 check, forcing king e1, and then queen to g1 should be checkmate. But the machine is... It is, yes! We did it! We did it! Black wins, 0-1. So that is crazy. Like, this game was crazy because the machine played so well positionally. Like, it wasn't giving me, I think, any real weaknesses to exploit until all of a sudden it just said, I will play. It started with the pawn to g4 move. It's just a huge weakness for an attack, and it just did not appreciate the weakness of the light squares Hello, and welcome to a Chessman Chess. And let's just go ultra ASMR on this one. Make it as tingly as possible, so we can see if I can beat this chess school computer before you fall asleep. So this is the talking chess computer, co-signed by Karpov himself, the 12th world champion. Let's open it and take a look. So here we have the contents. This is a very nice product. It actually comes with a book, a Karpov chess school, where you can learn a lot of strategy. The book has a lot of puzzles and exercises that you can actually do on the board. So this is because this chess computer is meant to be educational, and it's actually a very good deal. You can get this used for next to nothing. I think I paid the equivalent of $20 for this. Here we have the actual chess computer, and it also comes, of course, with some pieces very nicely. Let's set up the board. Okay, I hope you can see what's going on. So we will turn on the computer. I can see it's displaying the last move of the last game that somebody played against this. And we'll see a new game, and it's ready to start here. And let's choose the level. So for some reason this machine has 72 levels. Maybe it's because Karpov didn't get to play Fischer for the World Championship, which Fischer won in 1972. I don't know why. We're going to play level 71. So just one level below the max level, and that's only because at the max level, at 72, the computer has an unlimited time to think. So the video could be 3 days long. So here it should be limited to a couple of minutes for each moves, maybe up to 5 minutes if it's a very critical move. And let's press move here to get this started, and it plays d2 to d4. So what are we going to play against this? Let's start out with a theoretical knight f6, and we can see the computer responds immediately, meaning that it is in its opening book, and it is going from b1 to c3. So that's a bit of an unusual way of playing the position, but it is in the opening book. So since the computer did not play c4, I think I can now play pawn to d5. now see the computer respond with c1 to g5 immediately. So it's c1. So it's c1 to g5 here, with an attack on my knight. I don't know this opening at all. I guess we could just play something very simple like pawn on e7 to e6, like so. So the computer won't be able to double my pawns. I can recapture with the queen here. And yeah, the computer is now thinking. So this is the first move that has not been pre-programmed into the machine. So now the little chip, little chip inside the machine here is calculating probably a couple of thousand, maybe 10,000 positions per minute or something like that. It's way below, of course, what you can do on a modern computer with modern chess software, but they were pretty smart, and they are still pretty smart about designing these machines. So even with the very limited CPU power that they have, they can make some decent moves. Where they struggle in particular is in the end game. So maybe we will try to be like Jose Raúl Capablanca, the famous world champion, the supreme gentleman of chess, who became world champion by beating Lasker in 1927. And Capablanca was famous for going for the end game from the very first move of the game of chess. He played the opening, he played in order to get to the middle game he wanted, and he played that middle game in order to get to the end game he wanted. So it's very reminiscent of players like Karpov, who has signed this computer, co-signed the computer, and of course today Magnus Carlsen and a guy like Kramnik as well, who just played on these small incremental advantages until they got to the end of the game, and in the end of the game they would have some teeny tiny small advantage. One pawn would be slightly better placed, their king would be slightly better placed, more active than their opponent, and they would hold that advantage. And Magnus does this to this day. Hold the advantage, just pressure the advantage for up to 20 moves or even more in order to convert it into a full point and a win. And we may try to play like that, just incremental advantages, because what we shouldn't do against a computer is we shouldn't try something too tactical if we are not very sure that it will work. And that is because even only calculating, let's say it calculates 10,000 positions per minute, so let's say it takes maybe 3-4 minutes, 30,000-40,000 positions, which sounds like a lot but not really. It may not see all the long-term ideas, but any sort of 1 move, 2 move, 3 move tactical sequence 21, and the queen can move 22 and 23, and the king can move 24. So 24 legal moves for the computer. So it's calculating, has to look at 24 possibilities, 24 options to come up with its first move. But then of course it has to think about what would I do in that situation, and how many moves do I have available. Well, I have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and actually the computer has 26, oh 20, yeah 26, because I forgot to count this now. So now we have to multiply 26 by 29 or thereabouts, and let's just make it easy for ourselves. Let's just say it has 20 and I have 20, so we multiply those together. That's 400, and this is being very conservative. We have even more legal moves, but we are being conservative, and it's still 400 for calculating one move from the computer and one move from me. Let's then consider what the computer could then do. So we have maybe 20 legal moves again. 400 times 20, that's 8,000, and let's just do a times 20 again. That is 160,000 different positions for just white moving, black moving, white moving, and black moving. So just two plies deep. Okay, let's see what the computer comes up with. It plays G1 to F3, so it very sensibly develops this knight, and in this position I think I will play this rather slowly. I don't think I will spend too much time really. I think I want to prevent this knight from coming here, and in order to do that, I think, well, I'm not even sure I can do that, to be honest, because I was thinking a move like this, but the problem is if the knight comes here, I can't capture it, because if I try to capture it, it will recapture like this, and oops, this knight can't move because of the pin to the queen. So already we do see that the machine is setting up some traps. Okay, so how can we get further into the game? One thing I think I would like to try would be to play c7 to c5 to challenge the center here, simply because white hasn't played c2 to c4, so I think this is my way of trying to get some kind of advantage. So now the machine is thinking again. If the machine captures my pawn, well, that's absolutely okay. I can recapture with the bishop. If it doesn't, and for instance plays the knight in here, then I think I can just capture the pawn, because queen takes, and then developing my knight should be pretty good, right? So I'm guessing that the computer will play either pawn to e3 or pawn to e4. Pawn to e4 looks like it could be winning a pawn, although I'm not sure. here. But I think the knight takes knight. So maybe it will play pawn to e4. Then pawn takes to prevent this horrible pin. And so pawn takes. Then knight takes. And then probably I have to go here, and then the knight either pawn takes pawn, or probably even better just knight takes pawn. So I'm not completely sure, but I think pawn to e3 is not the move. I think maybe we are already in a bit of trouble if the computer comes up with the move pawn to e4. If it does, we will have to be very, very, very careful. And let's look at some alternatives. Let's say pawn to e4 is coming here. Could we, for instance, play a move like pawn takes pawn? Is this possible? Let's say that machine advances like this. We can't move the knight. If we capture their knight, and they will capture our knight, and maybe we are just about getting out, we can recapture here. The bishop will have to move, and we can then capture here. So maybe we are lucky that that pawn to e4 does not work for the machine. So let's say pawn to e4. Maybe we should consider all these checks as well. So let's say pawn takes pawn. Does flicking in this check do anything? I don't know that it does. We could try to just block with the bishop. It's a little bit more forcing than blocking in any other way. So let's say this pawn advances. I think it's pretty much the same going on. Knight, pawn takes knight, pawn takes, and pawn takes, with the threat on the bishop. And I don't think bishop takes bishop, knight on b takes does anything really. So I am not entirely sure at this moment what the machine will play, but I think the idea of pawn takes pawn could be very relevant, trying to refute a move like pawn to e4. If the machine cannot play pawn to e4, then I am not all that concerned. Because if the machine has to play a move like pawn to e3 here, then maybe I can just play like pawn takes pawn, and that should be kind of fine, maybe. Or yeah, even something else could be something we could consider there. So we do have a move, and we just see pawn from e2 to e3. And at this point, I am thinking here could be pretty good. I actually kind of like that move. Doesn't seem like there is too many problems with that, so let's play b8 to c6. The machine is thinking, and I would say at this point in the opening we are pretty happy. We didn't fall into any sort of early trap, early gambit. We didn't allow the game to get very tactical, and that means that we can play on even foot with the machine currently. And that, okay, we have a quick move now. We do see f1 to b5, so we see, interestingly, the bishop coming out with a pin on this knight. So this knight cannot move because it's pinned to the king. So I'm not sure if I feel that is too much of a problem. Maybe the computer wants to play something like knight coming here and get the Pillsbury knight. I think that could be a pretty good idea for the computer. I could consider playing something like pawn to a6, forcing bishop takes knight, pawn takes. And if the knight comes in, I can play queen c7 to protect my pawn. Computer maybe plays pawn to f4 to get the Pillsbury knight. But I could start chopping away at the center there, so that's one option I like quite a bit. I could also consider just breaking this pin here, but at any moment this bishop could be forced to move again by pawn takes pawn, and the bishop would have to then move again, and I would have lost a tempo. So I think I will try this a7 to a6, and yeah, let me just send small thank you to the watchers of this channel. That means you as well. I hope that you are super okay. We got a super quick reply, but let me finish this first. I just hope you're super duper relaxed, and that you have a great amount of tingles. And yeah, as well, special thanks to the patrons of this channel who help me keep the lights on here in the studio. Particularly, that means a lot. And these days, when the channel is not doing that well, it happens with some regularity that there is a big dip in viewership, and that means that it can be very hard to pay the rent. So thank you so much for contributing and keeping this going. Now let's take a look. It plays a b5, takes c6, so it plays bishop takes c6. It says that black is in check. We will then recapture with our bishop, or with our pawn. So we have now won the bishop pair. So generally the knights and the bishops are considered to be equally strong, and but the bishops, the better you get at chess, the higher the value of the bishops is, like the standard wisdom at least. And I think that me having this light squared bishop gives me more control over the light squares in the position, which would be very nice for the end game. Now I want to just use one little feature right now. This chess computer has something that's a bit unique for these kind of chess computers. It can tell you the evaluation, what it thinks of the position. So if you press this button here, it will say that it means that white actually has a pretty significant advantage. 100 is the equivalent of 1 pawn, and so this is 144, so the machine feels that it is up about 1 pawn and a half, and it plays e1 to g1, so it castles, and h1 to f1. The machine castles here, and it feels that it has a very good position, which I think it's pretty surprising, to be honest. I don't think that the machine is in such a good spot, but maybe I am misevaluating this completely. I will go with my plan of capturing here in the center. c5 takes d4. So I got this pawn here, and the machine can recapture in 3 ways: with the knight, with the pawn, or with the queen. The queen is not very likely, so it recaptures with the pawn here. So we are at even material, but I like my position very much. Now I can finally move this bishop here. So we're playing positionally, not losing a tempo with this bishop. f8 to e7, like so. Okay, so now this knight is more free to move, and we have the bishop pair. We have a pretty solid structure. We do have this backwards pawn, but I'm not sure. I feel that it's such a big problem. One plan the computer could try out would be something like knight coming here with the intention of maybe coming here. Let's see what it comes up with. f3 to e5. Okay, so the machine jumps into the position, which is something we did have. We have thought about this option a little bit, and the knight is attacking this pawn, and my plan was pretty simply to just defend it with the queen coming from d8 to c7, and I'm not particularly afraid of any tricks with, for instance, bishop coming here. That doesn't look to be doing all that much. I am now mostly looking to castle and play this game very slowly, like Carlsen, Karpov, and Capablanca. They all had these names: Carlsen, Karpov, Capablanca. So what do we have here? f1 to e1. So the rook is centralized. Isn't that the move? It is playing f1 to e1. Yes. So it's just playing a solid positional chess, which is actually quite impressive, I would say. I think position. So I think we can just castle. The king castles here, and the rook jumps over, and now we have exited the first part of the opening stage. The battlefield has been drawn up. We sort of know the map of the battlefield now, and any sort of battlefield will have certain advantages to some strategies and certain disadvantages to other strategies, and this particular setup is disadvantageous to my light squared bishop. You see, it does not have a lot of scope, so that is something I will have to work on to improve. Now we get the move g5 takes f6, so that is very, very interesting. It's voluntarily giving up a knight for a bishop, meaning that after this recapture, I will have the bishop pair, meaning that any potential endgames are now quite a bit better for me, and as well I may even be threatening to play something like pawn coming to c5 here, pawn to c5, 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 and the idea would be to try to undermine this knight. The pawn can't capture because we capture the knight in that case, and we see a2 to a4. So that move, I believe, is pretty bad. I believe that move doesn't do anything all that meaningful, and I will start to advance my c-pawn here, maybe already trying to push a little bit of advantage here, because this c-pawn was one of the big problems for my bishop. Now we have one pawn that has left the light squares. Maybe this bishop can now come to b7, where it will be stronger, and I'm not sure what the point of pawn to a4 would even be. So let's see what it comes up with. It plays e5 to f3. So I think what's going on here is that the machine wants to protect this with the knight here as well. So let's see if we have a forcing line possible here. Let's say we take and they recapture with the knight, and we try to kick the knight, and the knight let's say it goes back here. Would we then be able to just put this bishop here and have an extremely nice center? Maybe not, because knight takes here, bishop takes, queen takes on c2, getting a little bit complicated. So let's consider our options. The queen is here. Okay, so let's get back into the game here. We could I don't think the machine is really threatening anything in particular, so we could consider playing the rook to b8. With just a small attack on this pawn here, and just improving the rook just a tiny bit. I think I like that idea. And we're trying to exploit that the computer doesn't have any very productive moves. So let's insert this a1 to b8 here. And I'm guessing we will see something like pawn to b3, or maybe even rook to b1. Something pretty simple. We do see b2 to b3 being played. So now maybe this knight is a little bit loose. It's not protected, which makes me really want to play pawn takes pawn, because knight takes and then maybe queen coming somewhere to attack. Now wait a minute, if I just capture this, then I have a huge advantage. Because, am I missing something here? I think pawn just takes here, opens up an attack on the knight. So I think the computer missed something here, or maybe I did, but it looks, I've been playing this so safe, so I'm not sure. h2, c3 to a2. Okay, so the knight just moves out of the way to a2. Is this because that I can't really save this pawn now? But I feel I can save the pawn. I could play this move that looks like a real killer. That looks very, very strong, I think. Opening up the bishop, doing all sorts of mischief here. So I think we are advancing this, and if you would look at this just extremely strong center we got going on here, with this knight being very badly placed here. It doesn't have any active squares. It can't go here because of the rook, can't go here because of the pawn, so it would have to go here in order to get into the game here, and it can't even do that because we would fork it like that. We now have something like pretty close to a winning advantage. And we see, what do we see? We see d1 to e2, so the queen is coming here, and they are trying to gang up on this pawn here. But I think we can defend it like so. So we have 1, 2, and 3 attackers on the pawn, but we have 1, 2, and 3 defenders of the pawn as well. And now we have a plan of coming here with this bishop to pin this knight and maybe advance this pawn as well, trying to cash in some advantage and maybe win even before we get to the end game. So let's consider what the computer could possibly play. It plays a2 to d1. Okay, so it plays a sensible move, gets the rook into play, and actually this is quite clever because the rook is actually threatening to capture here. Because if I recapture, then queen takes here. Oops, that's checkmate. Let me show that. If takes, then queen takes here is checkmate. So never underestimate the computer. Always try to keep your focus. We have our rook here. Okay. Can we? I think actually that move is very, very good. It's very, very nice. What happens though if we play a move like this? Actually, rook takes pawn is still on, even though the rooks are connected, because rook takes pawn, pawn takes pawn, queen sacrifices for the rook, check, rook takes, and rook takes is going to be checkmate again. But with this move, the knight can't capture this pawn, of course. So I think this is sort of the weird line the computer has calculated to justify giving up this pawn here earlier. But I feel we should still be in a very good spot. Let's say we play this and the rook does capture here. What then if we capture here? If queen takes, then we are winning. We just take the rook, and there are no rook takes because rook takes, and so it would have to be pawn takes. In that case, we can't capture the rook, but we would have. Well, they would be. Let's see here. Let's say they do play pawn takes, so we can't capture the rook. In this position, I will have damaged the pawn structure, but I'm not sure I see any like very good moves. What about advancing this? This does threaten the rook, but rook takes pawn here is now a problem. So okay. Computer is clever. Let's think more about this. Maybe. Well, actually, this is tough. What about playing this move? The knight can come in and capture. That's we don't like that. What if we play this move? The knight could capture here, and it's still not really what we want. What if we play something like bishop coming here? I think this is the crucial moment. We have to find a way to maintain our advantage here. In this position, we can both see rook takes and knight takes on d4. So it seems to be the same problem all the time. Something takes here, which I will explain in just a minute. So this is the position. I play c8 to g4. Now, it can see that the whole thing doesn't work, and because it can now, it's one move further in the position, then it can see one move further down the line and see, okay, actually rook takes on d4 does not work because of this queen to c3 idea. So it plays a very humble move, rook coming here, and Actually, no. I was hoping we could play this. But we are not really threatening to capture the knight. Unfortunately, because rook, queen takes, we still have this back rank issue. But it still should be pretty good, I would say. So we just advance this pawn. And we are not really threatening to capture the knight because of our back rank issue, but we will consider playing h7 to h6, or maybe even better, queen coming to c6 or d7, where it would protect the square as well. So we do see h2 to h3, and I think it's now time to damage the pawn structure. We can't play pawn takes, but we could play bishop takes, and they can't play queen takes, so we'd have to play pawn takes. And then we could also just retreat. It advances. No, I think bishop takes on f3 here should be quite good, because it will have to recapture with the pawn, and that will leave it very, very vulnerable. So it does play g2, takes on f3, like so. Still, we can't capture here, and this is of course under attack. But I have now what I believe is a very strong plan. I want to put my queen here. That means that it will be hard for these pieces to come over and help the queen, or then put the king. I mean, I would put my bishop here and try to go for some sort of checkmating attack like this. So I am playing c7 to f4 here. This also help defend this pawn center, but as you can see, we are playing positionally. They say it's good to control the center in chess, and you can see we have focused very much on these pawns here in the center. So we see f3 takes on e4, and I am considering not even recapturing. I am considering to pretty simply play this bishop here, because we would be threatening some checkmate here, but they could advance this pawn and defend the checkmating idea. So I will not, after all, play the bishop move. I will instead continue being very, very patient. I will capture like this. And now I believe we are threatening moves such as pawn coming to d3 with an attack on the knight and the queen at the same time. So we see e2 to a6. Okay, so we see the computer regaining the pawn finally, but what was the cost? I think the cost has been tremendous, and I think that now this move is very, very strong, because this move is no longer defending checkmate. Of course, we are not exactly threatening checkmate, but it should be quite close. Here, check moves, and something like this in that position. So I think after this move, bishop coming here should be very good. F6 to E5 is even better with the queen all the way over here offside, which I think is a very anti-positional move by the computer. Computer now took the queen way out of the action, and you can see with my control of the center, very hard to get back. It's trapped in enemy territory, and I am honing in, I'm zooming in, I'm putting the king into the sniper's view here, and it's playing c1 to b1, okay, but it is not really defending against this check here, and it goes to f1 is the only legal move, and at the very least in this position I can capture this pawn with check. Let's say I played this check, goes here, check, takes, check, and if knight takes, I may have some discovered check, but this is more complicated than necessary. So we have this pawn here, we have the position here, we played this check and the king is here, so we can pick up this pawn with check, and the computer may have to actually go here, and we can check here. So I think we are getting close. We capture the pawn on h3, that is check. We are now even on material. No, we're up material again, I mean. And more importantly, much more importantly, we do have this raging attack going on against the Black Majesty, and it plays f1 to g1. And I think we now should be very, very close to winning, because we can have this check forcing this move. Yes, and then check forcing this move, check forcing this move, and then we capture here with checkmate. So so that would be checkmate in 1, 2, 3, 4 moves. So let's see if we are correct. We throw this check. There is only a single legal move as far as I can see, so it's pretty interesting. The computer is calculating all that much, and it goes to h1. We then play h1 to g3, which is check, and the computer will have to go to g1. We then advance to h2 with a check, and f1 to c1 to f1. So I'd be interested if I press the score here. What does it say? It just say that I am completely winning. Okay, so I will play h2, takes on f2, and then the machine displays always 0-1, meaning that black won the game. So we won the game, and I think this was a pretty nice game. I think that we really came out with some sound positional ideas. We dominated the center with pawns. We exploited the horizon effect a little bit. The computer had an idea to win back a pawn with this whole trick with capturing on d4 and the back rank mate, but we found the critical queen to c3 to refute the idea, and then the final nail in the coffin was when the computer greedily came and captured this pawn here on a6, which simply, you can see the queen all alone out here. That's not a way to treat a queen, you know, and not if you want her to protection. No, if you want the queen to protection, you must treat the queen with respect. It's very important. This was supposed to be just another ASMR chess video, but I accidentally made history. So in this video, you're going to see this super modern ChessUp board running the newest chess software in the world, Stockfish 15, play against this bad boy here, Mephisto from 1989. And some strange things happens throughout this game, and I was very, very confused because I had no idea what was going on when I was playing it. I was of course expecting Stockfish to just crush the old computer, as it has done in all my other videos where I have had it play other chess computers from the past. So in order to offset my confusion, I have now recorded some bits that I have spliced in throughout the video to explain what my current thinking about the crazy thing that happened in this game, what that was about. So I really hope that you will enjoy this video. But first, a word from our sponsor, who's actually cool. As a chess player, I am always interested in improving. For instance, I use this game review function to analyze my behavior and find the most effective way to improve. I wish there were such tools for everything in life, and I recently learned that there actually is such a tool to help you and me and everybody reduce our carbon footprint easily and effectively. This is Ren, who I'm proud to say is sponsoring this video. So how it works is you go to ren.co, and then it asks you a bunch of questions, like do you have a car, how much red meat do you eat, all kinds of questions, and then it calculates your carbon footprint. So that's already nice to know, but here is the cool part. So if you look at me here, for instance, I just signed up like a week ago. I am currently offsetting 47% of my carbon emissions. How am I doing that? Well, Ren, based on my answers, suggested different projects to me that I could help fund that all combat climate change in various ways. So here is my project that I support, community tree planting. Basically plant a lot of trees. They are super transparent, so they give you all this data. So you can see, for instance, how is it going in Wendo, Kenya? And then they just give you all this data. How many trees, what kind of trees. Every yellow dot here is 1,000 trees. Okay, and here's my reach, that's 0. And I want you to help me with that if you're interested. I have a link in the description so you can go and calculate your own carbon footprint. The first 100 of you who use that link will get 10 trees planted in your name, but funded by Ren. So click the link, let's be the change we want to see in the world. Tonight, we are going to have an epic battle of chess. An epic but relaxing battle. Because tonight, this amazing 1980 '99 chess computer champion by the name of Mephisto will take on its grandson, or granddaughter perhaps, the super advanced ChessUp board running the latest neural network enhanced Stockfish software. So will the wise old grandfather, running at an impressive blazing clock speed of 8, that is 8 megahertz, with a program, an extensive chess program totaling 16 kilobytes of memory and a user memory of 256 bytes. Not kilobytes, not megabytes, 256 bytes. Will it be able to beat or draw or even challenge the might of the newest chess hardware we have? Let's find out. Please sit back, lie down, relax, and join me as once again we explore the infinite beauty of chess, of chess, of chess. We take my phone here. Maybe you can see it even in the other camera. Take that and let's just slide a recording of that on screen so you can see. And what I will do is I will say I want to play a new game and I want to play white. That means that the machine will play black. I would like assistance level 6 because that will tell us the quality, according to this computer, of its opponent's moves. We are playing the AI at difficulty 30, that is about ELO 3000. And we will start the game like so. Then I will press enter here, and the Mephisto instantly makes its first move against its grandson or granddaughter, which is pawn to e4, a move that is best by test, is what Bobby Fischer said. That is pawn to e4. And now I'm going to do something a little weird maybe. I am actually going to remove all of the pieces here, all the white pieces as well, because unlike the ChessUp board, this bad boy over here, the Mephisto, doesn't rely on the pieces. The way it works is basically that every square is a button. Imagine a keyboard, and you can type in the chess game using these 64 buttons. Okay, we will now make the move pawn to e4 on the ChessUp board, and we will see what it will respond with. Oh, we can see that the green square light up, so pawn to e4 is, as Bobby Fischer said, best by test, and ChessUp agrees. But let's see what the machine wants to play. It plays pawn to e5. That is the response, which we will now plot in to its opponent. Pawn from e7 to e5. And let's take a look at the response. b1 to, well, c3. That is a very logical move. Knight from b1 to c3, which, notice, ChessUp believes that is the best move in this position. The green square indicates that that is the best move, while the red square indicate that moving the knight to a3 would be a blunder. And a little bit of housekeeping, of course, before I continue with the game. If you would like to own this amazing ChessUp board yourself, I have bad news and I have good news. The bad news, well, they are all sold out. But the good news is that the people who make them want you to pre-order them, and they have lowered the price significantly. And if you pre-order them via my link that's in the description, you even get the 10% discount on top of the pre-order discount. So you can get it way, way, way cheaper than you would ever see it anywhere else, if you are patient enough, of course, to wait for the pre-order. Thanks for considering, and now back to the video. Now ChessUp plays knight to c6 here. Knight to c6. And I guess we will see an instant response again. We see f1 to c4. So that is f1 bishop to c4. Notice that ChessUp does not consider that to be the best move. It gives it a blue, which means that it is a fine move, but it is not considered the best move by this board. And Mephisto apparently disagrees. So, as these two machines battle it out, we see knight to f6 by ChessUp. Let's see if we can understand the strategy. Alright, so both AIs currently fighting for the center. We will input the move over here. So it played knight to f6, knight from g8 to f6. And will we see the instant response again? We do. We see d2, I guess, to d3, to d3. Excuse me, pawn to d3 here. You can actually also play pawn to d4, which is an interesting gambit, but only pawn to d3 by Mephisto here. So far, the old and wise. Whoa. That is interesting, because I was going to say that the old and wise Mephisto chessboard here, playing blindfolded as it were, is playing very, very solid chess, taking control of the center, not gambiting any pawns, developing the pieces, and the opponent in this game, the ChessUp, the mighty ChessUp powered by Stockfish, is violating a chess principle here by playing knight to a5. And this is, of course, a calculated risk by ChessUp. What it wants to do is it wants to trade this knight for the bishop, because this bishop is very powerful, and in general bishops are a little bit better than knights. This is actually the best bishop that white has, because it is the light squared bishop that is attacking the weakest square, or potentially attacking the weakest square in black's position. So among the bishops, even though they are extremely close to being equally strong at the start of the game, the light squared bishop is, for white, the strongest one, and vice versa. dark squared bishop for black is the strongest one. Let's see what the old and wise, but maybe a little slower, grandfather Mephisto here thinks of knight to a5. We will plot it in. Knight on c6. To a5. And now we see the little green light here flickering, because the old and wise Mephisto chessboard has been taken out of theory. The pre-programmed opening book that has gotten it to this point has reached its end. It has never seen knight to a5 before, and it will have to calculate, use its 16 kilobyte chess program and come up with an answer to this move. Let's see what it comes up with. It takes the bishop from c4, and where does it want to go? It's going to b5. Will that bishop get trapped? Let's take a look. When I touch the bishop here, we can see the best move apparently is going back to b3 and accepting the trade. Black will have invested quite some time and quite a lot of moves into making this trade, so it's not as if black doesn't get it's not as if white doesn't get anything for this trade, and it thinks that going to b5 is also an acceptable move, but I am afraid of something like pawn to c6 or pawn indeed to a6, attacking this bishop. Now let's touch the bishop and see. Best move is just to move back. I guess we will see maybe pawn to b5 in that position, so that we will see ChessUp insist on the trade, but let's take a look. I'm pretty sure we will see bishop to a4, but let's take a look. Pawn to a6. And while the machine is calculating, I will say that I am quite surprised by how ChessUp is playing this. It is really being unorthodox. You see moving some pawns out here on the flank. We see moving this knight twice, neglecting developing pieces, and it apparently believes that it is, even with white's superior development, the machine here believes that it is not in danger of getting subjected to a dangerous attack, and it believes that it has time to gain a small material advantage, which is that getting the slightly stronger bishop for the slightly weaker knight. Quite interesting. Let's see what Mephisto comes up with. It does move the bishop, that is no surprise. b5, but where is it going? To a4. Indeed, it plays the best move. And will we see pawn to b5 now? Insisting on the trade. We will. Pawn to b5. This also gains a bit of tempo, because obviously the bishop will have to go to b3. And now this bishop can come on the long diagonal. So maybe we are seeing a deep strategy here from black side that will actually pay off. Let's take a look. side. We see an instant response here with Mephisto quite sensibly playing what Stockfish agrees is the best move, bishop back to b3. And I guess we will see knight takes. Oh no! Now it gets aggressive with pawn to b4 here, attacking the knight. This is very confusing to me. Let's see if Mephisto can make sense of it. Pawn from b5 to b4. And we see Mephisto thinking here. You'll have to move the knight, but why not quite simply move it to d4, for instance? So it plays the knight on c3. Where do you want to go? To d4. Apparently going to a4 is the better move, but d4 looks like such a sensible idea to me, and I am very confused about the way that ChessUp is playing. But now we get to see something here. It captures the bishop. Knight takes b3. Now the bishop is no longer protecting the knight. So we see a5 captures b3. And we instantly get a response. I am very impressed with the old guy or the old girl over here, because it doesn't capture the knight. It plays a sophisticated intermezzo move, or as we say in chess, a Zwischenzug. It plays knight takes f6, which is the best move, indicated by the green light here, like so. And that is check, my friend. That is check. So that is why there is no time to try anything fancy with the knight that is attacked over here. We see queen recapturing, developing a piece like so. And so we see d8 takes f6. d8 takes f6. And I guess we will get a quick reply. Wait a minute. I actually think that it was a mistake to not have the pieces on the Mephisto chessboard. I think it will be easier for me to have them there. Luckily, I can do magic. All ASM artists can secretly do magic. Don't tell anyone. So what I will do is I will wave my fingers like this. And you can see the pieces materialize. Okay, here we are. And what move will we see after queen takes f6? White is thinking, and I think quite quickly it realized that the only move here is to play pawn on a2, captures on b3, captures the knight, like so. So, what does the grand child think of that move? It gives it a green, so it says, Grandpa, I agree, that is the best move. But what will it say now? Oh, it's playing queen to g6. That is quite interesting. Queen to g6. And white is thinking. We are of course seeing an attack on g2 here, but a lot of chess principles being broken by ChessUp here. I think it's moving pieces many times, going pawn hunting. I guess a moves like just pawn to g3 or queen to f3, or maybe trying to sacrifice the pawn. I think I may have accidentally put the ChessUp board in a mode where it is not playing at full capacity, because this looks very weird to me. There may be a bug going on. Let's see what Mephisto comes up with. So this is the position, the way it looks through the lens of Stockfish on chess.com analysis tool. And the move here indicated as given as the best for white is knight to f3, which I can reveal is what Mephisto is going to play. And after knight to f3, you can see up here there's this number. It says minus 0.49. What does that mean? That is the way the computer engine Stockfish evaluates the position. And if you say 1 full point here is about equal to a pawn, and if it's a plus, then it's white who is ahead a pawn or the equivalent of a pawn, and if it's minus, it's black. So minus 0.49, we could round that up to minus 0.5, that is half a pawn. So this version of Stockfish here running on chess.com server believes that the position is slightly better for black. And I can reveal that so far, despite my skepticism of black's play, black has played in accordance with this other version of Stockfish. Both are the newest Stockfish 15, but this is running on a different server. It's not running on ChessUp. So far, Mephisto is just playing really, really well. G1 to f3. Wow, it is sacrificing the pawn. That is pretty cool. It is sacrificing the pawn. And the sacrifice is not accepted. So I was thinking queen takes, but I maybe just rook g1. It will be a huge problem for white, for black rather. So bishop to e7, bishop to e7. And what will white come up with? Maybe he will capture this pawn, which is undefended. And it would then be attacking the queen, but I guess queen takes g2 is good then. And it's still thinking. But I think I'll just check the app here. Alright, so we see knight on f3. And where do you want to go? e5. It does look a little bit dangerous, I would say. That does look a little bit dangerous. So of course the knight is capturing a pawn, and it is looking at the queen. But I am afraid what happens when I touch this knight. Those are all red, including the moves. The move that they played. Knight takes e5. I'm interested. Does it want me to play? Does ChessUp want white to play pawn to g3? No, but apparently pawn to g4 is okay. What does it think is the correct move here? It wants to play queen d2. It thinks queen d2 is the best move. And I am very interested in seeing why that is. Now we will play the blunder. Knight takes e5. And instantly we see queen takes here. And we will input that. It is attacking the rook. I guess rook to f1 is the only move. Let's see here. Queen takes g2. And it wants to defend in an interesting way. It wants to defend with queen to f3, which actually looks like a very, very clever move, because it's threatening a check on f7, and it defends the rook, and it's defended by the knight. Okay, so it plays queen to f3, which happens to be the best move. It's a very clever move. It's protected by the knight, and it also protects the rook, and it asks a question of the queen, because if the queen just moves, actually the queen has no good squares to go to, except capturing, which it is what it does. But first, of course, we will complete the move on the board here. And now we will play it over here. Takes like that. This one takes here. And instantly we see the response. Knight takes queen, which is the only move, of course. Knight takes queen. It also gets green. Knight takes queen, gets green. Okay. Knight takes like so. Okay. And we see an aggressive move. Pawn to f4. This is some very sort of confusing computer chess for me. I must be honest. The machine, particularly black here, is just not caring about chess principles at all, and instead just playing all these very, very concrete, super concrete ideas. I guess pawn takes pawn is bad somehow, because of maybe of d4. Let's see. Okay, so how will Mephisto react to this? It's not an easy task here. So c1. c1 to g5. Offering a trade of this bishop here, which is the best move. Wow. It really cuts, like, I mean, this is an ultra efficient machine. It is from 98. It has like next to no computing power. The program running this is 16 kilobytes, and it plays a lot of green moves according to Stockfish. Now Stockfish does not want the trade. Stockfish wants to play bishop c5. We accept that. Bishop c5. Like so. And what will we see? What will happen in this position here? Okay, and we see a very enterprising play by white here, taking the rook on a1 and putting it on a5, attacking this bishop, and this rook was opened up by the whole concept that when black was trying to get the light squared bishop, then the way that white played it made sure that this rook is now very easy to get into the game with a move like rook to a5, attacking the bishop, which is protected. Basically saying, well, you may have your rook in the game somewhat, but you will not be able to slide across and be and have a versatile rook. You'll have to stay on the a file. Okay, and white activates its other rook, which is apparently a blunder according to ChessUp. So it plays rook to g1. So after rook to g1, we see bishop to b6, attacking the rook, and that rook will have to move. This position, it looks quite strange to me, I must say. I can of course say, and I can see that black does have the bishop pair, which is good, and these pawns are doubled on the b2 and b3, which is a disadvantage, but I still go with the theory that there is a bug in the software causing ChessUp to not play at full strength, because the position looks kind of okay, I would say, for white. Hey, it's ASMR Chess from the future, checking in on ASMR Chess from the past. And hello, ASMR Chess from the past. You are wrong. So, absolutely, is it a tough position to evaluate? But Stockfish in ChessUp here is not playing badly at all. In fact, it has increased its advantage since the last time I checked in with you. From back then it was half a pawn, and now as you can see it's minus 1.7, minus 1.76, and it does play quite strangely, but all these moves are really strong. And what's amazing basically is that white is still alive in any sort of capacity, because Stockfish, it plays at a superhuman level. But I am beginning to think that the way that Mephisto is playing is just a very simple brute force approach that just doesn't allow any cheap tactical shots, and therefore Stockfish has to come up with this very deep strategy to outplay Mephisto with its much more sophisticated, should we say, understanding of chess. So let's see how Mephisto reacts here. Okay, old man decides to protect the rook. Go to a5. e4 and attack. And that's the best move apparently. Attack the pawn. I guess just... Okay, I was thinking that just pawn to a5 would protect, but we see a more aggressive approach. Pawn takes, pawn on e4. Pawn takes pawn, pawn on f5, takes pawn on e4. And we see the instant reply basically is, we see Mephisto saying, I already anticipated that, and it bangs out the move. Pawn takes e4 again. And black just castles. Like so, getting the king to safety and also activating this rook, attacking the knight on the open file created by the aggressive f5 push earlier. Okay, and we see white play rook on g1. Where do you want to go? Where do you want to go? To g3 to protect the knight from the queen. Is that a good move? It's the best move according to... It's the best move according to ChessUp. And now we get to see, like, we're making sense of the madness. Now if you see bishop here to b7, we played heroes as well. And now you can say that these two bishops are extremely well placed. So they are slicing across these diagonals, looking at the king, very well protected, got these pawns, but of course I am a little concerned with rook takes pawn on b4. Couldn't that be a strong move for white in this position, or will it... I mean, rook takes b4. Isn't that an obviously good move? Or am I missing something? Probably I'm missing something. Of course I'm missing something. Rook takes b4 is protected by the threat of bishop to a5, pinning the rook to the king. So that would lose the exchange. Okay. Instead, what do we see? We see g5. We see g5 to h6, getting aggressive here. Getting really aggressive. And that's apparently that's a blunder. But it looks really good. Wow. Wow. So of course the pawn can't take the bishop because it's pinned by the rook. And the idea is that rook takes knight here is just absolute devastation for white. Why? Because of course you can play rook takes g7. That's a legal move. You can do that. What is the problem though? The problem is black's king just goes to h8 and you lost a piece here and you're not getting it back. And if you don't do something like that, then the rook will just, for instance, capture this other rook. So after the seemingly clever move bishop to h6, we see the devastating rook takes knight on f3. What a blow. And instantly we see the reply. So we see rook takes rook. Okay, so what's happening here? Because then now it's the best move apparently. Rook takes rook, and of course black will just recapture the bishop. And white has lost 2 pieces for a rook. And sometimes that can be kind of okay, but I guess not when the 2 pieces because this rook cancels out with that rook, and then this rook is supposed to be is white's argument equally as strong as these 2 monster bishops, which it absolutely is not. But what is Mephisto going to do after pawn takes bishop? Slowly we are seeing, making sense of the madness here. Okay, so we see rook on f3. Where do you want to go? It wants to throw the check here on g3. That makes sense. It's not the best move. The best move is to protect the pawn here. But it's okay. We go to g3. That's check. And the king is not afraid at all. It just activates, becoming a fighting piece as we approach the endgame. We see Mephisto playing its moves instantly, so it believes it has all of this figured out. It plays rook on g3, and then it puts it on f3, basically saying that these checks are supposed to accomplish something. I'm not sure what it is. It is also called a blunder by the young upstart, the young silicon upstart, and I guess it's just because all white is really doing is allowing black to activate the king and make the king a fighting piece, which is now exerting influence over the center here. And that Mephisto keeps on with this rook, with these instant moves with the rook. It just goes to h3. So the plan apparently was to check the king away from the defense of these pawns. What's the problem? We see the problem immediately with this super strong bishop just coming in and capturing this pawn. And what I think, now we will see if it will do some calculation here. So bishop takes e4. And I think that white was thinking that capturing the h6 pawn with a check will be really good, but this is a doubled pawn, not worth nearly as much as the center pawn, and this bishop very conveniently defends on h7. So here we see rook does indeed capture. The rook does indeed capture on h6. That is check. And the check is blocked. The rook is hemmed in and will now have to awkwardly go back. And white has absolutely no problems at all. So rook is blocked in by bishop to g6. And now white really is thinking. So this rook here that white was kind of arguing was strong on this open file here has been shown to not be a good piece. Why? Because of the clever placement of this bishop, so that the rook can never come and capture this pawn, because bishop to a5 will pin it to the king. And as soon as the king moves to stop that and try to activate this rook, what will happen? I guess just pawn to a5 to protect this. And the whole argument was that by allowing black to get the two bishops by trading the bishop for the knight, or the knight for the bishop rather, then by allowing that, white would get this open file and get activity there, and black is just saying, no, the bishops are so strong, and I just put them in on the right squares. Your rook will be like, look at these rooks. They, in principle, the bishops are trapped on their own color complex. The dark squared bishop can only ever go to the dark squares. That's only half of the chessboard. The rook can go to every square on the chessboard. So, potentially these two rooks have double the amount of possible moves that these two bishops have. What about the practicality of this position? What about it? The practicality is this rook can barely move. It can't capture here. It'll get pinned. It can't go to a5. It'll get captured. It can't go to a3. It'll get captured. It can go to a2 where it doesn't do anything at all. Or it can go back to a1 with the hopes of going to d1. So it can go back to from where it came with the hope of coming to d1. So it spends two moves in order to do anything. How about this rook? Can't capture here, can't capture here, both protected, can't go to h5. So it can go, it has two legal squares, h4 and h3. And on neither square is it attacking anything significant or doing anything. So the superior positional understanding of the modern technology is on display here. Okay, Mephisto tries to strike here, plays the c pawn to c3 here, trying to free this rook here by attacking. Oh, it's the best move. Wow, trying to free this rook somehow, some way. This is ignored, and do you remember how in the start I said that the light squared bishop was the best bishop that white had, and the dark squared bishop was the best bishop that black had, because they are the ones attacking the respectively the f2 square and the f7 square, which are the weakest squares. Now we see the tremendous power of the dark squared bishop of black, because rook to f8 is coordinating an attack on f2, and it's going to be very, very, very hard to defend against that. Apparently, we have an instant reply to this, which is rook on a4. Casually coming in, capturing on a6, saying that was an undefended pawn. I will now have an active rook. It's a blunder. Apparently now you can capture the b4 pawn, which is the best move. Right, so apparently rook takes b4 is the best move. Now that we have played pawn to c3, because then bishop a5 is no longer a pin, because we blocked that, and also on this rank here the rook would be more active than it is on a6. But we see bishop takes f2 as an almost instant reply. That is check. So I guess we will see an instant reply from Mephisto as well. Bishop takes f2. And the reply is not instant. It's thinking about where it wants to go. And there are like 2, 3, 4 squares it can go to, and they all look a little problematic. Maybe you want to go to something like d2, trying to maybe help this little pawn island out over here or something. Okay, but it does decide king. King d1. looks pretty. That's the best move. Okay, I would say I would want to go forward with the king, but apparently this is the best way. Now we activate. Black activates the rook with rook to f6. This immediately threatens bishop c2 check, king takes c2, rook takes rook, winning an exchange. Let's see if Mephisto spots it. I guess it will. It is a thinking, so maybe these bishops are actually trying to trap the rook somehow, because it has such a limited mobility. And yeah, Mephisto is thinking. And it's a very, very tough spot. Very, very tough spot for white here. You have to do something about that. You have to move the rook, I think. Pretty sure you have to move that rook, but you can only go to h3. And on h3, you can get attacked again by the bishop. You would have to go back. Then bishop e3. I think it looks very dangerous. Let's see. Okay, you can also do what the wise old Mephisto did, is just move the king to a dark square. Going to d2, yes. So that now you can move away with a check. It's not the best move, but it is a good move. And will we just see something? Okay, we see something super, super solid. Just protecting this pawn here. Just going back with the bishop. Bishop to c5. Just protecting the pawn. No rush at all. And the king activates. King to e3. King to e1. Why are you going back to e1? It's apparently a pretty good move. Why do you think it did that? I guess it's a pretty. Now this king, black moves its king to d7. That frees up the e6 square, so it can come in with a check against the king if that is what you want to. But of course, you don't control the center quite as much. And these two rooks are still really, really terrible for white. But black still has a little way to go before there is an actual checkmate on the board. Okay, we try to activate the rook again. White wants to go to h3. They are so awkward, these rooks. I mean, it's a blunder apparently. Is it because we can see? Yeah, we see the check, and can we almost force the king? Let's just see how this plays out. So we do play the check. The king can't have many legal moves here. Not many good moves, is what I mean. It's considering it can't go to. I guess maybe even it can actually. No, it can't go to f1. That would be suicide with discovered checks. So we're choosing between d1, d2, and e2. And on the... I guess we are defending against some checks on the light squares, so let's see what it comes up with. So where do you want to go? To d2, okay. So you do go to d2. That's the best move. Every other move was losing. position here. The bishop goes back. Is that the best it can do? Is that really the best it can do? That is kind of unbelievable. That is... I can't understand that. That can't be true. Black must have a way to really push through here.
Well, yeah. Hello, as much as from the past. Black certainly does have a way to crash through. The advantage has grown to minus 4.6, so that is a crushing winning advantage by any metric, I guess. But it is true that Stockfish in ChessUp is playing a little strangely here. But if we go back here, you can say after this check at King d2, it does want to play Bishop c5 as it did. It does want to repeat the position also on the version of Stockfish 15 running on chess.com. So there is something strange going on with these repetitions here. Let's get back to the game.
But okay, I mean, if it was me playing, I wouldn't know exactly how to do it. Just the awesome power of these two bishops. There must be a way to trap one of the rooks and win it somehow. Mephisto activates the king, got a few tricks up in the sleeve. Yeah, it goes back to e1. It is just saying, do you want to repeat the position? Because I want to repeat the position. If I can, that's the best move. If I can get a win here, I'm going to be like a draw here, I'm going to be very happy. But ChessUp says no draw. Rook f4. Rook f4, and there's no draw. So rook to f4. Okay, how do we deal with that? And what is the threat really? It's not clear exactly what the threat is, to be honest. Is it because now c3 takes on b4? Is it because it has seen that it is beneficial to capture? Or it's just going to eat all of these pawns? So when we capture here, it can now recapture with the rook, I guess. Oh, it does capture with the bishop. Let's check. So we throw a check to His Majesty. The king moves. Where do you want to go? To e2. Not the best move. Apparently the best move is rook to c3. That means that that black is probably going to get some significant advantage very soon. Okay, the bishop goes back. It's just this maneuvering game, but of course computers are ultra patient. They don't need to force the issue. They don't need to force their will on the position. They will just play whatever the best move they can find is. What can we say about this position? We can say that now the c-pawn has gone. These two b-pawns are ripe for the taking. So I think that will be the next target that black has. And the king, where do you want to go? It's just going back. It has no moves. White has no moves to improve the position. It can only go back and forth in its own estimation. position once again is the young upstart toying with the old and wise Mephisto. Because now we will probably see King E2. A little almost sadistic, you could say. It's really thinking. Mephisto is really thinking about this. Yeah, it's really considering. But I guess King to E2 is the only move. What does ChessUp think? Yeah, King to E2, only move. King to E2, yes. So, will ChessUp repeat again, or is this all some sort of sadism? It does go to C5 again, and I guess that after bishop to C5, we will just see king back to E1 again, and I think we are nearing a draw. Is it something about the way this whole thing is programmed that it's just confusing the ChessUp board with all its amazing computer power, or what is going on here? Yeah. Mephisto is taking their time. They are really contemplating, but I think every other move than King E1 is a big problem. King from E2 to E1. Yeah, you can sing, the old guys just sing, yeah, give me that repetition, I want the repetition. But now what will we see? Because, yes, no repetition. It's just playing rook to E4 check. Saying no repetition. We will push forward. And I guess we will be able at some point to force the king into a position where we can win a rook. That is at least how I would play this position. Where can you even really go? It has to be to one of these two squares. I guess it has to be to D2. But I'm not sure. Let's see what Mephisto comes up with. Alright, it goes to F1. That looks very dangerous. D1 was the best move. And how do we advance? We don't, it's just offering all this repetition. It's pretty sadistic, I would say. If it wasn't because it's a machine, it doesn't have the capability to be sadistic, but it's very maneuvering, ultra patient. And of course, with the rook on F4, the bishops have a slightly increased mobility. The king moves. The king goes to E1. And will we see? It's the only move. And will we see rook E4 check? Wait. That was a draw. The position is a draw. The position was a draw. What? That was the repetition. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Let's go and check if there is a bug here.
Okay, hi again. So we jump in just before Black's last move. We are once again running Stockfish on chess.com server. We have the position here. The Stockfish here believes that the position is minus 5.78. So just a crushing advantage. But if you look the suggestion for the best move for black here, it is rook f4 check. So this is Stockfish running through chess.com. This is not the ChessUp one. And this one also says rook f4 check as a winning move. And rook f4 check is by far the worst move in the position if you discount rook e2 and rook e1 just giving the rook away, where white would actually be up material. If you discount those two moves, the worst move is rook f4 check, because the king can go to e2, it can go to g2, but it can also, and Stockfish is not here, Stockfish is not suggesting this as the best move. The absolute best move in this position is not king e2, the pawn cloud move. It is not king g2 either, but king e1, the second move that it says is still winning for black. But king e1, look what happens when I play it. You see those? 1.5, 1.5, that means the game is a draw. So chess.com server accepts that this is a draw, understands that this is a draw, but somehow the communication somehow inside in Stockfish, both with ChessUp and on chess.com, two completely different entities, two completely different companies just using the same Stockfish software. The Stockfish plays rook f4, and it's a draw. It's the worst move in the position. So any computer whiz who is watching this video, if you have a suggestion as to what could have happened and caused this bug in Stockfish, please let me know, because this is just mind-blowing stuff to me, to be honest. This is, and how well done, by the way, by Mephisto. You know, no matter what caused this to happen, we did see a 1989 computer play Stockfish from 2022 to a draw. It did it. I set the computers up, I played the moves, and I translated them from one board to that. That was all I did. And it was a draw. How I just cannot get over how crazy that is. 89. It's from 1989. It has 8 megahertz. Or is it 6? I have the data sheet right here. Just give me a second here. 8 megahertz, 16 kilobytes of ROM, 256 bytes of RAM. What? just what? Well, that might be the most crazy thing that has happened on this channel. Okay, back to the video. This is just unbelievable. Mephisto from 89 didn't just draw against Stockfish. And I mean, if Mephisto drew against Stockfish, if I plot this whole game into and analyze, and I find out that Mephisto played like basically a perfect game, then there's a historical moment to this video, and I don't think it is. I just think it's a computer bug. But imagine how amazing that would be. That is the game. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out on this channel. I'm so happy that you want to watch this stuff, and I'm so happy doing it. I hope I will see you in the next video.